In the area of Colony Number 3, there are countless meteorites of different sizes. At this moment, there was an exchange of fire in this meteorite field. There are troops from the Tianyi mercenary group fighting with Dion's 3rd Expeditionary Force inside and outside the meteorite field. The advanced reconnaissance troops dispatched by the Tianyi mercenary group found that, as the intelligence said, there were the most elite troops of Dion's 3rd Expeditionary Army hiding in this area. The Annihilation First Army, the Crusade First Army, and other troops began to gather around the meteorite field. It happened that part of the Dion army fleet left the meteorite field from different directions. Although the camouflage function was turned on, they were attacked by the Tianyi mercenary troops who turned on the Mirage system. This caused many Dion fleets that had just walked out of the meteorite field to quickly withdraw to the meteorite field. And Long Fei and his wife also came here. The mega-particle cannons on both sides of the Koshi Gundam's shoulder armor fired, directly destroying the 2 Blood Reds. Then, launch the floating missile, shoot down the emerald green floating cannon in the body, draw out the beam saber, and split a blue one with one knife. Salamanda suddenly felt that there was a crisis coming from above, and Cozy Gundam stepped back, and a red beam flashed in front of Cozy Gundam. A blue and white holy machine, Lonjan, 21 meters high, with beam cannons on both shoulders and a beam saber mounted on the left and right sides of the waist, is now firing beams towards Koshi one after another. Koshi Gundam continued to dodge the opponent's attack. Lonjan rushed to Cozy Gundam and continued to shoot. Cozy Gundam rushed to the opponent, dodging the beam of light that hit it more closely. Coxy Gundam and Lonjan pulled out their beam sabers at the same time, and at the same time the beam sabers of the 2 sides slashed at each other. The 2 often sensed each other at the same time, and neither of them expected to meet an acquaintance. Salamanda, Jorge. Although the 2 didn't communicate with each other, they both said in unison, "I didn't expect to meet you here." Salamanda sensed that the other party wanted to communicate with him, and Salamanda also wanted to communicate with this former opponent. "Salamanda, it's been a long time. I didn't expect you to leave that green tea, princess. Now your master is Long Fei. I thought you would continue to be the licking dog of that green tea, princess. A good bird chooses a tree. At least I changed to a powerful and capable master, and you betrayed the country, and later followed the wise Elisad. But I didn't expect you to change an idiot master Christopher, who went to the heights. Let's go. The water flows downhill. It seems that you are getting worse and worse. At least I didn't live so aggrieved and humble like you. At least I was much smarter than you back then. Like you said, a good bird chooses a tree. Why bother with that green tea, and think I can't do anything?" The idiot princess who arrived. "Yes, I was too stupid back then. Fortunately, it was not too late. At least I met my current boss, Long Fei. He entrusted me with a heavy responsibility, and you will become a dog without an owner after today." Jorge did not expect that Salamanda, who became one of the members of the Royal Knights of Lonzog at the same time as him. Both of them were of commoner background, and Salamanda was the best graduate in the same period. Time became the captain of a squad. 2 years later, Salamanda became the deputy head of the Royal Knights. If it weren't for his background as a commoner, he might have become the head. He also fell in love with Princess Yo-Yo at that time, and even His Majesty the King took great care of him back then. Everyone thought that maybe he would marry Princess Yo-Yo in the future. It's just that I didn't expect that the Kingdom of Dion attacked the Kingdom of Longsoch. The king was killed, and Princess Yo-Yo was captured. Later, a series of things happened. What Jorge couldn't accept back then was that Princess Yo-Yo fell in love with his father-killing enemy Barbaros. How many people were away by Princess Yo-Yo's behavior? Jorge also left the rebel army at that time, and Jorge did not join other rebel army at that time, but directly joined the Dion Empire. Princess Yo-Yo's behavior meant to him, as well as helping such a woman restore the country. And then this woman continued to use her status as a princess to enjoy her glory and wealth, and those of them who helped him restore the country might not get anything. Rather than doing this, it is better to join the Dion Empire. At least there is a chance to make contributions. Later, he became the confidant of the second prince Yeli Shaod, and now he will become the subordinate of the eldest prince, and he only obeys the arrangement of the second prince to be the undercover of the second prince. Salamanda, I have always been inferior to you in individual combat quality and mis-operation technical ability. After so many years of fighting countless battles, my strength is worse than before. I don't know how your strength is now. Then have a fight and see if you know. It just so happens that I can't ask for it. Koshi Gundam and Lon Jan started attacking each other. The mega particle cannons on both sides of Koshi Gundam's shoulder armor fired, and Lon Jan's beam cannons on both shoulders also fired at the same time. The mega particle cannon and the beam cannon clashed. Jorge was listening to the siren in the cockpit, and the output of the beam cannon was not as powerful as the mega particle cannon. Lon Jan dodged immediately, and two mega particle cannons passed in front of Lon Jan. Koshi Gundam had already rushed in front of Lon Jan at this moment. The beam saber slashed at Lon Jan, and Lon Jan blocked the knife with the beam saber. The siren sounded. The output of the beam saber is not as powerful as this Gundam. Lon Jan immediately backed away. Koshi Gundam pursued him closely, and Lon Jan couldn't get away at all. Jorge saw that Lon Jan's performance was far inferior to that of Koshi Gundam. Jorge turns on boost mode. Salamanda watched Lon Jan turn on the booster mode in front of him, without any panic. Lon Jan's speed became much faster than before, and he rushed directly in front of Koshi Gundam, slashing at Koshi Gundam with the beam saber in his left hand. Koshi Gundam blocked the sword with the beam saber in his right hand. How is it possible that even in the synergistic mode, the output can't hold down this Gundam? Suddenly, Jorge felt a sense of crisis. The shield in Koshi Gundam's left hand is used to launch missiles built into it. Fortunately, Lon Jan got out of the way earlier when Jorge predicted the crisis. Otherwise, even if he was not hit by the missile, Lon Jan would at least suffer great damage. Koshi Gundam rushed towards the opponent and engaged in a melee combat with the opponent. Jorge didn't expect that in the synergy mode, not only could he not suppress the Gundam in front of him, but he was also suppressed by the Gundam in turn. Jorge did not expect that the new Gundam in front of him was much more powerful than the Gundam he had encountered before. Damn it, if you keep fighting, I will definitely lose. Jorge immediately decided to retreat temporarily, and when the horsepower of the booster mode was fully activated, he would use the position of the right area of the meteorite to flash left and right. Even if Salamanda's driving skills are better than Jorge's and Koshi Gundam's performance is better than Lon Jan's, he will be thrown away by Lon Jan because he is not familiar with the environment of the meteorite zone. Forget it. So what if you escape now? You are basically surrounded by us, and there are our most advanced detectors at the outermost edge of the meteorite field. If you want to break through, it will be more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. Koshi Gundam attacks targets elsewhere, helping his sword and shield troops fight with other comrades. This battle was not photographed by any war reporters after the Tianyi mercenary group confirmed Christopher's location. All operational units have the Mirage system activated. Those war reporters or media who have been following the Tianyi mercenary group cannot grasp the whereabouts of the troops who activated the Alea consciousness system. The shield-breaking destroyer fired electromagnetic acceleration cannons at the larger meteorites. Because these meteorites may be camouflaged meteorites, and what may be hidden inside is a large warship. The Sky Rocket cannot use the Sky Rocket in such an environment, because its own troops have already fought the enemy in the meteorite field. Even if the Sky Rocket is really launched, the enemy can use the meteorite as a cover to block the bombing. Moreover, men of particles have spread in this meteorite field. Justice Gundam held a serious beam rifle and shot through a blue cockpit. A light green cathead holy machine fired a beam gun at Justice Gundam. Justice Gundam's anti-beam shield resists beam guns. Justice Gundam counters with a beam boomerang. The Cat's Head Holy Machine has beam darts to block the beam boomerang, and the Pulse Live ammunition gun on the Cat's Head Holy Machine's shoulder is fired at the Justice Gundam. Justice Gundam dodged the bullet, and the bullet hit the meteorite behind Justice Gundam to explode into dust. The pilot of Justice Gundam suddenly patted his helmet. He scolded himself for being so confused. VPS armor. The original book is PS armor. Long Fei modified it and replaced it with VPS armor. Can be almost immune to live ammunition attacks. The Justice Gundam launches the MA-4B beam cannon to attack the cat-headed Holy Machine. After the cat-headed machine swept away the beam cannon attack, The driver found that the performance of the Justice Gundam was much better than his cat-headed Saint. Reaction and mobility alone are not comparable to the performance of the cat's head. The cat's head holy machine immediately launched the group of missiles in the missile pod mounted on the thigh. Justice Gundam did not dodge the missile group this time, but instead rushed to the cat's head machine and opened the M9 revolving turret cannon to shoot down most of the incoming missile group. When a small number of missiles hit the Justice Gundam, the relationship between the VPS armor did not cause any damage. Justice Gundam replaced the beam gun in his hand with a beam saber and connected the two beam sabers to form a double-ended beam saber. The cat-headed holy machine immediately drew out the beam saber to resist the attacking beam saber. Justice Gundam's revolving turret machine gun attacked the cat's head holy machine. Although it couldn't destroy the cat's head holy machine, it also caused some damage. Damn it! Not to mention its maneuverability and reaction, even its defense is not as good as it. I'm afraid it won't be able to keep up with its reaction even if you turn on the booster mode, said the pilot of the cat-headed holy machine. And he also knew that his holy machine was not at all opponent of Justice Gundam. To his annoyance, the pilot of his opponent, the Justice Gundam, turned out to be an ordinary person. If he really loses, even if the opponent's Gundam performance is far superior to his, as long as the opponent is an ordinary person, if the news spreads, it is also difficult for him to mix among his colleagues. In the Ms. battle, it is not a shame for a new human to lose to an adjuster, but it is definitely a huge shame to lose to an ordinary human, and will even be ridiculed by other new human beings and even the adjuster. The pilot of the cat's head holy machine turned on the booster mode, but instead of fighting the Justice Gundam, he ran away immediately, using the familiar meteorite area to escape. Don't try to escape. The Justice Gundam pursued at full speed. The beam saber was replaced by a beam gun and shot at the fleeing cat-head holy machine one after another. Damn it, the new human has the ability to predict the crisis. Every shot is avoided by him. In addition to using beam guns, Justice Gundam also uses upper beam cannons and swivel turret cannons. Damn it, this ordinary human is really chasing after me to kill me. The two beam cannons just hit the position where he dodged before, and the meteorite hit turned into cosmic dust. Justice Gundam opens a special system separate aircraft. Destiny 00, Destiny 00, and the main body are separated. Destiny 00 quickly pursued the target cat-head holy machine and ordered 00 to form a double team with the Justice Gundam under the operation of a powerful and fast calculation system. Destiny 00's beam cannons and machine guns bombarded the cat's head machine, and Justice Gundam also shot at the back of the cat's head machine with a beam gun. The pilot of the cat-headed holy machine knew that he could not dodge all the attacks, but could only avoid all the beam attacks, and the live ammunition of the machine guns all hit the cat-headed holy machine. The cat's head holy machine was bombarded by a round of machine guns, and the body had countless potholes. Just as the cat-headed holy machine was about to blow away Destiny 00, a beam boomerang attacked its back. It turned out to be Justice Gundam before separating Destiny 00. Pulled out a beam boomerang. When the cat-headed holy machine pilot wanted to avoid it, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis and felt that he could not dodge it, so he could only use the shield in his left hand to block it. As a result, the shield couldn't withstand the beam boomerang's attack, and the shield and left hand were directly thrown forward by the beam boomerang. Che, I thought he would get out of the way, calculated the trajectory of his way out, and prepared to shoot him deadly. Justice Gundam continues to attack. The cat-headed holy machine can only continue to dodge and then counterattack the opponent. Unfortunately, the only weapons left by the cat-headed holy machine are beam guns and beam sabers. The pulse live ammunition guns on both shoulders have no bullets, and the missiles on the thighs have no missiles. Up! Justice Gundam used the anti-beam shield in his left hand to resist the beam gun of the cat's head holy machine and rushed towards the opponent. In order to dodge the attack of the Justice Gundam, the cat-headed holy machine must be more careful about the attack of Destiny 00. Not good, the pilot of the cat's head holy machine exclaimed. The left leg of the cat's head holy machine was just bombarded by Destiny 00's beam cannon. Hurt. Justice Gundam's beam guns fired one after another. Although the cat's head holy machine tried its best to dodge, but the damage to the propeller made it impossible to escape every shot. The last 2 shots directly hit the cat's head machine, and the cat's head machine turned into a ball of fireworks. At this time, Justice Gundam communicated from the cockpit. A split-pass video popped up on the screen, and Su Chaoga was in the video. "Sister, you are so good that you can kill their ace new human driver." The Justice Gundam driver removed the covering helmet, revealing his true face as Su Jingyun. "Third sister, I really hope that I can drive this Justice Gundam in the next battle." You, be content. People give you Freedom Gundam to drive and fight. Do you still want to drive another Gundam? Hey, Mr. Anton, the top 10 ace pilots, once said that a real man must drive a Gundam. I think all MS drivers can only become real MS drivers after driving a Gundam. Su Jingyun rolled her eyes at her younger brother. The 2 sisters and brothers will participate in this battle. This is mainly because Su Jingyun discussed with his father and informed his father of her mother's previous behavior, as well as her younger brother's attitude. In addition to agreeing to his daughter's request, Su Weiran also understood that the younger son was unwilling to compete with the 2 older brothers, so he decided not to force the younger son and let the younger son follow Long Fei with his older sister. After Su Weiran contacted Long Fei to discuss some matters, he punished concubine Shu Gui and issued some implied warnings to Shu Tailong, asking him to stop their Shu family's actions. If Su Chaoga wanted to compete with his elder brothers, Su Weiran could allow the Shu family to do those moves, because it could give his youngest son more chips. If the youngest son is unwilling to compete for the throne, then the Shu family's actions must be stopped. The Bloodthirsty Wolf Regiment and the Crusaders are teaming up to deal with Dion's 3rd Expeditionary Force in one of them. Many F-90, B, D, L, O, Flint, and mass-produced F-91 Gundams are attacking a mass-produced Holy Machine army, and the appearance is different from mass-produced Holy Machines such as Emerald. The appearance is uniform, with antennas on both sides of the head. The overall height is 19 meters. The color of the body is mainly black and blue is the minority. The name is Black Flash. It is one of the 10 royal knights of the Dion Kingdom, Black Wing Knights. The performance of the Black Flash mass-produced Holy Machine is better than that of the Blue mass-produced Holy Machine. There are a large number of Black Flash Holy Machines. The weapons are equipped with beam cannons, beam sniper pistols, beam rifles, and beam shotguns. The mounted weapons also include missile pods, electromagnetic guns, and pulse machine guns. Ramir and Mari sat in the rear discovered that the MS and pilots of this Knight Order were much better than those ordinary mass-produced Holy Machine pilots. The missile group attacks of F-90B and D were intercepted and shot down by many holy planes of Black Flash, and a few missiles were carried down by Black Flash's shield. Both armies know how to use meteorites as cover to attack their opponents. Black Flash uses beam weapons to attack Flint or F-91 mass-produced Gundam, and both Flint and F-91 mass-produced Gundam will use beam shields to block beam weapon attacks. Nadezhda, the leader of the Black Wing Knights, is a silver-haired beauty over 50 years old. She drives the Black Flash wing. The appearance is similar to the Black Flash, except that there is an extra antenna in front of the head and a pair of bat-like propellers on the back. Wing. Nadezhda knows that the performance of the Black Wing Knights led by her is basically not as good as the enemy's mass-produced Gundam. Flint and F-91 mass-produced the beam shield of the Gundam. This is a technology that their country is still researching and developing. F-90 can mount different weapons and then fight in different environments, or several F-90s can mount different weapons to cooperate with each other. Nadezhda remembered such a concept. Although her country also had such a concept machine, it failed during the development process. If it weren't for our understanding of the environment here, if the Black Wing Knights fought in an open space without any obstacles this time, they would not gain any advantage in a single fight with the Bloodthirsty Wolf Squad or the Crusaders. We will be suppressed by the opponent, and we will not be able to please him at all. Now we only rely on the environment we are familiar with, so that we will not be beaten so badly by the opponent. Nadezhda thought in his heart. Nadezhda was a little annoyed at the moment. He really didn't understand why the Tiani mercenary group could know where their prince was hiding, and thought to himself, could it be that there is an inside ghost who tipped off the news? But which inside ghost is it? It stands to reason that all the insiders here, the commanders of the army, are all confidants of His Highness the First Prince. Nadezhda really couldn't figure it out. A sense of crisis suddenly flashed through Nadezhda's mind. Haishai immediately dodged a beam of light coming from behind, and it was a flint attacking Haishai. Court death. The beam pistol and black flash wings left hand counterattacked. New human. Nadezhda didn't expect that Flint pilot was a new human and could dodge her attack in an instant. Rebecca is driving a Corsair Gundam X3, holding a saboteur rifle and shooting at the Black Flash. Black Flash wing moved away, and Nadezhda looked at the pirate Gundam X3 from the screen. Nadezhda said, "This is a special Gundam. It seems that their trump card is targeting me." Suddenly, two beams of light attacked from behind Haishai. Black Flash wing dodges immediately. Ramir was driving the F-91, and she was the one who attacked Haishai just now. Ramir contacted Rebecca. "Lieutenant Rebecca, give me this holy machine." "Yes, sir." Nadezhda watched the Corsair Gundam X3 leave in front of her eyes and said, "It seems that my opponent is you." Many mass-produced F-91s use VSBR, and VSBR uses another mode, a high-concentration, high-penetration mode, which directly penetrates the shield of the Black Flash, and the shield and the body are penetrated in one go. However, this also caused the mass-produced F-91 to generate too much heat. With the cooling device of the mass-produced F-91 turned on and the mask on the face opened, the body can also discharge excess heat by peeling off the outer layer of armor, and the layer of metal that was discharged can even be released by itself. The afterimage that makes up the mass-produced F-91 Gundam. The afterimage made many drivers of the Black Flash think that the afterimage they saw with their naked eyes was the body, so they attacked the afterimage. After the beam penetrated the afterimage, they realized that what they hit was only the afterimage caused by the heat generated by the mass-produced F-91. The detector is also interfered, and it is impossible to tell which is real and which is fake. When many black flashes hit the afterimage, the mass-produced F-91 directly uses the beam gun or beam launcher to directly kill the black flash that just attacked the afterimage. VSBR can also use another mode, which is the high destructive power mode. Megaparticles have a lower speed and lower penetrating power, but the energy in the beam will hit the target, and the megaparticles will change back to Minovsky particles, causing the beam to explode after hitting the target, increasing the ability to kill large areas. A lot of black flashes are caused by the VSBR high destructive power mode, which harm Chiyu, mainly because several F-91s fired VSBR high destructive power mode at different positions, causing the beam to hit the target and the resulting explosion spread around. Although Black Flash was suppressed by the enemy, it was not without any bargain. 4 mass-produced F-91s, 9 Flints, and 16 F-90s were shot down by the Blackwing Knights. In General Dion Army units, that is, all the aircraft are mass-produced holy machines, at least 5 times the total number of Bloodthirsty Wolf Regiment and Crusaders for this to be possible. And the number of the Blackwing Knights is the sum of these two troops. Compared with other troops, the Blackwing Knights' achievement is indeed commendable. However, the Blackwing Knights also paid a huge price, with the loss of more than 90 Black Flash holy machines. A Black Flash fires a beam of light to attack Flint. Flint's beam shield blocks it, and the F-90D beam gun behind him penetrates the Black Flash cockpit with a single shot. The Bloodthirsty Wolf Regiment and the Crusaders had never been familiar with the battlefield environment, and as the battle progressed, they became more and more familiar with it. The advantages and disadvantages between the two parties are also expanding. Nadezhda was playing very hard at the moment, and the layer of metal that was discharged from the F-91 exhausted excess heat formed the afterimage of the F-91 Gundam. Nadezhda really couldn't figure out which one was the afterimage and which one was the main body. If it wasn't for her new human's sense of foreseeing crisis that was more acute than other new human beings, she wouldn't know how many times she died. Nadezhda saw the surrounding battle situation from the 360-degree full information screen and found that her troops were at a disadvantage. Damn it, it's really hard for new humans to compete with new humans. Now I finally understand why His Majesty wants to win over Long Fei, the leader of the Tianyi group. The Gundam he developed was developed from the alien technology we got. The Holy Machine is even stronger. F-91's right-hand beam launcher fired towards the Black Flash Wing one after another. Damn it, the performance of my Black Flash Wing is quite different from this Gundam. Nadezhda saw the gap between herself and the opponent. Ramir and Nadezhda's driving skills can be said to be on par, but their bodies are quite different. This is where Nadezhda suffers. F-91's beam launcher missed the Heishi wing, but the small meteorite was blown up. F-91 launched the VSBR high-concentration, high-penetration power mode, and two powerful beam cannons attacked the Black Flash Wing. Black Flash Wing dodges and instantly counterattacks F-91 with the beam cannons on its shoulders. Damn it, it's the afterimage again. That damned unknown particle caused problems with the detector and the camera, and I couldn't see the afterimage clearly. That's why I kept attacking the afterimage. If I wasn't a new human, I would rely on my keen with a sense of crisis. I might be killed by this guy. Ramir felt a bit of a headache. She was also a new human being, and the opponent also relied on her keen sense of crisis to avoid fatal attacks time after time. Ramir is really upset, relying on a machine with better performance than the opponent, but can't kill the opponent. If the other team leaders know about it, they might be laughed at by them. It is undeniable that, as the leader of one of the top 10 royal knights of the Dion Empire, if I can kill him so easily, then the top 10 royal knights of the Dion Empire are too bad. F-91 continues to use VSBR and continues to let afterimages to disturb the opponent. No matter how keen your sense of crisis is, your physical strength and mental strength are always limited. You will definitely be hit by me. At this moment, Black Flash Wing uses meteorites to block the opponent's line of sight. Then, dodge another meteorite the instant your opponent attacks. Damn it, the entire Black Wing Knights led by me have been suppressed and beaten. When the Black Flash Wing dodged the VSBR and hid behind another meteorite, I saw 5 Black Flashes being beaten by the mass-produced F-91 and 2 Flints, and several Black Flashes were killed. Nadezhda looked very annoyed and aggrieved. If she could, she really wanted to rush over to kill these mass-produced Gundams and save her subordinates who were in a difficult battle. Not good. Nadezhda felt a chill in her back. The 2 beam cannons pierced through the meteorite hidden by Heishi. If the reaction was slower, the Heishi would be directly pierced by the VSBR. Damn it, the distraction just now almost killed me. Nadezhda thought to herself with a feeling of dread in her heart. Suddenly, Nadezhda felt a sense of crisis again, and it was a VSBR beam cannon again, but it was not as powerful as before. It was a mass-produced F-91 attacking her. Normally, Nadezhda would definitely want to kill the mass-produced F-91 that just attacked her, but now she simply can't do that. Ramir looked at the target and blocked the road to her subordinates on the right. Then, the 2 Flints and the mass-produced F-91 that suppressed the 5 Black Flashes before killed all the targets. Immediately surrounded the Black Flash Wing. Nadezhda can only activate the boost mode of the Black Flash Wing. Colleagues of the Crusaders, if the 2 of you are not new humans, step back for a while, and the new humans will be dealt with by the new humans. The 2 Flints immediately withdrew from the battlefield and went elsewhere to find targets. The F-91 and 2 mass-produced F-91s also used the biological computer system to assist the operation with the new human ability of the driver, which greatly improves the performance of the body, and uses the Sikamu device system to upload the driver's consciousness to the biological computer. The biosensor in the cabin can make the pilot and the body feel like a human and a machine. Moreover, the biosensor built into the linear seat can be connected to the biocomputer in the head of the aircraft to capture the pilot's thoughts and feelings. When Nadezhda started to move, she found that the Gundam surrounding her had not changed physically. At first, she thought that the pilots could knock her down in its original state. Nadezhda felt that if the enemy dared to underestimate her, the enemy would have to pay the price. But at the moment of the fight, she suddenly found that the performance of the enemy's body had also improved a lot. She even noticed that the movement of the enemy's Gundam was suddenly full of water, as if the movement of the entire Gundam was as elegant and smooth as the driver's mechanism. What's going on? Nadezhda felt very astonished, and all her attacks were ineffective. The movement of the enemy's body is too powerful. Basically, all her attacks can be dodged. Nadezhda thought. Is this another special system of the Tianyi mercenary group? Nadezhda didn't know the effect of the biocomputer's biosensors. Biosensors can effectively improve the tracking and reaction speed of the body and also serve as a device to determine the maximum operating mode of the body. Damn, they can capture any of my movements. Even if I escape to those meteorites, they can track me. Nadezhda couldn't believe it. Did not reveal the bottom card. Now that the enemy has shown their whole cards, he is being played by the enemy in the applause, and it is useless to escape. Rammer asked two subordinates to use their tactics. F-91 and mass-produced F-91 shoot with VSBR, and use afterimages to tease opponents. Haishanyi rushed to a mass-produced F-91. Nadezhda didn't know if it was an afterimage in front of him. Haishanyi drew out the beam saber with his left hand and swept the mass-produced F-91 with his sword. The mass-produced F-91 retreated immediately, leaving an afterimage, which was swept away by the beam saber. Not good. Nadezhda looked at the afterimage of being swept away by the woman in front of her eyes, and the retreated mass-produced F-91 fired VSBR. Black Flash Wing backed away immediately. Rammer seized the opportunity and rushed towards the target. F-91 drew out the beam sabers with both left and right hands, and rotated his wrist 360 degrees. The two beam sabers were like a beam chainsaw and slashed at the target. Although Nadezhda reacted quickly, Haishanyi abandoned the beam rifle in his right hand and also drew out the beam saber, and the left and right beam sabers resisted. However, the two beam sabers of Haishiwing can't resist the two beam sabers of F-91, which are like beam chainsaws. Not only two beam sabers of Haishanyi were split open, but a pair of arms were also sawed open. F-91's chest mega machine cannon fires at the Black Flash. The body parts of the Black Flash Wing even emitted sparks one after another. "Oh!" Nadezhda screamed. The damage to the body also caused some instruments in the cockpit to explode, and the fragments that flew out of the explosion hurt Nadezhda even more. Nadezhda passed out from the pain. Rammer knew from the telepathy that the opponent was not dead and cut off the opponent's machine's legs and the cannons on both shoulders. Then, he ordered his subordinates to pass on the news that the leader of the Blackwing Knights had been defeated and had become their prisoner to the enemy, thereby damaging the morale of the enemy. Nadezhda was defeated and captured as a captive of the Skywing Mercenary Corps. The hacker troops in the Tianyi Mercenary Corps hacked into the enemy's communications and passed the news and photos of the damaged body of the Black Flash Wing, captured by F-91 to the battleships and MSs in battle. This time, the morale of Dion's army plummeted. Nadezhda is the head of the 10 Royal Knights of the Dion Empire, but a well-known big shot. He is also one of the heroes of the United War in the Martian Circle. At first, Dion's army was unwilling to believe this was true, thinking that it was the enemy's tactics to deliberately disrupt their morale, deceive them, and attack them. But then, the hacker troop of the Tianyi mercenary group implanted the photo of Nadezhda being dragged out of the cockpit when she was unconscious, and the injured and embarrassed appearance was implanted in the hearts of the Dion army. In particular, the Blackwing Knights led by Nadezhda suffered a heavy blow. They couldn't believe that the leader who led them to countless victories was actually defeated and captured by the enemy as a prisoner. Many members of the Blackwing Knights lost their will to fight, and many Blackwing Knights signaled their surrender. At present, the Bloodthirsty Wolf Regiment and Crusader Army have lost 6 mass-produced F-91s, 14 Flints, and 22 F-90s. More and more knights in the Blackwing Knights began to signal their surrender. The battle between the Bloodthirsty Wolf Regiment and the Crusaders was a bit easier at first. The Blackwing Knights currently lost more than 160 Black Flashes, nearly 200 Black Flashes surrendered, and about 500 Black Flashes are still fighting. Regardless of whether the remaining Black Flashes continue to fight or surrender, they will not cause much damage to the Bloodthirsty Wolf Squad and the Crusaders, because the Blackwing Knights had lost their backbone, and the battle was in disarray. Although the deputy head immediately took over the command, his morale plummeted at the moment. The deputy leader only made the Blackwing Knights less embarrassed when they were fighting, and was completely suppressed and beaten by the opponent. In the center of the meteorite field, troops such as the Annihilation First Army did not expect to encounter the earliest space colonies. Meteorites transform ecological stars, that is, huge meteorites are transformed internally to create an ecological zone, allowing humans to grow livestock and produce daily necessities for humans in their internal lives. However, more than half of the interior of the meteorite-modified ecological star has been transformed into a military factory, and the remaining less than half can still be planted and raised. There are countless Dion 3rd Expeditionary Force units here. John drove Torgis, who also asked Long Fei to temporarily join the Tianyi mercenary corps. Besides him, other fellow knights also temporarily joined to fight. Torgis' Dover shot down several blood reds one after another, and the siren came from the cockpit. John knew that his old rival Arthur Vick had arrived. Arthur Vick continued to drive his White Shadow Knight. The two old opponents knew each other's moves, and both sides also simulated the opponent's moves for a period of time before the battle, seeking to break the opponent's attack. The two fought and fought, but they didn't expect that each other's strength had improved a lot. The opponents picked by Jiegong, Murasame, Jesta, and Ritual are mainly blood red, and some pilots can fight blood red alone, mainly adjusters or new humans. Moreover, these pilots are good at fighting in meteorite fields, and the airframes are equipped with space camouflage cloaks and electromagnetic sniper rifles or long-range energy sniper rifles. Hiding somewhere to snipe the target, no matter whether the target is hit or not, the position will be shifted immediately, and then the next target will be locked. Some daggers turned on the Mirage system and entered the meteorite to transform the ecological star to carry out internal destruction, as well as destroy the logistics maintenance, and so on. A blue heresy held a compound sword, which cut an emerald green in half with one sword, and the other red heretic held a compound bow for long-range shooting. Although new humans have a keen sense of crisis and can react earlier, the body must also keep up with the driver's reaction. The red heresy launched a long-range shot and hit a Bylon. Although the pilot responded with a sense of crisis, the body was just at the limit, unable to keep up with the driver's movements, and was pierced by the enemy's arrow. Many troops of Dion's 3rd Expeditionary Force in different positions were either beaten and retreated steadily or were in a state of being wiped out. Christopher put on his own space combat suit at this moment and entered the Holy Machine, Odyssey, specially designed and manufactured for him. His whole body is almost silver gray, 20 meters high, and his head looks like a Gundam. It looks like a Gundam without antennas. 8 floating cannons are mounted on the back. A shield with a particle cannon is held in the left hand. A beam gun is held in the right hand. A beam launcher is mounted behind the waist, and 2 small floating cannons are hung on the left and right thighs. Christopher was a little annoyed sitting in the cockpit. He really didn't understand who betrayed him and told the Tianyi mercenary group his location. At this moment, the entire meteorite zone was completely surrounded by the troops of the Tianyi mercenary group. Many meteorites were blown up by the electromagnetic accelerators of the shield-breaking destroyers, and some of the warships hiding in the meteorites were pierced by the electromagnetic accelerators. As a result, many warships in the fleet suffered heavy losses due to this relationship. What made Christopher even more unacceptable was the defeat of the Blackwing Knights. The leader Nadezhda was captured, and many Blackwing Knights surrendered to the Tianyi mercenaries. The 3rd Expeditionary Force led by him also took away 2 Royal Knights. One was the Blackwing Knights, and the other was the Jinya Knights. The Holy Machine of the Knights of the Night is also called the Knight of the Night. It is 17 meters high, and the color of the body is extremely black. It is good at fighting in dark and complex environments. The head of the group is Tobias, nicknamed Black Knight Red-Haired Reaper, a man with red hair, who is over 70 years old this year, and has followed Emperor Fadi since his debut. In the unification war of the Martian Circle, he is also an indispensable hero. Christopher was a little scared at the moment. He had already lost a Knight Commander. If he lost Tobias again, it would be considered that he had escaped back to the Kingdom of Dion. I'm afraid not to mention his status, but even his life. His father will definitely kill him, because he caused the entire Dion Empire to lose countless generals and talents with great military exploits. Tobias communicated to Christopher. His Royal Highness, the Tianyi mercenary group, is almost at the center point. Let's prepare to fight. Okay, I get it. Tobias looked at the dignified and ugly face of the eldest prince and comforted him. His Royal Highness, please rest assured, We will definitely find a way out for you and let you return to the country safely. Christopher raised his hand and stopped. Even if I can really return to the country, how should I face my father and thousands of people, and can I bear my father's monstrous anger? Your Highness, please don't blame yourself. This is not your fault, nor is it your improper command. However, our opponent is too strong. We did not expect that the performance of the Gundam is far beyond our imagination, let alone that the Gundam can launch such an attack. Powerful weapon, destruction cannon. Captain, thank you for your comfort. The only thing I can do now is to eliminate as many Tianni mercenaries as possible. After I go back, I might be able to make my father less angry. Suppressing the First Army and crusade against the First Army, many troops have already entered the center of the meteorite field. There is a huge meteorite in the center of the meteorite field, which is shaped like a mango. There cannot be too many warships entering the center of the meteorite field. Even if the electromagnetic accelerator cannon of the shield-breaking destroyer smashes some smaller meteorites, it will only allow more MiS motherships like the Archangel. Enter the center point of the meteorite area. The area of the huge mango-shaped meteorite is 65 kilometers in length and about 30 kilometers in width. This meteorite is directly called the Mango Meteorite. The Mango Meteorite also has a defense system, and the most elite troops of the Dion 3rd Expeditionary Force are protecting the Mango Meteorite. If the Tianni mercenary group stormed in, there would be a lot of losses. Quite a few troops from the Tianni mercenary group have already surrounded the Mango Meteorite. Long Fei is driving Moon Gundam standing on a meteorite. Behind him is Tianni Gundam driven by his wife Tao Xiang, EXS driven by Li Xiuqing, Penelope Gundam driven by Thors, and Avalon and Angel 1 at the end. No. Number 2 and number 3. Long Fei looked at the Mango Meteorite in the distance, and the target was the Mango Meteorite. Long Fei thought in his heart, Christopher, if you didn't touch my wife and children, maybe I could let you live, but unfortunately, you touched my bottom line, so you must die. But before letting you die, I must torture you. Saramanda drove Cozy Gundam and led the sword and shield troops to the scene, and Cozy Gundam landed next to Moon Gundam. Salamanda communicated to the boss. Boss, we can implement our plan, and we will deal with him in the same way. Okay, let's implement our plan. The meteorites around the Mango Meteorite, the Tianni mercenary group added rocket propulsion to these meteorites. A meteorite equipped with a rocket booster hits the Mango Meteorite. The defense system of the Mango Meteorite is activated, attacking the meteorites coming towards the Mango Meteorite. Christopher watched the incoming screen in the cockpit of his Odyssey. He didn't expect that others would use his methods to retaliate against him. Seeing countless meteorites equipped with rocket thrusters attacking the Mango Meteorite, he never expected that the moves that used the Earth sphere back then would be used on him. In addition to the defense system of the Mango Meteorite to destroy these incoming meteorites, MS, mobile fortresses and battleships also destroyed those meteorites that came from all directions. Meteorites continue to hit the Mango Meteorite, and Salamanda's plan is to use his own way to deal with his own body. The purpose is to reduce the consumption of the Mango Meteorite's defensive power and then attack the opponent while it is depleted. When the meteorite hit, the Tianni mercenary group ordered the fleet to launch a group of mobile drill missiles, using the meteorite as a cover to attack the Mango Meteorite. Christopher watched the countless split videos on the screen, and the meteorites and mobile drill missiles coming from all directions made the defenders feel very strenuous. Christopher contacted his subordinates and asked, "Can you call the other troops back to defend?" "Returning to your Royal Highness, our communications are completely disrupted at present, and we cannot contact other troops at all. Not only can we not convey information to them, but they also cannot convey information to us." "I see." After hanging up the contact, Christopher touched his forehead, suddenly thought of something, and said to himself, "We can't contact them, and those troops shouldn't be able to contact us. Logically speaking, they should also know there is a problem on our side. What did these commanders do? Why don't they come back immediately to rescue?" In fact, when the troops fighting everywhere also found that they could not get in touch with the Mango Meteorite at the central point, they already knew that the Mango Meteorite was disturbed by men of particles. The Mango Meteorite must have been attacked. Many army commanders wanted to come back to rescue the eldest prince. My problem is that they were entangled by the troops of the Tianyi mercenary group, which made them really unable to escape. The defense system of the Mango meteorite has been depleted a lot, resulting in a somewhat weaker strength. Some mobile drill missiles broke through the defense line and destroyed some defense system devices. A meteorite with a diameter of 300 meters hit the Mango meteorite, and there was a vibration inside the Mango meteorite. People in the gravity area could not stand upright and fell to the ground. This also affects Mango meteor's defense system and other operations. The impact of the defense system also caused the defense to weaken. As time progressed, more and more mobile drill missiles and meteorites gradually broke through the defense line. In addition to causing more defense system installations to be destroyed, some warships were either destroyed by mobile drill missiles or hit by meteorites. MS and Mobile Fortress were not shot down too much. A few hours later, Salamanda's plan to deal with others in the same way was executed. The defense system of the Mango meteorite was almost severely depleted. At least 90% of its defense capability was lost. The gates of various ports in the Mango meteorite opened, and countless warships, mobile fortresses, and MS flew out. Blood Red, Emerald Green, Blue, Fenrir, Demon Wolf Moonhowl, and Typhon are dispatched. Jesta, Ritual, Mk3, Full Armor Mk3, Mk4, Delta Plus, Delta, Valvalo, Big Lang, Full Armor Detonator Gundam, Mental Gundam Mk2, Koei Munsa out. The Shadow Mad Dogs, Dire Hounds, and Sword and Shield troops are all dispatched. Moreover, Black Rabbit troops also appeared in this war. The improved TR-2 large-caliber beam cannon. The powerful beam cannon is enough to penetrate the Magic Wolf Moonhowl, and one shot can also collapse the energy shield of the battleship of the Dion army. TR-2 has another large caliber. The beam cannon can directly penetrate the target warship. The Gundam of the TR series also appeared. In addition to the improved TR-2 for long-range attacks, many Jestas also use long-range electromagnetic guns or long-range beam sniper rifles. Jesta and Ritual deal with the Crimson Holy Machine. Although the Emerald Holy Machine can gain some advantages in many wars by relying on floating cannons, it may basically be suppressed when encountering Mk4, Death Knight, and mass-produced Neo Gundam. In particular, Quimantia was able to launch 30 floating cannons in one shot, and with that terrifying firepower, not only would Emerald not be able to gain any advantage, it might even be at an unimaginable disadvantage. In the battle between Azul Mk3 and Delta Plus, if the driver is a new human or an adjustment person or an ordinary person with very good driving skills, it is basically impossible to gain any advantage. In this battle, Dion's army could not gain any advantage, but was completely suppressed by the opponent. Moreover, this battle was one of the few battles of the Tianyi mercenary corps, with the majority fighting the minority. The comparison between the two sides was 5-1. Both parties are elites selected by their respective forces. The Gundam driven by Long Fei and the others is still standing on the meteorite to watch the battle, waiting for the main player to appear. A mass-produced Neo Gundam's floating cannon exploded a Fenrir's right front foot and was bombarded by Koei Mancha's chest megaparticle cannon from behind. Fenrir was pierced by a megaparticle cannon from his back to his stomach. A Pale Knight turned on the exam system and fired 2 shots at a Bylon. The first shot missed, and the second shot directly hit the cockpit. It turned out that in the 2 shots, the first shot was to deliberately let the opponent dodge, and the second shot was to estimate the trajectory of the target's dodge. 100 style switched to suppress several Bylon with powerful firepower. Completely suppressed. Call for help here. I'm surrounded. I don't want to die. Max was killed, RNF was killed, too, and the captain was killed too. Countless Dion Army MS and Mobile Fortress drivers are in poor morale at the moment, watching many companions being killed by the enemy in front of their own eyes. The Knights of the Night are dispatched at this moment. Nearly 1,000 of the Knights of the Night are dispatched, and the number currently dispatched is only 2/3, and the Knights of the Night are much larger than the Blackwing Knights. The Night Killer Knights were established 10 years earlier than the Blackwing Knights. The targets of the Night Fighter are all the MS of Long Fei's direct troops. Long Fei stood on the meteorite watching the battle. Gundam raised his right hand high, then waved forward. Avalon, Angels 1, 2, and 3 behind him were dispatched, and more than 1,000 Doom forms behind them followed Angel 123. The Doom-style pseudo-solar furnace is even better than the original. The metal bot, lead and aluminum, was originally a metal resource given by Fadis to compensate and please Long Fei. At the beginning, the amount of lead and aluminum could barely produce 100 units of Doom, but after many battles between the Tianyi mercenary group and the Dian army, after the battle was over and the battlefield was cleaned, the wreckage was handed over to the decomposition and reduction metal furnace for decomposition and reduction, and the amount of lead and aluminum increased sharply. Doom-style pseudo-solar furnaces can produce more than 1,000 units. This allowed Long Fei to set up the Troop of Misfortune, and later renamed the Troop of Misfortune to the Angel of Misfortune, becoming Long Fei's 6th directly subordinate troop. The Angel of Doom troop has only 2 tasks. The first task is to be Long Fei's personal guard, responsible for protecting Long Fei's safety and the people appointed by Long Fei. The second task is to fight wherever Long Fei points. The Angel of Doom troop is composed of new humans, adjusters, and ordinary humans. Basically, they all belong to special forces. They can drive MS to fight, perform ground operations, and protect the safety of targets. Avalon, Angel 123, and more than 1,000 Doom-style pseudo-solar furnaces emit orange-red particles. Even the emitted GN beams are orange-red. The performance of the Doom style is basically the same as that of the Night Fighter. However, the weapons of the two are not the same. The weapons of the latter are mainly in the middle and short range, while the weapons of the former are relatively average in the near, medium, and long range. Fighting weapons are the majority of Yi Ye's weapons, including throwing darts and discs, etc. Some darts thrown by Jian Yi have different functions when they explode, such as flashing and blasting. Some Doom types were hit by the current flowing out when some darts exploded, which caused the electronic components of the body to be overloaded and paralyzed, so they were killed by Jian Yi. The beam disc of the Yi Yi may be shot down by the Jian beam rifle of the Doom, and the beam gun of the Yi Yi attacks the Doom. Doom style can open the Jian stand to offset the damage of beam shooting weapons. When the Doom style is at a long distance, it will use the Jian long-distance barrel beam rifle to shoot long distance against the Yi Yi. This put Jian Yi at a disadvantage. The Angel No. 3 machine is equipped with a large GN particle-generating device on the back and spreads a large number of GN particles to expand the GN invisible position. The back of the machine emits huge orange-red particles. Originally, Jian Yi had a new type of communication network developed by the Dian army. Although it would be interfered by min of particles, they could communicate with each other as long as they were within 1 kilometer of each other. If the number of fellow wingmen is greater and the distance between each other is within 1 kilometer, the range of the communication network will be wider. The min of particles would still cause them to have poor communication, unable to video chat, but at least able to talk. However, the GN stealth position of Angel No. 3 directly paralyzed their communication network. How did this happen? Why did you suddenly disconnect? What's the matter? It must be the orange particles. The night-killing knights fighting on the front line fell into a panic. After Tobias, the leader of the night-killing knights in the Mango meteorite, found that he could not communicate with his subordinates on the front line, he was looking at the picture taken by the camera and the huge orange-red particles diffusion. Tobias knew what was going on. The GN launcher equipped on the right shoulder of Angel No. 1 is connected with Angel No. 2 to form a GN Mega Launcher. When the Night Knight is in a panic, launch the GN Mega Launcher. One shot penetrated nearly 10 Jian Yi units in succession. Archangel 2 breaks the link with Archangel 1. Angel No. 2 took out the GN Giant Sword and rushed to one of the JYEs to cut it in two, and then engaged in close combat with the special weapons GN Fangs, mounted on both sides of the waist. AJ Yi, who was about to attack Zhongang No. 2, was penetrated by GN Fangs, and then GN Fangs switched to shooting mode, attacking the nearby JYE. In addition to launching the GN shield-shaped pod, the Angel 3 holds GN pistols in both hands, and shoots near, medium, and long distances with the Angel 1. In addition to using the GN beam rifle, Avalon can also use the wing kit on the back to compress GN particles, strengthen the GN beam rifle to form a GN huge beam cannon. Countless annihilations were swallowed by the GN huge beam cannon. One-third of the troops sent out by the Night Knights were originally aimed at the Shadow Mad Dogs, sword and shield troops, and other troops directly under Long Fei. But he didn't expect to be challenged by Long Fei's 6th and newly established direct subordinate force, the Angel of Doom troop, without the help of other direct subordinate troops. The Angel of Doom troop only had 3 Gundams and 1 MS with no less power than Gundam, and they suppressed the Night Knight. At this time, Angel number 1 and number 2 number 3 were connected, and the GN launcher became a GN high-power mega launcher. The powerful beam bombardment not only penetrated more than 10 Gen-Yi in an instant, but also hit the target not far away. A battleship directly caused the energy shield to exceed its limit and collapsed. Although there is no way to completely penetrate the ship, it still causes the ship to suffer a lot of damage. The current situation is the damage to the troops on both sides. The Angel of Doom lost more than 150 units of Doom, and the Knights of the Night lost more than 250 units of the Night. Looking at the results of the battle so far, Long Fei was somewhat dissatisfied with this. The pseudo-solar furnace made by relying on lead and aluminum was even better than the original. The Doom style is also better than the performance of the original work, but it turned out to be such a result. This is still due to the participation of Gundam and Avalon. Without the participation of Gundam and Avalon, the Doom-style losses may have been more serious, and it might even be more than the Yi losses. After this battle was over, Long Fei decided to develop Doom 2 for an update. Inside the Mango meteorite, Tobias watched his subordinates fighting on the front line gradually fall into a hard fight. Tobias ordered the staff to play a signal flare. This is what they had calculated, that if the internal communication was still paralyzed, they would use this backup plan to deal with it. The Mango meteorite sent out a red flare, and the night fighters fighting on the front line knew that this was an order from the regiment leader. The Yi Xingji remaining in the frontline operations all turned on the synergistic mode. Avalon, Archangel 123, and the rest of Doom all turn on Transm. Both sides use their own special system, in addition to making their countless orange and white trails cross each other or bloom like a gorgeous flower blossom. Neither side's respective situation has changed. Looking at the Battle of the Angels of Doom, Long Fei knew that if this continued, even if the Angels of Doom won, they would at least lose more than 2/3 and win the victory miserably. Long Fei ordered Li Xiuqing and Thors to send some of their troops to help the Angel of Doom troops. Anyway, the members of the Angel of Doom are all selected from the special forces of different bases, and these selected members are all excellent special forces. Long Fei didn't want to cause heavy losses to the excellent special forces. Losing about 1,000 excellent special forces was not a big loss to the Tianyi mercenary group. But for Long Fei, many of these excellent special forces have been strengthened and transformed, experienced countless battlefields, and many rigorous trainings. These special forces are the result of investing a lot of time and money. Long Fei didn't want to waste these excellent special forces. These special forces invested a lot of money. Many Knight Series MS and mass-produced Gundams have joined the battlefield of the Angel of Doom, and the exam system and augmentation mode are both on. The Night Knights were dealt a severe blow. The number was quite the same before, and they only relied on a few Gundams to slightly suppress their Night Knights. But now they are being attacked by the Knight Series and mass-produced Gundams whose performance is much better than their Night Fighters. Some Jian-Yi fired a distress flare because they were surrounded by the enemy. Some Tianyi mercenary troops who were fighting elsewhere came to the center after destroying the enemy. Among them are the bloodthirsty Wolf Squad and the Crusaders. Tobias watched the battle. More and more enemies were coming towards the center. Tobias immediately ordered all the remaining defenders and Night Knights in the Mango meteorite to prepare for dispatch, and must fight a way out for the eldest prince. Captain Tobias, we are surrounded by troops directly under Long Fei, Tobias thought. All 5 of his direct subordinate troops have appeared, and there is also a strange troop on the battlefield, as well as a troop fighting against the frontline Night Knights. It is estimated that this troop should be the newly established direct subordinate of Long Fei troops, but the appearance of these troops can also prove that Long Fei must be somewhere. Check if there are any other Gundams on the battlefield. Captain, the remote camera captured several Gundams standing on a meteorite. Tobias looked at the photo. There are Moon Gundam, Koshi Gundam, etc., and there is also a Tiandi Gundam that has not appeared in the data. Tobias guessed that Long Fei might be driving the U Gundam or the new Gundam. Tobias thought that no matter where he led the remaining troops, he would definitely be surrounded by the Tiandi mercenaries. There are rumors in the art of war that we can survive after being put to death. Now we have no way to retreat. Then, while all the soldiers still have a little bit of fighting spirit, they will all be inspired to fight with their backs. If we can capture the dragon alive Fei or kill Long Fei, then we will be able to make a comeback. Tobias contacted Christopher, hoping that Christopher, as the eldest prince, would give a motivational speech to all the soldiers to inspire the soldiers' fighting spirit. Christopher stood above and watched the remaining Night Slayer knights and soldiers. Christopher begins his speech. My dear soldiers, why did our third expeditionary force win countless victories at the beginning, but why did we lose more and more battles afterwards? Who can tell me or tell everyone? Who can say it? Everyone at the scene lowered their heads and dared not answer. Everyone dare not say it. It doesn't matter, I tell everyone. It's because of Long Fei. He is a noble new human like us, but he stands next to the inferior, shameless and uncivilized ordinary human, standing on their side to attack us and block our noble ideals. He is a traitor to our new humans, and now he wants to defeat us with ordinary humans, and then let ordinary humans enslave the noble new humans. Can you do this? Do you accept? Unacceptable, unacceptable. The soldiers at the scene shouted loudly. Christopher raised his hand, and the soldiers at the scene were silent. Once the traitor Long Fei is caught, what shall we do with him? Kill him, kill him, kill him. Christopher raised his hand again, and the soldiers at the scene, apart from being silent, had a chilling expression on their faces. Christopher saw that the effect he wanted was coming, and added fuel to the fire at this time. Now we have grasped the trace of Long Fei, and he is on this battlefield now. If you see Long Fei now, what will you do? Kill him, kill him, kill him. Okay, my dear soldiers, like you, I hate this traitor deeply, just like you. I can't wait to tear this traitor into pieces for betraying our new human beings who don't want to stand with us and fight side by side. My dear soldiers, are you willing to fight side by side with me to kill this traitor? Willing, willing, willing. Christopher raised his hand, and the soldiers at the scene fell silent. Now fight side by side with me, my dear and brave soldiers. Oh, the soldiers at the scene had their murderous eyes on their faces. Christopher was very satisfied with his speech, and Tobias behind him praised. Your Highness, your speech is very good, and the fighting spirit of the soldiers has been brought to the highest point by you. If it's possible, I really hope to capture Long Fei alive. If this is the case, all the fiascos will be overturned, at least they will make up for it. Your Highness, be confident. This warlord will fight side by side with you, go through fire and water with you, and will not hesitate to do so. Old Fei, look, another large-scale army rushed out of the Mango meteorite. It is estimated that they are under pressure this time. Li Xiuqing said. Town said. It is estimated that the main player has appeared. Salamanda said. Boss, Christopher wants to rely on this battle to make a comeback. His target is you. He has such a decision. It is estimated that Tobias, the leader of the Knights of the Night, gave him the proposal. Christopher estimates he also understands that there is no way for him to retreat, so he wants to fight with his back. He wants a back-to-back fight, as he wishes, but he will have to pay a heavy price and make him regret his decision to go back to the wall. TCH, it's hard to get back here. You can't even give me a rest or a meal. Jorge complained and drove his blue holy plane to attack. Jorge guessed that Christopher wanted to fight Long Fei with his back. Jorge doesn't think so. Many F-90L and S long-range attacks. Humph, this idiot prince doesn't even think about whether he can succeed in his last stand. Jorge complained while manipulating Lanjan to dodge. Jorge watched many of his fellow wingmen get shot down. A GN high-power mega beam cannon hit him. Damn, Jorge was able to avoid Lanjan, thanks to his quick response. Seed Angel number 123 attacked Lanjan directly. I'm going. Why are you eyeing me? Won't you be eyeing others? What the did I do to be besieged by 3 specially made Gundams? Tobias drives Night Strike with a dark body and a ninja-like mask on the head. It is 18 meters high and mainly uses melee weapons. There are 6 floating short knives in total. Night Raid follows Odyssey. More than 2,000 Jin Yi Knights followed behind, and there were thousands of mass-produced holy machines at the end, sprinting to break through the encirclement for the eldest prince and Jie Yi Knights, and rushed to Long Fei's position. Behind Moon Gundam stood Pirate Gundam X1, X2, X3, Darkhound, and F91. More than 2,000 Jinya units are attacking Long Fei. At this time, there are countless Knight series, Z+, mass-produced Gundam, Delta Kai, and other mobile suits all of a sudden. These mobile suits were either covered with invisibility cloaks or hiding behind meteorites. The former lifted the invisibility cloak, and the latter came from behind the meteorite to the front. Many F-90S, Flints, and mass-produced F-91S also appeared on the scene, all of which also lifted the invisibility cloak. Except for the Angel of Doom troops, Long Fei's direct troops only dispatched about half of them, and the other half were all hiding or stealth around him. A broken shield destroyer also appeared on both sides of the surrounding area, and a broken shield destroyer also appeared in several places. The shield breaker fires electromagnetic accelerator cannons, targeting enemy warships. Oops, we fell for it. Long Fei put his arms around his shoulders, looked at the scene filmed in the distance on the screen, and said with a sneer, "It seems that you are really in a hurry, thinking that I am here, and you want to catch me, but you don't want to. Are there no guards around?" This tactic is called stalking, and it is a trap set by Salamander for Christopher. Salamander had already figured out that Christopher had no way out, and her heart was about to be cornered. Of course, Salamander not only calculated Christopher, but also calculated Tobias, because they really needed a fight to come back. Before planning this tactic, Salamander discussed it with Long Fei. Long Fei agreed with Salamander's tactics. F-90L, S, White Knight, and Pale Knight cavalry conduct long-distance attacks. F-90B and D bombard at medium distances, and MS such as Flint and mass-produced F-90 fight against Yi and various mass-produced holy machines. The Black Knight uses optical camouflage to sneak attack and kill the target at close range. Christopher regretted a little at this moment. Why he was so stupid, why he fell into such an obvious trap. Tobias didn't think so. Anyway, there was no way to retreat. Even if the opponent set a trap, it didn't matter. If he rushed out to break through the trap and take the target, he would be able to come back. If you can't get the goal, then let's fight a way out for the eldest prince. Tobias felt a sense of crisis, and countless floating missiles attacked the knight. Thors drove towards Narrow Gundam to deal with the night attack. Under the mental control of Tobias, the 6 floating knives in the night attack cut all the incoming floating missiles in half, and the cut floating missiles directly turned into fireworks. Thors also used mental control and oil slick cannon to attack the opponent. Thors also uses Narrow Gundam's armament, the mega particle cannon on both shoulders, the beam gun in his right hand, and the special shield, mega particle cannon, in his left hand to attack the night attack. Tobias drives Night Raid and controls 6 floating knives to form a pair of darts. A pair of darts rotate rapidly to block incoming beams and particle cannons. A pair of blue daggers in both hands can absorb incoming beams. Energy. A pair of pan-blue short swords issued a pair of huge 60-meter-long energy swords, and the night attack rushed to the target, and the 2 energy swords slashed at the opponent. "Oh, it's so dangerous. I was almost chopped by his weird short sword," Thors said with lingering fear. If the reaction and movement just now were half a beat slower, Narrow Gundam would definitely be chopped into pieces by his opponent. 2 halves. Under the control of Thors, the 4 floating cannons continued to attack the night attack. The 4 floating cannons attacked from different angles. A pair of darts could only withstand 2 attacks, and the other 2 attacked the night attack. Night Raider used a pair of blue daggers to absorb the incoming energy beams, but at the moment it absorbed the energy and did not fight back, but the bluish daggers had more yellow light. Does this pair of daggers need to absorb a certain amount of energy to exert their powerful power? Thors seemed to have discovered the function of the pair of daggers. Rebecca drives the Corsair Gundam X3 to attack Night Raid. Damn it. Are you going to play 2 against 1? Or bully the few with the more? Tobias said angrily, but he also knew that this was a battlefield, not a one-on-one battle between knights. There was only victory and defeat. There was no humility, not mean. Sister Zhouya drives Pirate Gundam X1 X2 and Brittany drives Darkhound to attack Jinya together with other directly subordinate troops. Ramir drove the F-91 and led his own troops and other directly subordinate troops to fight together to destroy Jinya. Li Xiuqing and Salamanda were still beside Long Fei. There are more than 3,000 MS in the 5 directly subordinate units around Long Fei. If such a number is seen by the United Army, it will definitely scare the commanders out of their asses. Because even if the 5 directly subordinate troops only need to send all members of one of the troops, they can easily wipe out a coalition army with a fleet size formed by colonial troops. This number is higher than the number of Jianya. It can even be said that the Knights of the Night are surrounded by the 5 major troops directly under them. Those various mass-produced holy machines that broke through the siege for the Long Prince and the Knights of the Night, like other colleagues, were heavily surrounded by the Angel of Doom troops, elite troops, and special forces, mainly destroying the First Army and crusade against the First Army. With Christopher's original motivational speech had left them exhausted in this battle, because they didn't expect that their original plan to break through and capture Long Fei for His Highness, the eldest prince, turned out to be a trap set by the enemy for them, and they fell into the trap at this moment. Thor saw the function and weakness of the pair of pan-blue daggers in Night Attack. They can only absorb energy weapons, but energy weapons of the fighting system cannot absorb them. Moreover, once the pan-blue daggers are swung to attack the opponent, the absorbed energy will be reduced. Use up. Pirate Gundam X3 wields the Muramasa Kranai to attack Knight Raider, and Knight Raider resists with a pair of blue daggers. At the same time, a dart-shaped energy Vulcan cannon was fired from Knight Raider's chest, and Corsair Gundam X3 also fired a Vulcan cannon from its chest. The two MS hit each other at the same time, and sparks exploded, and both retreated at the same time. Narope Gundam launched a floating missile attack Night Attack. Tobias immediately manipulated the floating knife to cut the floating missile in half. If it's a single fight, I'm confident that I can kill one of them within 15 minutes. Tobias thought. A melee combat and an attack from a distance made Tobias a little tricky. Salamanda saw his former colleague Jorge, who was fighting in the distance from the screen. Jorge, driving Lonjan, was besieged by Angel number 123. For what happened to Jorge at the moment, Salamanda did not have any sympathy. After this colleague directly joined the Dion Empire back then, he didn't miss the old feelings at all. He opened fire on his colleague back then without hesitation, killing many comrades who had died. Salamanda did not kill him personally because of his colleagues back then. Then, Salamanda watched the Battle of the Black Rabbit troops, using the TR series of Gundams to fight, mainly to conduct some tests, and several Woodwaters assembled different armaments for testing. Inlay, I guess it's about time to take it out for testing, Salamanda said to himself, and he was also a former tester of these TR series Gundams. Ruelina can now be said to be a tester of Woodwater's various armed forces, and even a female rabbit, the deputy head of the Black Rabbit Army. He handles many things in the Black Rabbit Army, except for some more important events. Let him deal with it. At this time, Li Xiuqing spoke to Salamanda and Long Fei and his wife. At the moment they were talking in a small circle on the intranet line. Look, the holy machine that was besieged by the Angel number 123 managed to break through the encirclement and suddenly attacked his colleagues. At first I thought he had killed his colleagues by mistake, but he fired at his colleagues one after another, and the angels who besieged him, the pilot of number 123, was dumbfounded, and he didn't know which play he acted in. Saramanda frowned and looked at Lonjan and said to himself, "It seems that this guy wants to betray his colleagues so that he can survive. This guy still can't change his SHD. Salamanda, do you know the pilot of that holy plane?" Li Xiuqing asked. "If the driver hasn't changed, it's the guy I know." Long Fei asked curiously, "What kind of guy is that person you know?" Salamanda told a simple story. "According to you, this guy seems useful? Boss, are you planning to keep alive?" Salamanda asked. "If this guy can tell some useful information, you can save his life, and maybe you can use this guy later." Listening to what Long Fei said, Li Xiuqing didn't understand why the old friend wanted to keep such a person alive and replace him with a repeated person like him. After collecting the information, he would be killed directly, so that this kind of villain would not be killed by him in the future. Stab in the back. Salamanda understood why Long Fei did this. It was a trick played by many people who know how to play the Emperor's tricks. Jorge, a repeated villain, is a guy who loves glory and wealth. Who can give him glory and wealth? He who will die for. Ordinary people dare not use someone like Jorge. Only those who are superior and know how to play the Emperor dare to use it. Indeed, Jorge pushes away his character of repeatedly working for glory and wealth. This guy is indeed talented. Otherwise, the shrewd second prince of the Dion Empire, Yeli Sod, would not have used him. Angel 1 hacked into Lan Zhan's line with a superconducting communication network to convey instructions. Tao Xiang listened to the conversation of several people, kept silent, and did not speak. Now she just stared at the Odyssey in the distance. Next to Odyssey, there are many night fighting guards, and there are 2 black holy machines with different appearances. The 2 are also mainly melee weapons. One is called Yi Ying and the other is called Yi Run, and they are the left and right deputy heads of the night-killing knights. These materials were informed by Salamanda. Li Xiuqing chose Yang as his opponent, and Salamanda chose Yeren as his opponent. Yeren, the deputy head of the night-killing knights, killed many of his subordinates back then, and Salamanda wanted to kill him himself in order to die. His subordinates took revenge. Tao Xiang shot herself and asked her husband not to help first. She wanted to take Christopher down herself. Tiandi Gundam directly fired at Odyssey with the Judgment Beam rifle on his right hand. Christopher felt someone picking him up and saw the God Gundam shooting at him in the distance. Before I found you, you came here automatically to seek death. Very good. I will do what you wish. Christopher didn't know that it was Tao Xiang who challenged him, not Long Fei. The high-efficiency beam rifle on Odyssey's right hand also responded to the Emperor Gundam. The 2 beams collide at the same time. Damn it, I didn't expect Odyssey to be as powerful as it. Odyssey then fires the cannon from the cannon on the front of the shield in his left hand and attacks God Gundam. Tiandi Gundam also uses the shield attack system of the left hand, and the 2 beam cannons are also fired towards Odyssey. The cannon passed through the gap between the 2 light-speed cannons. Odyssey and Tiandi Gundam immediately dodged each other's attacks. The fight between the 2 is testing each other. Now both of them are serious. The 2 sides didn't use floating bubbles, but both used their weapons to control the opponent's attack. Odyssey took out the beam saber from his left hand and slashed at Tiandi Gundam. Tiandi Gundam used the large beam saber at the front of his shield to block the opponent's attack. The output of Odyssey's beam saber is not as powerful as that of Tiandi Gundam's large beam saber. What? Christopher exclaimed. Odyssey backed away immediately. Christopher wasn't surprised that his holy beam saber was not as powerful as the opponent's, but that his opponent was not Long Fei. From his telepathic contact with the opponent's telepathy, he discovered that it was a woman. Why does this woman have such resentment towards me? As if she wants to fry me alive to vent her hatred. Then, the 2 continued to fight. The 2 sides cross each other and shoot at each other, and there are even melee fights from time to time. Odyssey's movements are more fluid than those of Tiandi Gundam. This woman's driving skills are not as good as mine. If it weren't for the performance of her Gundam being better than my Odyssey, it is estimated that she can be killed within 20 minutes. Tao Xiang has not been on the battlefield for a long time since she was pregnant and gave birth to her twin daughters. The technique of manipulating MS is not as good as before, and her younger sister Li Xiang is much better than her now. Although Tao Xiang has done some practice recently, she also knows that her strength is not as good as before, and her mental sensing ability, spatial cognition ability, and other skills are also a little rusty due to the long time of not fighting. Although they have been on the battlefield in the past few months, the intensity of the battle is not as great as before. But there is always Tao Xiang regaining the feeling of fighting. Tao Xiang's opponent is Christopher. As the prince of a country, Christopher doesn't need him to drive MS in battle on many battlefields, so he may not be as good as Tao Xiang in terms of combat experience. But the difference is that Tao Xiang has not fought on the battlefield for a long time, and Christopher is still fighting on the battlefield. The feeling of control, the sensitivity of combat, and the telepathy, etc., are at least sharper and more familiar than Tao Xiang. I haven't fought on the battlefield for a long time, and I'm still not used to it when I come back to fight recently. Tao Xiang knew that she was suppressed by the opponent, and if it wasn't for the fact that the Celestial Gundam's performance was higher than that of the Odyssey, she would definitely be killed by the opponent. At this time, Odyssey kicked the Emperor Gundam away. Long Fei watched his wife's entire battle process. Tao Xiang doesn't seem to be his opponent. It's not that Tao Xiang's skills are inferior to his, but that she hasn't fought for too long, and her strength has dropped a lot. At this moment, Tao Xiang mentally controls and activates the Dragoons, the 3 large Dragoons, and the 8 small Dragoons all fly out of the body. The Dragoons of the Emperor Gundam have changed the Dragon Cavalry system from the Dragon Cavalry system to the Super Dragoon Cavalry system, and Long Fei has also added spirit sensor controls. Christopher also mentally controls the floating cannon. Dragoons and floating cannons chased and fired at each other, flying all over the sky, attacking targets from different tricky angles. This woman's mental power is actually stronger than mine, but her mind control ability is not as good as mine. It seems that this woman is not inexperienced in combat. It's because she hasn't fought for a long time, so her mind control skills are a little rusty. Christopher discovers a problem with Momoko. It seems that the Gundam's floating cannon controlled by this woman is a bit special. This Gundam's floating cannon seems to have a special computer for calculation, and there are multiple beam muzzles. As a result, the floating cannon I control must be careful, so as not to he was hit by his multi-door beam cannons. Otherwise, this woman's Gundam floating cannons would have been shot down by my floating cannons. On the other hand, Tao Xiang was a little flustered, and the control was not smooth at all, so she could only rely on the Super Dragoons for assistance. This is Long Fei's communication to Tao Xiang. Don't have to fight with him with floating cannons all the time. Let the Super Dragoons take care of it for now, and shoot his floating cannons at fixed points. With her husband's advice, Tao Xiang suddenly realized that she could use other moves to defeat her opponent. Tao Xiang no longer mentally controls the Dragoons, and handed it over to the Super Dragoon system. Tao Xiang uses her own mental sensing ability to capture the trajectory of the opponent's floating cannon. What's the matter with this woman? All of a sudden, I don't control the floating cannon anymore. It is completely controlled by the computer. No matter what tricks you want to play, it is completely controlled by the computer. When I master the control trajectory of your computer, I can control your computer. All the floating cannons were shot down. Tao Xiang's forehead was sweating, and with her mental perception, she gradually caught the trajectory of the opponent's floating cannon, and even vaguely saw the trajectory thread. Caught it. A burst shot by the Emperor Gundam shot down a floating cannon. What? Christopher was very surprised. When he was about to shoot down the target Dragoon, his floating cannon was shot down by the opponent first. Tao Xiang continued her efforts and shot down another floating cannon with another burst. Christopher also shot down a small Dragoon. However, at this moment, Tao Xiang gradually regained the feeling of fighting in the past, and Christopher also found that the opponent became stronger and stronger as the battle progressed. Christopher decided to attack his opponent with all his strength, and the remaining 6 floating cannons also attacked Tiandi Gundam from different angles. When the Emperor Gundam is dodging, the light beam fired by the Judgment Beam rifle penetrates a floating cannon. At the same time, a total of 41 beam rays of 3 large Dragoons and 7 small Dragoons attacked Odyssey from different angles. There are 2 discs under the rear skirt armor of Odyssey's waist, which are directly separated from the body, and 1 disc for each floats directly behind the body. The powerful protective cover resists all beam rays to protect Odyssey's safety. Then, Odyssey's right-hand beam gun shot at the God Gundam. A mental force board blocked the front of the Emperor Gundam and bounced back the attacking light beam. Hateful. There are another 3 mental plates that cut all 3 of Odyssey's floating cannons in half. Hateful. Christopher saw the Moon Gundam behind the fuselage from the 360-degree full information screen. Christopher knew that the pilot of Moon Gundam was Long Fei. Tiandi Gundam continued to attack Odyssey, and Moon Gundam also attacked Odyssey with the beam gun in his hand. Christopher felt very annoyed, and Long Fei's telepathy detected Christopher's emotions at the moment. Lunar Gundam Network communications hacked into Odyssey's comm lines. Annoyed. Humph, this is a battlefield. There is only victory and defeat. Why should I be annoyed? Christopher said stiffly. That's good. It's better not to beg for mercy. After I catch you, it's better that your bones are as hard as your mouth. The mental force plates returned to you, Gundam. and there were 16 mental force plates at the moment. This was also due to the recovery and decomposition of the wreckage of the Dion army during the cleaning on the battlefield. It was discovered that some special holy machines had materials from Jupiter, which allowed Long Fei to manufacture 8 more spiritual plates. Many Jianyi knights saw that the eldest prince was besieged by 2 Gundams, and some Yi rushed towards the Moon Gundam and Tiandi Gundam without fear of death, not paying any attention to the attacks of other mass-produced Gundams. 15 GE units were shot down, and 4 GE units broke through the siege and rushed to attack U Gundam behind him. 4 mental power plates flew out, and when one of the mental power plates blocked the beam attack like a shield, it bounced the beam back and directly shot down Jianyi, who had just attacked. The other 3 mental power plates penetrated the 3 Jianyi. Even if Christopher is fighting alone with the Emperor Gundam at this moment, it is already extremely difficult, because he only has 3 floating cannons left. And he also felt that the woman was getting more and more powerful. The multiple muzzles of the Dragoons forced him to dodge desperately. Not good. Christopher sensed that 2 floating cannons were shot down by the Dragoons. Odyssey shot at the Emperor Gundam at this moment, trying to force the Emperor Gundam back and try to disrupt the woman's mind-controlled Dragoons. The last floating cannon controlled by Christopher was fired behind the Emperor Gundam. Heavenly Emperor Gundam didn't dodge anything, because Long Fei made a move. The mental force board directly refracts the light beam fired by the floating cannon back. Although Christopher manipulated the floating cannon to dodge, there was another mental force plate that refracted the passing light beam. It can be said that he could avoid it on the first day of the new year, but not the 15th, and the last floating cannon was also killed. Then the Dragoons fired beams towards Odyssey. When Odyssey was dodging, the cyan light beam that passed by was refracted by the mental force plate, and Odyssey's left hand and right foot were directly blasted. Hateful. At this time, Long Fei invaded Odyssey's communication line again. Why? If our husband and wife work together a little bit, you can't bear it. Swear to the death to protect His Royal Highness the eldest prince and break out of the encirclement. Seeing the defeat of the eldest prince, Tobias immediately issued a death order to his knights. I was besieged by Narope Gundam and Pirate Gundam X3. Although I was suppressed, I was still invincible. But at this moment, in order to save the eldest prince, he didn't care so much at all, and flew directly to the position of the eldest prince, and both feet were destroyed in the night attack. Both Yi Ren and Yi Ying left their opponents and went to rescue the eldest prince. The remaining Jianyi and other troops also desperately tried to save their eldest prince. Countless Jianyi, all kinds of holy planes and mobile fortresses were shot down and turned into fireworks. However, many rushed to the vicinity of the eldest prince. The dragon cavalry of the Emperor Gundam attacked the night attack, who came to rescue him. In addition to using the floating darts composed of floating knives to resist the light beam, the night attack also had a pair of blue daggers to absorb the light beam attack of the dragon cavalry. After the pan-blue dagger absorbed a certain amount of energy, a pair of huge beam sabers were about to slash towards the Emperor Gundam. What's going on? Tobias exclaimed suddenly, because the mind-controlled floating darts suddenly divided into attacks and night attacks. Night Raid can only interrupt the action by slashing a pair of massive beam sabers at a pair of floating darts. A pair of floating darts instantly separated into 6 floating knives and then attacked the night attack. Just as the energy absorbed by the pair of pan-blue daggers was exhausted, Yi Attack immediately used the pan-blue daggers and the dart-shaped energy Vulcan cannon on his chest to knock the floating knives into the air. Tobias found that he had lost control of the floating knife and thought to himself, "Who snatched my floating knife?" Tobias suddenly sensed a very powerful spiritual force, and this powerful spiritual force snatched his floating knife. Tobias was shocked and said in his heart, "This powerful spirit is no less powerful than His Majesty." Christopher was even more shocked than Tobias, because he knew who the owner of this powerful spiritual power was, and that was Long Fei, the pilot of the Moon Gundam in front of his screen. Long Fei used the psychic induction device to spread his psychic power, and all the spiritually controlled objects within the range of psychic power diffusion would be controlled by him. His spiritual power is equal to that of his father. Christopher felt extremely scared at this moment. The same plot. Only when he was a child, when he was fighting against the unified Mars Circle, when his father tried to usurp power, he once showed that incomparable spirit. Force. Grandpa Huang finally died under the oppression of powerful spiritual power. Also, during the United War, those rebels were also frightened by the powerful spiritual power of the father. Many gave up resistance and surrendered, and the rest were scared away. Christopher now fully understood why his father wanted to recruit Long Fei. It turned out that his father had met a new human with the same powerful spiritual power, and his father did not want to be an opponent with someone who was as powerful as him. Salamander also felt the same way. With such a strong mental power, he used to have only Fadis. He showed such a strong spiritual power back then, which made many rebels choose to surrender. The rebels also had such a strong mental power like Fadis back then. New human. The rebel army will not be defeated like a mountain, and they will finally escape from the Martian Circle. Specifically, the Moon Gundam exudes a powerful blue air current, which spreads over 5 kilometers in all directions. The troops of the two sides are still fighting each other, or the Knights of the Night are being rescued. Looking at the blue airflow emitted by Gundam, he felt a little palpitating, but the new human beings could feel the powerful airflow of spiritual power. The morale of the new humans on the Tianyi mercenary group side was greatly increased, because this was the spiritual power displayed by their boss, and they could feel the fluctuation of the boss mental power. And they can feel that the fluctuation of the boss mental power brings them strong self-confidence and strong fighting spirit. On the contrary, the new humans on Dion's side felt great pressure and fear. None of them thought that there would be someone in this world whose mental strength could rival their emperor's majesty. Under the oppression of Long Fei's powerful spiritual energy, many new human beings in Dion's army lost their will to fight. They didn't even have the will to resist at all, so they directly chose to abandon their weapons and surrender. The new humans of the Dion army who lost their will to resist were not really willing to surrender, but because their spiritual pillar, His Majesty Fadis, was not here. If His Majesty the Emperor was here, they would still be willing to fight to the death. But His Majesty the Emperor is not here. An enemy who can compete with His Majesty's mental strength is not their powerful enemy. If you really want to fight against such a person, you can only die. Tobias found that if the delay continues, more Dion troops will lose the will to fight. Tobias released all his spiritual power and activated his telepathic ability. Note: once Tobias releases his spiritual power, he can activate his telepathic ability, but he will not be able to use his spiritual power for a few days, and his words tell it all and convey it to the whole army. The whole army gives me an order. You must the eldest prince out, and you must convey this news to our emperor, the left and right deputy commanders, His Highness the House. Please, I will resist Long Fei. The telepathic words conveyed by Tobias were also heard by all the new humans in the Tianyi mercenary group. The new humans of the Tianyi mercenary group immediately stopped them. Although the knights counted by the Yi Knights were shocked by Long Fei's powerful mental power, they were still the elite selected by the entire Dion Empire and still carried out the orders given by their leader. Christopher immediately fled the scene with full horsepower, and the head and deputy head of the Knights of the Night and the rest of the knights desperately resisted the president and the prince to open the way. Tao Xiang wanted to pursue him, but was stopped by night attack. A spiritual power board attacked Yi Raider, and Yi Raider's pair of bluish short swords directly slashed at the spiritual power board. The spiritual power was not shot away, but Knight Raider flew out like a cannonball and hit a meteorite superior. When Tao Xiang was about to use the dragoons to kill the night attack, Yu Gaoda seemed to teleport to her and raised his hand to stop her. Then, Yu Gaoda looked at the night strike that hit the meteorite, and the mental force board flew out and returned to the back of the body. It's too strong. Tobias lay in the driver's seat, watching Niue Gundam from the screen. But I can't give up. Standing up at night, the Vulcan cannon on the chest fired at a pair of pan blue short swords, absorbing the energy absorption value to the highest value. Then, Tobias turned on the synergistic mode, releasing all his power in the final blow. A pair of gigantic beam guns turned crimson, and Night Strike charged directly at Moon Gundam. Yu Gundam stretched out his left hand, made a fist with his left hand, clasped his thumb and Torma, and pointed at Night Attack with his fingers, and the 16 mental power plates behind him flew out immediately. The 16 mental power boards crossed the whole body like light trails in the night attack for 1 second, and the 16 mental power boards returned to you Gundam in an instant to form a full moon mental power board. The night attack was scattered around like bones and bones, and then turned into a ball of fireworks, leaving only the pair of blue daggers. The night attack was instantly killed, which shocked the Dion army, who was still resisting. This made the Dion army that was still resisting lose the will to continue fighting. A report came from Salamanda. Boss, that guy Christopher broke through with the help of those knights. Understood, carry out a carpet search. If you are born, you must see people, and if you die, you must see corpses. At this moment, Christopher has the left and right deputy heads of the Night Annihilation Knights and more than a dozen Annihilation escorts. Christopher knew that his chances of escaping from the entire meteorite field were very slim, but he still wanted to break out. Because he knew that if he fell into Long Fei's hands, his life would be worse than death, because he could sense that Long Fei would not let him die so easily. Christopher knew very well why this happened, because the secret agent he sent ordered to capture Long Fei's wife and daughter, and the operation in Sci-Fi Kingdom failed. He knew that this action had completely recorded Long Fei, and he also understood why the telepathy of the woman in the previous Gundam had so much resentment towards him. It turned out that the woman was Long Fei's wife. He could even imagine that if he was really in front of Long Fei and his wife, if they were given a knife for each of them, they would definitely chop him into pieces and feed them to the dogs. Some Jin, you were responsible for exploring the path, using meteorites as cover. And now there are men of particles in many places. Some places are very dense, and some places are very thin. The relatively thin men of particles are not enough to affect their communication capabilities, and they can still communicate with their companions at a distance. If there are strong men of particles that affect communication, they can only use some lights to signal. This is Xiao Anan. This is Lon, and here I am. Before he could say anything, he fell into a blind voice. Lon, what happened? Lon, please answer. Lon lost the signal. Could it be that she was attacked? Be on guard. Quite a few Genyi immediately observed the entire surroundings, and even sent a few Genyi to check the location of the lost companions. Lon lost sight. What's the meaning? That's what I mean. I can't even find her body. Could it be the Black Knights of the Tianyi mercenary group who did it? I don't see it. If they were the ones who played tricks when we came here, they should also have grasped your position from the track we came from. Damn it, who is playing tricks? All JYs are assembled. Odyssey, Yang, and Yeren are hiding in a meteorite, and 3 JYs are guarding the gate. This is Lei. We have to move the location. Lon is missing. Christopher immediately controlled the already damaged Odyssey and flew out of the gate under the of Night Shadow and Night Blade. There are currently 13 Genyi left. Just as he was about to move to the next location, a cyan light beam suddenly penetrated one of the Yi cockpit. No, they are here. Just as they were about to fight to the death, they discovered that the attacking body was not the MS of the Tianyi mercenary group, but an unknown body. One of the MS is also very dark. The head of the body is designed like a ghost, with a pair of fangs in the mouth and a yellow sword in both hands. The movements are very smooth and smooth. You can dodge all the beam shots and cut down several Jianya in a row. De Yang, Ying, you are responsible for taking His Highness the Prince away. Leave this to me. Good. When Yeren rushed towards the evil ghost MS, Yang followed suit, but he did not the prince away, but instead attacked Yeren. The short knife pierced from the back of Yeren's body to his chest. This sudden scene not only made Christopher dumbfounded, but the rest of the Night Slayer Knights couldn't believe what happened before them. Daeon, why? There is no reason. It's just that each is his master. Yang pulled out the beam pistol with the other hand and shot through the cockpit of the Nightblade. You traitor! Christopher attacked. Yang dodged Odyssey's beam shot and then cut off Odyssey's remaining hands and feet with a close approach. The remaining Jian Yu was killed by the evil ghost MS and the unknown MS led by them. Christopher had already guessed that De Yang had told the Tianyi mercenary group where he was hiding. De Yang, I have always treated you kindly. Why did you betray me? Eldest Prince, I still say that. Each is his master. What benefits did the Tianyi mercenary group give you? You actually want to betray this palace, and even more so, your country. Elder Prince, First of all, I must explain that I did not surrender to the Tianyi mercenaries. I just told my master about you. As for the Tianyi mercenaries knowing where you are hiding, it is probably my master who told the Tianyi mercenaries core. Master? Isn't your master my father? First of all, I am not loyal to your father. As for you want to know who my master is, you will know later. My master wants to see you. Yi Ying and Evil Ghost MS carried Odyssey with severed arms and legs to their destination. The destination is an internally modified meteorite. Christopher was dragged out of the cockpit and then dragged to a room. Dayon said to Christopher, "Go in, my master is waiting for you inside." Humph! Christopher opened the door directly and entered the room. In the room, a young man with black hair and a ghost mask was sitting on the sofa, making tea and drinking tea by himself. Christopher frowned and looked at the young man wearing a ghost mask and asked, "Who are you?" The young man in the ghost mask drank tea and looked up at Christopher. After finishing the cup of tea, he slowly put it on the table and stood up. "I haven't seen you for many years. You have grown so big." Christopher frowned, feeling that the young man in front of him seemed to know him. He looked as if he was older than him, and he had a very familiar feeling, and there was a look in the eyes of an elder looking at a younger generation who had grown up. "Who are you?" The young man with the ghost mask took off the mask and revealed his true face. Kuroda Chung also smiled and said, "Although my appearance has changed a lot, you should still recognize my voice." Christopher frowned and looked at Kuroda Joya, feeling that his voice was so familiar. "I don't remember, but you still remember that many years ago, more than 30 years ago, when you were young, you fell in love with a toy. At that time, you quarreled with your mother for that toy, but you were rejected by you. My father scolded me, and in the end I secretly bought it for you." Christopher looked at Kuroda Joya with his eyes wide open. His whole body was a little unsteady. He took a few steps back and said with a terrified expression, "You are ninth Uncle Fadina." Kuroda Chung also laughed, clapped his hands, and said with a smile, "It seems that my precious nephew recognizes Uncle Gio." Uncle Gio is very relieved. Christopher didn't feel any joy when he saw the relatives he hadn't seen for a long time, but felt extremely scared in his heart, because he remembered that the matriarchal line of Uncle Gio's family was basically slaughtered by his father. At that time, Uncle Gio's body was not found. Many people speculated that Uncle Gio should have escaped from the Martian Circle. At this moment, Christopher knew that Uncle Nine appeared in front of him, not to catch up with him. Christopher kept calm and said, "Uncle Gio came to see me. Is there anything I need my nephew to do for you? Or if you help me send me back to the country, my father must be very happy, and I will definitely repay your kindness and let you restore your rightful identity. My good nephew has a heart. Uncle Gio doesn't need it. Uncle Gio has already married a wife and had children abroad and lives happily. Uncle Gio wants to see you, but he just wants to give you something." "What?" "Your life." Kuroda Chung also turned cold and stern, pulled out the pistol from his waist, and the bullet pierced Christopher's temple with a terrified expression. "Third brother, I have always remembered what happened back then. Now I ask you for a little interest. In the future, I want you to pay me back the principal with interest." Kuroda City also ordered his men to deal with Christopher's body, put his body in the cockpit of Odyssey, and throw Odyssey out of the meteorite. He even ordered his subordinates to quickly move the location. Kuroda City also doesn't really want to stay here at the moment. He just wants to get away quickly, because he felt Long Fei's powerful spiritual power in a faraway place. And that spiritual power was even stronger than the spiritual power displayed by his third brother when he was trying to usurp power. Kuroda City also felt a great sense of fear welling up in his heart. "Boss, I found the wreckage of Yeblade and Yang, but I didn't find the wreckage of Odyssey and Yang." Salamanda sent a report to Long Fei. "Continue to search. I don't believe he can escape." "Yes, boss." Dion's third expedition in the meteorite field was officially defeated by the Tianyi mercenary group. Most of the troops were wiped out, and the remaining troops, different locations, were hacked by the Tianyi mercenary group's superconducting communication network on their route after seeing their Long Prince Odyssey and Night Raid defeated. Dion's army, which was still resisting to the death, lost their will to fight and began to surrender to the Tianyi mercenary group one after another. Among the prisoners who surrendered, it was found that some prisoners were still young, and some seemed to be only 14 to 15 years old. This made some thoughtful people realize that the Dion Empire had no soldiers to use, and even youngsters of this age were sent to the battlefield. Brother Su Jingyun rested on the railing and looked at the prisoners. Su Chaoga asked his sister, "Sister, if all countries in the world see these captives of the Dion army, will they also think that the Dion Empire has no soldiers to use, so they will gather troops to attack the Dion Empire? Probably not. The colonial circle also has no soldiers to use. The wars in the past few years have consumed a lot of them. Unless they also recruit people who are over 18 years old and under 150 years old to fight in the reserves, they will not have any extra soldiers to attack the Dion Empire. Don't forget that the Dion Empire's destruction warships have not been brought out for so long. And don't forget the power of the satellite cannons in the Martian circle. What about the globe? It's even more impossible for the Earth's sphere. No matter how you say it, the Earth's sphere always needs a buffer zone. And to be honest, the Earth's sphere joined this war because it wanted to protect itself. This war is actually for the Earth's sphere. Got nothing. Sister, I don't have the same opinion as you. I think the United Army, mainly the part of the colonial circle, may want to continue fighting. Of course, it depends on whether the Dion army will continue to fight against the Tianyi mercenary group. If the Tianyi mercenary group can destroy the destroying battleship of the Dion army, the colonial circle will feel that there is an opportunity to fight a war of attrition against the Martian circle. Fight a protracted war of attrition. Su Jingyun looked at her younger brother and thought for a while, and felt that what his younger brother said made sense. Su Jingyun said in his heart, although Long Fei earned a lot of money and benefits in this war, he also lost a lot of excellent mercenaries and troops. He probably doesn't want to fight anymore. But what about the Dion Empire? What will the Dion's second expeditionary force, which has already occupied almost half of the territory of the Wanluo Federation, do? Brother Su Jingyun watched as the young soldiers were all handcuffed, and then entered the detention room under the instructions of the Tianyi mercenaries. Sister, the mothership seems to have entered the Mango meteorite. Should we go out and have a look? Okay, let's go out and have a look. It's a bit boring to stay here anyway. Inside the Mango meteorite, the Tianyi mercenaries were arranging captives, and some were searching all the equipment and materials inside the meteorite. Of course, not only the Mango meteorite, but also all strongholds are the targets of the Tianyi mercenary search. Su Jingyun discovered that the prisoners of the Night Knights were all adults, and the youngest was at least 18 years old. Looking at the other members of Long Fei's direct unit, some were doing their own things, while others were resting. Su Jingyun saw that Colonel Pan Jinhua, a young man in his 60s, the head of Long Fei's newly established direct unit, the Angel of Doom, was holding a tablet and watching with a solemn expression. Su Jingyun remembered that the engine of this army used a pseudo-solar furnace. When Su Jingyun saw this troop, many members looked a little downcast. The uniforms of the Angels of Doom troop were Long Fei's uniforms of the Celestial Man troop as the uniforms of the Angels of Doom troop. Su Chaoga said in her sister's ear, "Sister, I just heard some members of Boss Long Fei's direct army talking about the Angel of Doom army. What's the matter?" It is that the Angels of Doom lost more than 600 members in this battle. Su Jingyun looked at her younger brother in surprise. "Sister, don't look at me like that. I heard this from them. What about the other directly subordinate troops? I heard that the total losses of the other 5 direct troops are only about half of the total losses of the Angel of Doom's troops." Only then did Su Jingyun understand why Colonel Pan Jinhua's face was so solemn just now. It's hard to explain such a loss to Long Fei. However, the third expeditionary force to suppress Dion is over, but I don't know how the official website of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps will report this matter. Christopher, now I'm a little worried about him, whether he will be tortured terribly by Long Fei. Su Jingyun thought to herself. She knew very well that Long Fei's bottom line cannot be touched. Once any enemy is touched, as his enemy Tian, it's all about to collapse. At this time, not far away, Long Fei passed by Tao Xiang from a passage and followed behind. At this moment, Colonel Pan Jinhua walked up to Long Fei with a very ugly face and a very solemn face, and reported to Long Fei the current situation of the Angel of Doom troops with a tablet in his hand. Long Fei listened and nodded. "I'm really sorry for the boss. Because of my improper command, many brothers died in battle. All the responsibility lies with me, and it's all my fault. Long Fei raised his hand and said, Colonel, I can't blame you for this incident. I underestimated the opponent for a while, thinking that using the Doom style would be enough to suppress the opponent. But the performance of the opponent's Holy Knight MS exceeded my imagination, which made Brothers the damage is heavy, and I will arrange for a replacement for the Doom formula, and the Doom formula 2 will be your new system equipped with Miss. Hearing what the boss said, Pan Jinhua felt even more ashamed. The boss actually took the responsibility on him, which made him feel ashamed as a subordinate. He couldn't share the responsibility for the boss, but let the boss shoulder the responsibility. Long Fei saw Pan Jinhua's heart, reached out and patted Pan Jinhua's shoulder, and said, Don't take the temporary failure too seriously. The important thing is to win the final victory. If you think that this time's performance is very poor, it is a failure. Yes, if it is your responsibility, then you should make all the preparations to achieve a good result for the next battle, and winning the victory will wash away the shame of your failure this time. Pan Jinhua listened to his boss' words of encouragement. Yes, boss, the subordinates will definitely be prepared. If the boss is disappointed, the subordinates will resign from all positions and leave the Tianyi mercenary group. They will not let the Tianyi mercenary group waste food to feed me, a useless person. Very good. I look forward to your next performance. By the way, this is for you. Long Fei took out a document from his arms and handed it to Pan Jinhua. Boss, what is this? This is an authorization document for you. You can pick out excellent all-round mercenaries in all bases. The Angel of Doom has 1,500 combat members. You just need to pick out enough all-around mercenaries to reach this number, and then do everything well. Prepare and wait for the successful development and replacement of Doom 2. The next performance depends on you, but you may not have much time. The next big battle may not take a year. I think it may happen again in about half a year. Yes, the subordinates will be ready within half a year. After Pan Jinhua left, Su Jingyun and his brother came over to greet Long Fei and his wife. Su Jingyun asked Long Fei, How is Christopher now? He ran away for the time being, but my subordinates are currently searching the meteorite field. At this time, Tao Xiang's cell phone rang, and she took out the cell phone to see that it was the internal network of the base, and it was requesting a video communication. After Tao Xiang was connected, the screen of the mobile suit showed twin daughters, and Selenum Nigram behind her. Mom. X2. Hey, did you two obediently listen to what Annie said? Yes. Sister, if these two little ones are disobedient, just give them a good meal and ignore us. Selenum Nigram smiled and said, The two of them are very obedient. How can I be willing to beat them? Mom, where's Dad? Father is talking to Godmother. Long Fei and Su Jingyun were talking, and when they heard the voices of Long Gua and Long Fu, they both walked to Tao Xiang and faced the phone screen. Father, Godmother. Sister, did the two of them make you angry? Are they obedient? No, the two of them are good. Father, my aunt said our birthday is coming soon. When will my parents and Godmother come back to celebrate our birthday with us? Okay, we will definitely come back, and your birthday presents are ready. Dad, let's celebrate your birthdays in your hometown. Then Mu Liao came to Long Fei and whispered the report. Baby, Dad still has work to do, so he can't talk to you. So talk to Mom and Godmother. Tao Xiang and Su Jingyun interacted with the two little ones. Long Fei came to a morgue, and Salamanda stood in front of the room door. That guy Christopher got shot through the temple. Did another deputy head kill him? There is a possibility. I want to see the body. Long Fei walked into the morgue. The staff removed the white cloth and exited the morgue. Long Fei looked at Christopher's body with a hole in his temple. It's really cheap for you. Long Fei reached out and grabbed Christopher's face, wanting to see what else was the result of his death. Suddenly, when Long Fei's hand touched Christopher, his own mental power and Christopher's remaining mental power were attuned. Long Fei saw Christopher's memory before his death. Ying was loyal to other people and heard the last conversation between Christopher and Kuroda Makoto, and Kuroda Chung also shot him to death. Long Fei took a few steps back, and Salamanda immediately supported Long Fei and asked, Boss, are you all right? Long Fei shook his head. I'm fine. By the way, Salamanda, I have a question for you. What's the problem, boss? Does that Fadi's guy have a younger brother named Fadina, who ranks 9th? He does have a 9th brother named Fadina. It is said that when Fades tried to usurp the throne, he not only forced his father to death, but none of his brothers and sisters were spared, including those of their mothers. Basically, none of the family members were spared, and it can be said that it was a very storm, and it is said that more than 50,000 people died in the massacre of the Dion royal family and those royal relatives. Did no one escape from that massacre? This subordinate is not clear. This subordinate has heard of this matter before. It is said that no one has escaped Fades' butcher's knife. Stretch out your right hand. After Salamanda stretched out his right hand, Long Fei held Salamanda's right hand with his right hand, and Salamanda saw the scene of Christopher before he died. Salamanda sat directly on the ground, with sweat on his forehead, and a very surprised expression. Just then the door opened, and Li Xiuqing, Marissa, Ramir, and Thors walked in, and the four of them saw the situation in front of them. Li Xiuqing asked, "Boss, what happened?" "Fine," Saramanda said in great surprise. "I never thought that guy's Uncle 9 Emperors was still alive, and he even changed his identity." "What are you talking about?" Li Xiuqing asked. Long Fei explained the whole thing, and Li Xiuqing and Marissa were very surprised. They really didn't expect that the new humans could see the pictures of the dead new humans before they were alive. Ramir and Thors also extended their right hands to shake hands with Long Fei and saw the scene of Christopher before he died. Tao Xiang and Su Jingyun also entered the morgue and saw Christopher's body. Long Fei told them what happened. Su Jingyun's siblings were as surprised as Li Xiuqing and the others. Su Jingyun stretched out her right hand and asked Long Fei, "Long Fei, shake hands with me and see if I am a new human being and can see what you see." After the two shook hands, Su Jingyun didn't see any images at all. Long Fei shook his head. "It seems that you are not a new human being." After Long Fei shook hands with his wife, Tao Xiang also saw these images. Su Chaoga also asked to try to see if he was a newcomer. The moment Long Fei shook hands with Su Chaoga's eyes froze instantly. Su Chaoga then sat down on the ground. Looking very pale, Su Jingyun immediately helped his younger brother up and asked him what was going on. He has the qualifications of a new human being, but at present, his comprehensiveness is relatively low. It should be around C. Su Chaoga said at this time. "That person?" Long Fei asked. "Do you know that person?" "Yes, he is the husband of the current empress of the Dongyang Empire, and his name is Kuroda Joya." Su Jingyun blamed Su Chaoga. "Third brother, don't talk so nonsense. Do you really see that person in those scenes?" "Third sister, what I said is true. I swear. Who on your side can sketch that person's face?" "I will." Salamanda said he would, and then asked his subordinates to bring a pen and a piece of paper to draw Kuroda Joy's appearance. Su Jingyun opened her eyes wide, pointed at the sketch, and said, "It's really him, the imperial husband of the Dongyang Empire." "Look, third sister, I'm right, it's really him, and seriously, do you think people here have seen him?" Everyone said that they had never seen Kuroda Joya, but they did see Kuroda Joya's appearance from that spiritual scene. Su Jingyun really couldn't believe it. This is the ability of new human beings. What surprised her was that her third brother was also a new human being. At this moment, Long Fei asked Salamanda, "Fadina, have you seen his face?" "No. Christopher didn't recognize him at the beginning when he was alive. It wasn't until he told something that Christopher found out that it was his Uncle Ninth. It is estimated that Fadina probably changed his appearance after he escaped from the Martian Circle. Otherwise, it is impossible for Christopher not to recognize his uncle at first." Long Fei nodded. He could see some memories of Christopher before his death. This is his special ability. Long Fei called this special ability spiritual memory seeing. When I met the Taoxiang sisters at the beginning of the year, I saw their memories. At first, Long Fei thought that this was the ability of new humans, but after observing for a long time, I found that only he had this ability, and no other new humans had it. But he can convey the spiritual memory scene he has obtained to other new humans to watch. The official website of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps officially announced that they have hidden in the number 3 colonial area and wiped out all the remaining Dion 3rd Expeditionary Force. Prince Christopher, Prince of Dion, is dead. This incident spread all over the world, and countries all over the world reported it. The official website of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps also released a video of the battle scene in the meteorite field, as well as the Dion army prisoners. The military generals and experts of the authorities of various countries found that most of the captives were young soldiers. Many experts claimed on TV that there were a lot of young soldiers in the Dion Empire, which showed that the country was useless. Some experts even called on the TV station to call on the United Army to concentrate all its forces to drive the Dion's 2nd Expeditionary Force in the No. 8 colonial area back to the Martian Circle. Some experts who thought they were bold and reckless even called on the entire international group to form a joint army to defeat the Dion Empire, which had no soldiers to use. However, countries are still in a state of caution. Many countries are unwilling to participate in the attack on the Martian sphere, but if it is the Dion's 2nd Expeditionary Force that occupies the Wanluo Federation area, international countries can consider it. At this moment, the Dion Empire also learned that after the eldest prince died in battle, the whole country was preparing to hold a mourning ceremony for the eldest prince. The Dion Empire official requested the Tianyi Mercenary Corps to return the body of the eldest prince. If Christopher was still alive, Long Fei would never return him to the Dion Empire. However, Christopher is dead, and Long Fei doesn't want to care about the grievances in life with a dead person. Besides, the person is already dead, and death is the most important thing. The official website of the Tianyi Mercenary Group stated that Christopher's body would be sent to the area occupied by the Dion Empire in the No. 8 colonial area. At this moment, the Dion Empire felt the same hatred for the death of the eldest prince and expressed that Long Fei and the Tianyi Mercenary Group should pay the price, and even Long Fei, the new human and the new human traders he led, would pay a heavy price. Afterwards, the Tianyi Mercenary Corps official website released a video of the battle at that time, showing Odyssey fleeing the scene under the of the remaining members of the Night Slayer Knights. After a long search, at first only the Nightblade and the remaining Yejian wreckage were found, not the wreckage of Odyssey and Yang. Afterwards, Odyssey was found after searching for a period of time. The image was that the Tianyi mercenaries opened the cockpit and found Christopher's body. There is also a narration in the video stating that Yang's body was not found. Moreover, modified meteorites were found nearby. The narration also stated that the wreckage of Yeren and Jianya was found before, and it is very likely that they were attacked by another mysterious army. Maybe the mysterious army had been hiding in the meteorite field for a long time and waited for the opportunity to make a move. Moreover, the Tianyi Mercenary Group said that they knew where Christopher was hiding, and it was most likely that this mysterious force informed them of the information. The narration also stated that when Christopher's body was found, his helmet had no bullet holes at all, and there was a great possibility that when hiding in the modified meteorite, Christopher was shot through the temple when he took off his helmet and then died again. Put his helmet on his head. The last thing is to put his body back in the Odyssey cockpit and throw Odyssey out of the modified meteorite. After the video and narration released by both sides of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps, many people in the Dion Empire believe that the deputy head of the Night-Killing Knights must have killed His Royal Highness the eldest prince in order to save his life. How many people even demanded that all the family members of the deputy head be dragged out and shot, but the deputy head didn't have any family members, so he knew it all his life. This made many people in the Dion Kingdom feel that the deputy head had no relatives, so they dared to kill the eldest prince to save his life and betray the owner to survive. There are also many people in the Dion Empire who think that this must be the Tianyi Mercenary Group, and the eldest prince who killed them dared not admit it and deliberately shirked responsibility. Fardis was dubious about the video and narration played on the official website of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps. Who killed his son? If Long Fei killed his son, he believed that this person must have dared to do it. Moreover, his intelligence department once reported to him that his son actually took his idea on other people's wives and children. If his son was really captured alive by Long Fei, he probably didn't hear the news that his son was killed, but that this son must have been tortured beyond recognition. Shortly afterwards, the official website of the Tianyi Supporting Corps broadcast Long Fei's live broadcast. Some people think that since I killed the eldest prince of another country, it's a cowardly act if I dare to do it. Here I have to say one thing. This guy is targeting my wife and children. If you have noticed some news about me, you should know that Sci-Fi Kingdom once broadcast the attack on my wife and children. It was Christopher who sent someone to attack my wife and children. In that extermination battle, my purpose was not only to wipe out his remaining troops, but also to capture him alive. I would not simply kill him with a single shot. I want this guy to suffer all kinds of tortures. After letting him live but not die, he knelt on my ground and begged me to kill him to end his pain like a dog, and I would personally chop off his head with a knife and return his headless body, give it to the Dion Empire, treat his head as my trophy, and put his head in the museum I am going to open, as an item in the exhibition frame of one of the milestones in the process of my Tianyi mercenary group's establishment over the years. As for what I'm saying now, the main attitude is that if I did it, I'll admit it. If I didn't do it, don't count it on me, Fardis. As for what I said, you believe it or not. If you still think it is if I kill your son, if you want to avenge me for your son, just let the horse come over and I will continue. But I have to explain something to you. If you want to take revenge on me, just come. Don't touch my wife and children and my family. If you dare to step on my bottom line, I assure you, when my troops enter your Dion Empire, it will be the time when your Samrath family will exterminate all races, just like you treated your brothers and sisters the same way you tried to usurp power back then, and you also acted like their matriarchal family. Long Fei's live broadcast shows that many people in various countries believe what Long Fei said. Long Fei is not a good person in the eyes of many people, but they know that he absolutely admits what he did and don't do what he didn't do. Count it on him. And many people thought that it might be the deputy commander who surrendered to the mysterious army to survive in order to save his life. However, there are also many people speculating about how the mysterious army managed to evade their detection devices among the two advanced technological troops and kill Christopher so unknowingly. The official website of the Kingdom of Dion issued a personal statement from Emperor Fadis. I will investigate the matter of killing my eldest son. Whoever kills my eldest son will make him pay the price. As for Long Fei and his Tianyi mercenary group, whether they killed my eldest son or not, countless soldiers in this country have already died between him and him. In the hands of his troops, the enmity between the two has reached an irreconcilable level. The official website of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps responded, "If you want to fight, we will accompany you." After that, Fardis asked the Tianyi Mercenary Group to return the captives, but the Tianyi Mercenary Group directly refused. Then, Fardis and the Tianyi Mercenary Group asked not to hand over the captives to other countries. Fadis's request, the Tianyi Mercenary Group agreed. The Tianyi Mercenary Group would agree that it was the instructions from Long Fei, and Long Fei would agree, because Long Fei knew very well that if these captives were really handed over to other countries, all new human beings will definitely become the focus of their research. Long Fei doesn't know how these countries will use them for research, but Long Fei knows that these new human beings will be treated inhumanely. After that, many countries expressed to Long Fei that they were willing to take these prisoners, but Long Fei directly refused. Many countries asked Long Fei for a reason. Why not accept their kindness to take him in? Don't think that I don't know what you want to take in these captive new humans. You want to capture them for research, just like previous scientists dissected some unknown animals for research. Long Fei's frank expression made those countries that proposed to Long Fei to take the prisoners very embarrassed. Although all the countries said that they did not do such a thing, even the people of their own countries did not believe their statement. Long Fei has such an attitude because he feels like he has read many novels, comics, etc. of mobile suits in his previous life. These countries will definitely treat these new humans more inhumanely than the novels and cartoons they read in previous lives. A captive camp of the Tianyi Mercenary Regiment was located in the modified meteorite in the meteorite area earlier, and the Tianyi mercenaries made some modifications to it and arranged for the prisoners to work. There are planting, grazing, working in factories, and so on. Prisoners only had 2 basic meals. However, the points earned by the captives can be exchanged for extra food and drink, and even a more comfortable room to live in. During the break, John and Arthur Vick met, and John won the battle at that time. Arthur Vick was defeated and captured. Arthur Vick didn't hold any resentment towards John. To him, his failure was a failure, and he couldn't blame others for his inferior skills. Now that he is a prisoner, he doesn't have any complaints. For him, the 2 basic meals are pretty good, at least no different from ordinary military labor meals. As long as you work hard and get more points, You can exchange for better food. As long as you have enough points, you can also exchange for an air-conditioned room for a day. Would you like to go back to my country, across country, with me? As long as you want, you can get my country's ID card, and your status is the same as your original country's status. Thank you for your kindness, but I will not betray my country. John nodded. Well, if the war stops and everyone can live together in harmony, I hope you can come to my country one day, and we can sit together and drink and chat. I'm looking forward to the day it actually comes. The two fought against each other several times and cherished each other. If it weren't for the relationship between countries, maybe the two could become good friends. John patted Arthur Vic on the shoulder. I have to go back to China. We will meet later. There will be a period later. When John left the prison camp, he stuffed a stack of banknotes to the person in charge, hoping that the person in charge would take care of Arthur Vic as much as possible. Arthur Vic's work, food and place to live in the past few days obviously did not exchange points, but the food was better than other prisoners. He also guessed that it must be that John used money to bribe the person in charge, let him eat better and live better. Arthur Vic thanked John from the bottom of his heart for his help, and vowed in his heart that if it was John's turn to need help another day, he would go through fire and water for him. In September 124, the first year of the universe, many international media reporters flocked to Yongqing City. In the sky directly above Yongqing City, there are countless battleships of the Tianyi mercenary group, slowly heading towards the 14th branch base. The scale of this time is even bigger than that of Long Fei's homecoming. In addition to the fact that the number of warships is more than that of the past, the more important thing is that the volume of the warships is larger and more advanced than that of the past. Everyone knew that Long Fei had returned to his hometown. The scale of the 14th branch base has also expanded a lot compared with that of the past, at least 5 times larger than that of the past, and now covers an area of 50 square kilometers, mainly in plains and mountainous areas, as well as coastal areas, and the nearby islands are all owned by the Tianyi mercenary group. Many islands were converted into logistics maintenance bases, manufacturing bases, planting and grazing bases, and so on. Although Long Fei's return home attracted the attention of the authorities, it did not arouse the tension of the authorities. But for Long Fei, all the important figures in the authorities felt very complicated in their hearts. As a citizen of his own country, he has a lot of advanced technology tied to his hands, although he was suppressed by the family and forced to leave. After that, he returned to his hometown forcefully, suppressed all the family that suppressed him back then, and then snatched everything from the family. Long Huiwan is the patriarch of the Long family appointed by him. Basically, the current Long family is under his control. As long as Long Fei doesn't offend him, basically nothing will happen. Moreover, the third princess has a good personal relationship with him. G-Bouncer can be said to be a high-tech gift from Long Fei to the country in disguise. Many international media reporters wanted to photograph Long Fei returning home at close range. Of course, not all international media reporters were rejected. Except for one international media in the country that entered the subbase, the rest of the international media drew lots, and a total of 7 international media were selected to enter the subbase. A total of 8 international media filmed the scenes of the subbases, watching the arrangement of all the troops and the majestic and powerful aura on the faces of the mercenaries. The reporters who broadcast the live broadcast are so exaggerated. It is worthy of being the Tianyi mercenary group that can defeat the mighty Dian Empire. When Long Fei appeared on the scene, the cameras of the media tried their best to film Long Fei. Chairman Long Fei, can I ask you some questions? Many people wanted to ask Long Fei questions. Long Fei ignored the reporter. Chairman Long Fei, may I ask why you came back to your hometown for something? Chairman Long Fei, do you reject those countries that accept captives because those new humans are always compatriots in your heart? Chairman Long Fei, some people say that you killed Christopher but dare not admit it. Is it true? Chairman Long Fei. Reporters from 8 media outlets asked Long Fei questions. Long Fei was unwilling to answer most of the questions and only answered 3 of them. I reject those countries that are willing to accept captives. I don't believe that they will treat the new humans well. They will definitely use the new humans as anatomical objects for research. As for you asking me if I regard the new humans as compatriots, I don't treat the new humans well. Human adjusters, or ordinary humans are treated differently. For me, all people's blood is red. As for some people who think that Fadis and I are two extreme new human beings, I have to say that I just have a different view from Fadis. I don't agree with his new humanism, which is a disguised form of racism. And he discriminates against ordinary human beings, but also enslaves ordinary human beings. These are his actions that I do not agree with, and are even very disgusted. As for going back to my hometown, in addition to seeing my hometown, I also celebrated my twin daughter's birthday. In a beautiful coastal restaurant, a property of Tianyi Group, a grand birthday party is being prepared at the moment. Today's protagonists are the twin sisters Longhua and Longfu. At the birthday party, besides the presidents and general managers of the Tianyi Group's various companies who attended the eldest lady's birthday, there were also many conglomerate dignitaries and other leaders who came to participate in the birthday party of Longhua and Longfu. Everyone presented expensive birthday gifts to the two sisters, and these people would attend the birthday party of the two sisters, but they did not want to drink. They all wanted to curry favor with the two sisters' father, Long Fei. Long Fei watched these people come to his daughter's birthday party. Long Fei also guessed that his daughter's birthday party was arranged by his eldest sister Selenum Kue for him. Long Fei also knew that his sister would arrange this way, and she just wanted to help him expand his business and business contacts. Of course, Long Fei will not have any dislike for his sister's arrangement. Long Fei can arrange for those company presidents to deal with those who come to curry favor with him. Brother and sister Su Jingyun all came to the birthday party, and many wealthy families came to curry favor with the princess and prince. All the guests at the birthday party were smiling, and each of them offered their blessings to today's protagonist and the birthday gifts they prepared. However, Longhua and Longfu sat in their chairs and looked at the adults who gave them birthday gifts, feeling very uncomfortable, and lay in their mother's arms from time to time. They even said in their mother's ears that they didn't like these adults, and thought these adults laughed so ugly, they weren't smiling at all. Tao Xiang frowned when she heard what the daughters said, and she also knew clearly what the purpose of these two daughters who came to give him birthday presents was very clear. After seeing the expressions of the two daughters not far away, Long Fei said to the eldest sister, "Sister, in the future, especially Guagua and Fufu's birthday party, don't arrange for those outsiders to attend. You see, they are very uncomfortable." Seeing the expressions of the two nieces, Selenum Kue felt very sorry. "Fei, I was negligent. I thought this would expand your business and contacts, and it would make the two nieces happy. No outsiders are invited." Soon, Long Huiwan and Yang Ruashi also came to the birthday party. "Auntie, Grandma." The two little ones nodded and jumped off their mother's lap, running to Long Huiwan and Yang Ruashi. Both Long Huiwan and Yang Ruashi hugged the little one. Tao Xiang approached the elders and said, "Hello, hello, Aunt, hello, Grandma." "Mom, isn't Aunt here yet?" "My aunt is coming soon." Li Xiang came to the scene wearing a blue dress and Yu Yangchun in a white tuxedo, and Yu Yangchun also tied the rope with one hand and led the big bad wolf. Roar, roar, roar. The big bad wolf barked at the two little masters. "Mom, my aunt is here, and so is the big bad wolf." Then, Long Xian and Long Wen arrived one after another. Everyone began to sing birthday songs for today's protagonists. Tao Xiang also specially made jelly cakes and puff cakes for her two daughters. A candle was inserted in each of the two cakes, and Long Fei and his wife lit the candles for the two daughters together. Everyone sang birthday songs for the two little ones together. After singing, the two little ones began to blow out the candles. Tao Xiang personally cuts jelly cakes and puff cakes for her two daughters, which are their favorite foods. Roar! The big bad wolf stuck out its tongue and looked at the hostess with a naive expression. "Mom, the wolf wants cake too." "Okay, Mom will cut it for it to eat." Tao Xiang cut out the jelly cake and puff cake and placed them on a plate in front of the big bad wolf. Roar! The big bad wolf barked, as if thanking the hostess. These are two little ones, yelling at their father. "Dad, you promised to give us a birthday present." "Wait a minute. Dad has someone bring it over." Long Fei immediately called and ordered his subordinates to bring over the birthday presents of his two daughters. Soon, two huge containers, each with 4 MSs, were hoisted to the scene from a nearby warship, and the two huge containers landed in front of the coastal restaurant. Everyone at the scene looked at the two huge containers. A thought flashed through everyone. Could it be that Chairman Long Fei gave his daughter a Gundam as a birthday present? Everyone at the scene took out their mobile phones to take pictures. Long Fei snapped his fingers at this moment. The container slowly opened, revealing the true contents of the interior. The eyes of the two little ones lit up, and they shouted excitedly, "Big Bear! It's a Big Bear machine!" The birthday gift that Long Fei prepared for the twin daughters was MS. Bear, one pink and one yellow. The pink bear was for his sister, and the yellow bear was for his younger sister. Long Fei has made some design improvements to Xiongba. The backpack can be replaced with the amphibious backpack and the space warfare backpack. Whether it is the former or the latter, the weapons in the two backpacks are the same. Many girls at the scene exclaimed when they saw Xiongba, "What a cute miss." Someone at the scene asked Long Fei, "Chairman Long Fei, what's the name of this MS?" The name is Xiongba. The guests at the scene all took photos of Xiongba, and some immediately posted them to Moments to Share, and some even shared them on their own online books, telling that these two Xiongba MS are the two precious twins that Chairman Long Fei gave him. Birthday present designed by my daughter. Soon, this incident spread all over the world. All of a sudden, the entire international network was fried. This is like the old turtle bully, but it's much cuter than Giba. Such Ms. samples are really easy to attract girls who like cute things. I'm a girl who loves Ms. Now I wish I could be the daughter of Chairman Long Fei. I'm a boy, and I want to be his godson, so that I can drive all kinds of Gundams in the future. Upstairs, you think too much. You want to be someone's son, but they still despise you. Speaking of which, will the performance of this MS called Xiongba be better than that of the former Turtleba? It's definitely better than Turtleba. After all, Turtleba is a MS from nearly 10 years ago. After all, Xiongba is a MS made with the technology mastered by the modern Tianyi mercenary corps. Even if it's just a birthday present for his daughter, it doesn't need to use the most cutting-edge technology. At least it should be built with second-tier or higher technology. And their second-tier technology is probably more advanced than the technology that made the Turtle Bully back then. I don't know if Xiongba is considered a Gundam. Certainly not. Didn't you see that Xiongba doesn't have a Gundam antenna? However, it is estimated that the performance of Xiongba is not as good as the performance of the new Gundam that appeared recently, but at least it must be more advanced than the previous Gundam. Mom and Dad, we want to sit in the robot bear. Long Fei and his wife looked at each other. Long Fei smiled and said, "Yes, but before that, you have to change into the driving suit with your parents, so that you can enter the machine." Okay. The two little ones were very excited and wished they could change their clothes now. The pilot suits of the two little ones were specially made by Long Fei. Long Fei and Tao Xiang also put on Spartan suits too. Long Fei carried the dragon fruit and entered the pink bear's cockpit, and Tao Xiang carried Long Fu into the yellow bear's cockpit. Then, the eyes of the two bears lit up, and the two bears came out of the container. Start walking, running, jumping. The little one in the cockpit is clapping excitedly. The guests at the scene took pictures of the two Xiongba with their mobile suits, and some even started the live broadcast. Then the two Xiongba jumped into the sea and started their surface navigation of more than 60 knots. The two Xiongba crossed quickly on the surface of the water, and then the two Xiongba sank to the bottom of the sea. The two little ones looked at the many seabed plants and all kinds of fish on the seabed from the screen. Their eyes glowed, and their expressions were full of excitement. Both bear masters have their communication network lines turned on. A lot of big fish, a lot of big fish. Zaya Beautyan pointed to the dolphin not far from the screen. Well, it's a dolphin. Many dolphins looked at Xiongba very curiously. Many dolphins swam up to Xiongba and surrounded him. Then, the speed of the two Xiongba slowed down a lot and swam with a group of dolphins. After swimming with the dolphins for half an hour, the two Xiongba floated to the surface and then returned to the coastal restaurant. The couple took the baby out. The expressions of the two children seemed to be full of meaning. Aunt Selenum Nigrum asked the two nieces, "Did you have a good time?" "I'm very happy. There are many big fish on the bottom of the sea, and they swim with the robot." The two sisters replied in unison. Su Jingyun also came over and asked Long Fei, "How much did you spend to make these two bears?" If calculated in Earth Circle coins, the two Xiongba should have cost about 5 billion Earth Circle coins together. Long Fei's answer directly made everyone look at Long Fei with wide eyes. Long Fei's answer quickly spread throughout the world. Some guests, children from rich families, pointed their mobile suits at Long Fei's side. Solanum Nigrum frowned and blamed Long Fei. Fei, you are such a prodigal. You spent so much money on the birthday presents of your two daughters. Tao Xiang, who was holding the dragon Fu, also blamed her husband. Spending so much money. Do you think your money came from the wind? If I had known, I would not have let you make these two bear bullies. It's not a big deal. As long as it can make my daughters happy, it's worth the money, Long Fei said with a natural look. Long Fei's words quickly spread throughout the entire world, and the internet was immediately bombarded, especially the online forums in the Ms. Circle, etc. were bombarded to the sky. I will be Chairman Long Fei's daughter. Chairman Long Fei, do you lack a goddaughter? I am willing to be your goddaughter. Chairman Long Fei, I'm a man. Can I be your godson? There are quite a few people on the forum who are clamoring to be Long Fei's son-in-law. At this time, Su Jingyun asked Long Fei curiously, by the way, how much did you spend on the G-bouncer that you made for me? At least 8 billion Earth Circle coins. Su Jingyun's eyes widened immediately, because the MS specially made by the country for those trump cards would not exceed 2 billion even if calculated in the currency of the Earth Circle. I said I'm not surprised, no matter how you say G-bouncer. No matter how you say it is a product of high-tech manufacturing, it must have such a price. Su Jingyun thought about it, and what Long Fei said was right. The G-bouncer was also handed over to the country's super ace Ms. Pilot to drive. The evaluation of G-bouncer is extremely high. The MS built with the most cutting-edge technology in this country is simply incomparable. The thrust and power generation of the nuclear energy engine alone are beyond the reach of the most advanced nuclear energy engine in the country. Su Jingyun thought, if the G-bouncer is really 8 billion Earth Circle coins, the super aces in the country have commented that even if they make a few more units, they will not be too many. Su Chaoga said to Long Fei, Chairman Long Fei, can I ask you a question? All right. How much did the Flying Wing Type 0 cost in total? Calculated in Earth Circle currency. This. Long Fei slowly stretched out his and index finger with his right hand. 20 billion Earth Circle coins. It's 200 billion Earth Circle coins. Brother Su Jingyun and many other guests were speechless in fright. The 200 billion Earth Circle currency is at least 1 year's defense budget of a medium-sized country. One Flying Wing Type 0 Gundam directly ate up a whole year's defense budget of a medium-sized country. But recalling its terrifying destructive power, everyone was relieved. Because the continuous firing of destruction cannons can destroy an army-level fleet in a short period of time. The size of the fleet at the military level, I don't know how many years it will take for a medium-sized country to have such a scale. The Flying Wing Type 0 Gundam can destroy the painstaking efforts of a medium-sized country for more than 10 years in a short period of time. Of course, the original price of the Flying Wing Type 0 was not that high, mainly because of the replacement of a new generation engine, and the subsequent destruction rifle, dwarf sword, armor, etc. were all replaced with the 4th generation Gundamium alloy. Long Fei cast the cost of the Flying Wing at 0, which also caused the entire international circle to fry the pot directly. The price of a Flying Wing Type 0 directly exceeds the sum of the cost of several large warships. At this time, Longhua asked Long Fei, Father, can the robot fly in space? Okay, just change the backpack. Then can you take us to sit in the robot and fly in the universe? No problem. Then, many guests wanted to curry favor with Long Fei, and even introduced their consortium or group from time to time, and they had already told their plans, hoping that Tianyi Group could join. Long Fei handed over these matters to the presidents of the companies. On the internet, netizens from various countries have polarized views on the Shionba MS that Long Fei made for his daughter as a birthday present for her daughter. Some people on the internet think that it is so extravagant and wasteful for Long Fei to spend such money as his daughter's birthday gift, and they don't think about the war orphans, how many orphans are waiting for him to rescue, and how many orphans he can save with this money. Some people even accused Long Fei's wife Tao Xiang, thinking that this woman didn't pay attention to how much money her husband spent in charity and didn't think about how many orphans the money could help. Of course, for such a sour netizen, there are also some netizens who have a direct meal, thinking that the money belongs to Long Fei, and how Long Fei wants to spend it is his freedom. Who can control it? Besides, his wife Taoxiang is just his wife, and the money is her husband. If she earns money, even if she does charity, she should take the money from her husband. Those who talk about Long Fei, think about the money that belongs to Long Fei, how Long Fei wants to spend it. What are you bragging about? No matter what opinions people on the internet present, everyone has one opinion about Long Fei. That is, this father is a doting girl and crazy devil. On the same day that Long Fei celebrated his daughter's birthday, the leaders of the countries in the colonial circle were having an online meeting at the moment. This online meeting is not just a system where the leaders of various countries hold online meetings. Whether it is a democratic empire or a religious system, all leaders hold meetings online. Dian Kingdom, since the eldest Prince Christopher was killed, the Dian Kingdom has not made any other moves. They don't have any reconnaissance troops in the current Martian sphere, and they really don't understand what the Martian sphere will do next. At this moment, the leaders of various countries are discussing whether to expel the Dion's Second Expeditionary Force from the territory of the Wanluo Federation and drive them all back to their countries. The current president of the Wanluo Federation asks the countries in the colonial areas for help once the Wanluo Federation is defeated. Then, the Dian Empire will use the original border of the Wanluo Federation as a stronghold to challenge all countries. The Wanluo Federation is already the bridgehead of the colonial circle. Once the bridgehead is knocked down, the Dian Empire will use it to carry out the next war. Although the Dian Empire currently has no soldiers to use, they can push the original people of the Wanluo Federation to fight on the battlefield. The current encounter of the Wanluo Federation is that the enemies that many soldiers are dealing with are former colleagues or former compatriots. And these people are not willing to go to the battlefield to fight against their former compatriots, but their relatives have been kidnapped. If they don't fight, their relatives will die in front of them, and they are forced to go to the battlefield. If the Wanluo Federation is defeated, then the current encounter of the Wanluo Federation will be the future encounter of all countries. What the president of the Wanluo Federation said also made the leaders of various countries fall into deep thought at this moment. Some national leaders feel that they can continue to entrust the Tianyi mercenary group. After the Tianyi mercenary group completely wiped out Dion's Third Expeditionary Army, they had already unilaterally terminated their contract with the United Army. The explanation given by the Tianyi mercenary group was that they had been seriously injured in this battle and needed to recuperate. At that time, the leaders of various countries looked at the explanation information given by the Tianyi supporting corps, and there were 10,000 mud horses galloping in their hearts. Although the Tianyi mercenary group did suffer a lot of damage in that battle, their vitality was somewhat injured, but it didn't damage the foundation. At most it only hurt the flesh. The Tianyi mercenary group will attack Dion's Second Expeditionary Army next. There is no problem at all. Some analysts even analyzed the rewards and resources that the Tianyi mercenary group received from the United Army. Not only did it not cause any losses to the Tianyi mercenary group, but also had greater opportunities for development and growth. In terms of the current situation of the Wanluo Federation, in fact, many countries have ulterior motives and do not want to help at all, and even want to watch the Wanluo Federation continue to fall into the quagmire of war. Weak. Even the United Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic, which belongs to the same system, is also happy to watch the Wanluo Federation weaken. Just as the president of the Wanluo Federation said, once the Wanluo Federation is destroyed by the Dian Empire, the consequences will be disastrous. Dion's Second Expeditionary Force had to drive them out. It's just that at the moment, the vitality of all countries is also seriously injured, and the country's economy has already suffered a lot. If the fight continues, the foundation of many countries will be completely eroded. Of course, these powerful countries like the Garth Empire want to delay as much as possible, because some of the military weapons obtained from the Dian Empire are still in the research state. Although it is impossible to develop a technology as high-tech as the Dian Empire, at least it can be reverse-developed, and the technology developed by reverse engineering will be more advanced than the technology currently mastered. Among other things, let's talk about the automation program of the giant battleships of the Dian Empire and some automated equipment, which can reduce the pressure on the logistic soldiers and also reduce the number of logistic soldiers. For a 700-meter warship of the Dion Royal Army, if other countries develop a warship of the same size, the logistics and cooking squads responsible for maintenance alone will have at least 5,000 people. On the contrary, 1,000 people at most in the Dion Empire is enough, and the saved 4,000 people can also carry ground troops or ground-armed combat vehicles, etc., and even use these spaces as hangars to carry more MS or mobile fortresses. Garth Empire has reverse-developed their automation program system and automation equipment. The largest destroyer in the Garth Empire is 350 meters in length, 115 meters in width, and 85 meters in height. Originally, at least 1,000 logistics troops, not counting the ground troops, were required, and automation programs and automation were developed. After the equipment is installed, logistics soldiers, miscellaneous soldiers, etc. will use less than 700 people, and the effect will be better than the previous 1,000 people. At present, the automation program and automation equipment are in the experimental stage, and it will take some time for all types of warships to use these technologies. Of course, in addition to these technologies, they are also conducting reverse development of offensive weapons. The military technology of the Dion Empire can at least allow them to achieve technology on many technical levels. It may have taken 20 years to achieve technology, but now it may only take 10 years can be achieved. Therefore, among the countries, especially the leaders of the big and powerful countries, they are calculating in their hearts, trying to make the Wanluo Federation continue to weaken and continue to drag the Dion's second expeditionary force, so that they have more time to study the military technology of the Dion Empire. Long Fei decided to stay in his hometown for a while. On the coast of Yongqing City, the crews of the various cargo ships in the port looked at the battleships of the Tianyi mercenary group floating in the sky not far away, or the battleships of the Tianyi mercenary group on the water. After Minovsky's suspension system was developed, the battleships of the Tianyi mercenary group could stay suspended in place as long as they had enough energy in a gravity environment. The technology of the Minovsky suspension system can be said to be a very itchy technology for all countries, especially countries in the Earth's circle. At present, the warships of various countries in the Earth's circle simply cannot suspend in place for a long time in an environment with gravity. As for the crew members of the cargo ship, most of the crew members watched the warships of the Tianyi mercenary group just curiously, and a small number of crew members were spies or special agents of a certain country pretending to be crew members. Long Fei took a nap in his homeroom, while Long Gua, Long Fu, and his godmother were playing in the backyard. Outside the house are the ground troops of the Tianyi mercenary group, and the Miz troops are on guard inside and outside the luxury residential area. Sister Taoxiang and Aunt Li were making dumplings and wontons with the housekeeper in the kitchen, while Yu Yangchun and Big Bad Wolf were playing a ball-throwing game. Solanum Nigrum and Long Wen went to work, while Long Xian went to the branch to conduct inspections. After Long Fei had lunch, he took a nap directly in his room. For Long Fei, it was a rare rest day, and he was finally able to sleep well. From the start of his business to the present, Long Fei has basically never taken a nap. Even if he gave himself a rest day, Long Fei basically didn't give himself much rest. At 3 o'clock noon, Tao Xiang entered the room and patted Long Fei's butt. Long Fei woke up with a start. "Big lazy pig, get up soon. I made your favorite dumplings." Long Fei looked at the alarm clock. "I only slept for more than 2 hours, and I'm still so tired. Go to sleep after eating the dumplings." Long Fei stood up, stretched his waist, and kissed his wife's face. Long Fei went to the bathroom in his room to wash his face. The bathroom door was not closed. Tao Xiang stood in front of the bathroom door and asked Long Fei, "Honey, should we consider having a second child now?" After Long Fei paused for a moment while washing his face, he glanced at his wife and said, "Okay, we have to work hard for a while. Brother Fei, wake up and eat dumplings." Yu Yangchun said to Long Fei, who came down from upstairs. Yu Yangchun would call Long Fei like this during non-working hours. "Well, when did you come?" "A few hours ago. It should be when you were taking a nap." Long Fei watched Su Jingyun playing with Long Hua and Long Fu outside the house. At this time, Long Xian just came back. "Second sister, the company inspection is over." "Well, there is basically no problem. By the way, I also want to come back and eat dumplings." "I think you are gluttonous for dumplings." "I admit." "Then, Tao Xiangchao Su Jingyun outside the house, and the two little ones entered the house to eat dumplings. Yu Yanchun went into the kitchen to help and put the dishes and chopsticks on the dining table. Several large bowls and plates were filled with dumplings and 2 large soup bowls. There are leek and pork dumplings, mutton and spring onion dumplings, minced meat and shrimp dumplings, vegetarian dumplings, minced meat mixed tun and beef ball soup. Just in time, Selenum Nigrum and Long Wen also came home. Long Fei joked with the elder sister and the third sister. Eldest sister, third sister, you came back just in time. You must have smelled the dumplings, wontons, and meatball soup made by my wife. The two sisters gave the younger brother a blank stare. Li Xiang, Yang Chun, go to the kitchen and help Aunt Li and the housekeeper with shredded ginger, soy sauce, vinegar, and other condiments. Okay, all the dishes, condiments, etc. are set on the table. Everyone started with dumplings, wontons, and meatballs. Li Xiang, come on, Yu Yangchun picked up a piece of minced meat and fresh shrimp dumpling, dipped some soy sauce in it, and put it in front of Li Xiang's mouth. Li Xiang opened her mouth to eat minced meat and shrimp dumplings. Yu Yangchun then picked up several different dumplings for Li Xiang. Tao Xiang watched Yu Yangchun feed her sister dumplings, but she persuaded her without moving her chopsticks. Xiaochun, don't keep feeding my sister dumplings. You should eat them quickly. It won't taste good when it's cold. And Li Xiang, you too. When you were young, you didn't necessarily have to be fed, but why are you being fed when you grow up? Aren't you ashamed? It's okay, Sister Tao Xiang. Sometimes I just feed her like this, and I will eat after feeding her. Sister, I don't. Li Xiang quickly denied it. And then, Li Xiang raised her hand to hit Yang Chun and cursed. Yu Yangchun, you are looking for death. Hey, don't hit me, don't hit me. Yu Yangchun quickly hugged his head and begged for mercy. Li Xiang, you're going too far. Tao Xiang stared at her younger sister. Don't be fooled by him. He pretended. Seeing this situation, the others also persuaded. Li Xiang, you can't treat your boyfriend like this. You can see that Xiaochun is scared like this by you. Tao Xiang seemed to be holding a plate filled with dumplings and said to Yu Yangchun, Xiaochun, come on, Sister Tao Xiang will serve you these dumplings and eat quickly. Then she served Yu Yangchun another bowl of beef ball soup. Come, eat while it's hot. Then, Tao Xiang walked up to Li Xiang, grabbed her sister's clothes, and said, don't eat the food. Come with me now and explain what's going on. Sister, don't be fooled by him. He lied to you. Stop talking. Hurry up and come with me. Tao Xiang dragged her sister to the room. Li Xiang was dragged away by her sister, pointed at Yu Yangchun with one hand, and said, Dead Yu Yangchun, you wait for me. Yu Yangchun seemed to shrink his head in fright. Tao Xiang directly stretched out her hand to grab her sister's ear and cursed. You still said he lied to me. Look at him. How did you frighten him? Ah, sister, pain, 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 pain. Don't pull my ears. Come here right away. Tao Xiang pulled her sister into the room and closed the door, and Tao Xiang scolded her sister in the room. Long Fei asked Yu Yangchun, is Li Xiang always like this? Normally, she doesn't act like this. She usually has a gentle temperament, but during her menstruation, she has a very violent temper. If she gets a little bit uncomfortable, she will either yell at me or pinch me directly. So this is Brother Fei, if Sister Tao Xiang had her period, would she behave like this? That's not true. She won't take her anger out on others. Obviously, they are sisters. Why are the two sisters completely different during menstruation? Su Jingyun asked Yu Yangchun. She pinched you. Where is she pinching you? It's here and here. Yu Yangchun opened his sleeves and clothes, and the pinched parts were his arms and waist. My God, this is too much. Selenum Nigrum frowned and looked at the black and blue wounds on Yu Yangchun's arms and waist. When Long Gua and Long Fu wanted to look at Yu Yangchun's wound curiously, the second and third aunts covered their eyes and told them not to look. Just when Sister Tao Xiang came out of the room and was returning to eat dumplings, after Tao Xiang saw Yu Yangchun's wound, Tao Xiang glared at her sister angrily, and Li Xiang's expression became a little ugly. Sister Mo Ruo, Tao Xiang's best friend, knew it was her fault. She pinched her ear and scolded. Okay, so you treat your boyfriend like this. It seems that I haven't hit you for a long time. Are you itches? Come here. Sister, forgive me. I really don't dare, and I really don't dare in the future. Stop talking nonsense to me. Get out here. Tao Xiang pulled her sister into the room again, and Li Xiang's screams were heard in the room. Although they were separated by a building, Li Xiang's screams could still be heard. The ears of Long Gua and Long Fu were covered by the two aunts, not wanting the two nieces to hear the screams. It took about half an hour before the two sisters came out of the room. Rika took a cushion and put it on her chair, and sat down slowly. Her buttocks were swollen from her sister's beating. Tao Xiang's right hand was red and swollen. It seemed that her elder sister didn't show mercy when spanking her younger sister. Cherish your boyfriend well in the future. Treat him well. The boy who is so good at coaxing you. You don't cherish it well. Yu Yanchun said to Tao Xiang. Sister Tao Xiang. She is usually very gentle, but when her period comes, she has a very violent temper. That's not okay. Sister Tao Xiang, let me show you her usually gentle tone. Li Xiang looked very embarrassed. Yu Yanchun took out his mobile suit and released the voice content of the previous conversation between Li Xiang and him. Brother Yanchun, Li Xiang misses you. Li Xiang's voice came from the phone. Li Xiang's face flushed immediately. Many people turned their mouths up and smiled secretly. Long Xian and Long Wen covered the ears of their two nieces, and Tao Xiang looked directly at her sister. Brother Yanchun, Xiao Xiang wants you to hug me to sleep. Li Xiang wished she could find a hole to get in, and ate the dumplings with her head down. No, let your sister know. She will definitely beat me to death. No, my sister is focusing on her two daughters now. How can she have time to take care of me? Besides, she just put the two daughters to sleep. She is tired, and she sleeps like a pig, unshakable. Li Xiang's back felt cold, and she was sweating coldly. Tao Xiang put down her chopsticks and smiled at Long Fei. Husband, dumpling wonton and beef ball soup. Just leave some for me. I have to talk to my sister. Come on, Li Xiang. Come into the room with my sister. My sister wants to ask, when did I sleep like a pig and I was unshakable, and what year did you say these words? Please explain to me. Tao Xianghan smiling. He said to his sister in a gentle tone, but the strength of his hands was not light, and he grabbed her directly. Brother-in-law, save me. Long Fei lowered his head and ate the dumplings so he didn't hear it. Others looked at Li Xiang's expression, as if telling her, you can do it yourself, we can't help. Afterwards, Tao Xiang's angry curse came from the room. When did I become a pig? Did I sleep like a pig? Can't be shaken by lightning? And when were you? Are you an adult? In the evening, Long Fei didn't eat at home, but ate in a luxury restaurant, not with his family, but with his 6 direct army leaders and 3 important generals, Li Jiaming, Shrek, and AICC. When Li Xiuqing went home this time, he met his parents, and his family came to visit him. Of course, the purpose of my family was to use him as a springboard to meet Long Fei, but Li Xiuqing just promised. At most, he just told Long Fei. Whether Long Fei wants to see them or not is none of his business. The luxury restaurant serves barbecue hot pot, and there are no other guests in the luxury restaurant today because it is completely reserved by Long Fei, and there are ground troops and MS on guard around the restaurant. In the beginning, there were a few dandies who wanted to come here to eat barbecue hot pot, but they were booked by Long Fei, and the dandies might not be convinced when they saw that the place was reserved by others. The one who booked the venue was Long Fei. Anyone's account cannot be sold, but Long Fei's account must be sold. If he really offends Long Fei and is beaten up by his Tianyi mercenaries, the old man in the family will not vent their anger on them, and more likely will kicked out of the house by the old man in the family. 10 people sit in a circle. The hot pot is surrounded by iron plates and barbecue grills, and there are no other tables and chairs except for the waiters and the dining car with various ingredients. The ingredients are the freshest, the best pork, beef, mutton, ostrich, chicken, duck, goose, oysters, crab, shrimp and fish, as well as the best truffle vegetables and so on. At the scene, it was not the waiters of the restaurant who were in charge of putting the barbecue ingredients into the hot pot for 10 people, but members of the sword and shield troops, but these members changed into the uniforms of the restaurant waiters. Long Fei was eating freshly grilled oysters, and Li Jiaming said to Long Fei, currently, among the captives of the Dian Imperial Army, some captive camps or detention centers completely separate new humans from ordinary people. New humans and adjustment people can be released. Together, ordinary humans are placed on the other side, lest they make a fuss. The main reason is that the relationship between ordinary humans and new humans and adjusters is very bad. Even if new humans and adjusters are taken as captives, they still discriminate against ordinary humans. Yes, boss. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble, we have separated them, and we will arrange for new humans and adjusters to control them if the captives are new humans and adjusters. Ordinary human captives will be handed over to ordinary humans. Humans will control it. Well, I see. Lieutenant General AICC and Chief of Staff reported to Long Fei. The 21st and 22nd branch bases will invest more funds for development and expansion. On the other hand, after discussing with Lieutenant General Shrek, at present, if we can, we will take a period of recuperation first. Long Fei looked at Lieutenant General Shrek. Yes, boss. Although we didn't suffer much damage in a big battle, and even we got huge benefits and resources from the joint army, we lost many brothers, and excellent fighters still need to fight for a while. Training. Even for fighters who have undergone physical enhancement, it will take some time for surgical transformation, and it will take some time for those fighters who have undergone transformation to have an adaptation period. Long Fei nodded. They have already concluded that nearly 1 million people died in this battle, although the pensions of these dead brothers were also included in the reimbursement to the United Army. But no matter what, nearly 1 million Tianyi mercenaries have been lost, and each of them needs to be trained. Shrek continued. However, there are also many exiled soldiers joining our Tianyi mercenary group. Their comprehensiveness and adaptability are pretty good. At present, many of these soldiers can fully adapt to the operation of the Tianyi mercenary group, and they can complete the assigned tasks. How many of those subjugated soldiers who joined us? Over 2 million. Long Fei frowned and looked at Shrek. Shrek continued. Although there are more than 2 million people, they are all from different countries. More importantly, we must continue to observe whether they have spies who have infiltrated a certain country. Long Fei listened and nodded. Li Jiaming continued to report to Long Fei. At present, the United Army still entrusts us, asking us to expel Dion's 2nd Expeditionary Force who occupied the territory of the Wanluo Federation, but we have rejected their entrustment. Oh, I see. One more thing. The current revolution of the Martian Circle has already corresponded to the colony in the 4th District. My subordinates personally calculated that if the coalition army did not accept the entrustment from us, it is estimated that they will mobilize troops to attack Dion, which occupies the territory of the Wanluo Federation. The 2nd Expeditionary Army, when the time comes, the subordinates estimate that the Kingdom of Dion will definitely come up with a tactic of besieging Wei and saving Zhao, attacking the Anglo-Samos People's Republic, so that the United Army must divide its troops to save the Anglo-Samos People's Republic, and then occupy Wanluo. The Dion's 2nd Expeditionary Force in half of the Federation will withdraw from the Wanluo Federation. Commander-in-Chief, I understand the first half of what you said, but why did the expeditionary forces withdraw in the second half? According to the spies we send out, the Dion's 2nd Expeditionary Army occupying the territory of the Wanluo Federation, most of the soldiers they sent out to fight were originally from the Wanluo Federation. These soldiers who went out to fight, the family members were all held hostage and threatened by the Dion Empire. According to the intelligence collected by the spies and the observation of the spies, the family members of the soldiers of the former Wanluo Federation were taken to the Martian Circle. It can be said that the Wanluo Federation army is beating their own compatriots. What does this have to do with them withdrawing from the occupied territories? They have plundered a lot of resources occupying the territory of the Wanluo Federation. For them, there is no longer much benefit. Now they continue to occupy those territories, and they can only earn as much as they can. The United Army is really doing its best. If they attack them, they won't really fight, and even before they leave, they will take all the soldiers whose families have been kidnapped back to the Dion Empire to prepare for the next battle. Long Fei listened and nodded. Then Long Fei asked Salamanda, who was eating skewers, "Salamanda, I have read your report, and you said that the spiritual aura I displayed is no less than that of Fardis back then." "Yes, boss. If I was a member of the rebel army at that time, if only one of my companions at that time had the same mental power as Fardis, then there would not be a large number of rebels who would collapse and surrender in fright. and the rest escaped from the Martian circle in embarrassment. It should be 5 or 6 years from now. Almost, boss. From what you said, it is estimated that Fardis's mental strength should be stronger than mine. Everyone looked at Long Fei, and Salamanda looked at Long Fei with some puzzlement and asked, Boss, my subordinates don't understand that the spiritual power displayed by you and Fardis back then can be said to be on par. Why? Boss, are you going to belittle yourself? You said it was back then. As long as Fardis is not abandoned, his mental power will definitely be stronger than before. Don't forget that although some new humans are inherently strong and some are inherently weak, as long as they rely on acquired hard work will naturally improve. And even some new human beings have very strong potential. I don't know if there is a gap in the spiritual potential between me and Fardis. Everyone also understood what the boss said. If you can improve, others can also improve. Li Xiuqing asked Salamanda, when you were in the rebel army, didn't that idiot Barbaros know the strength of his former master? Salamander replied, after that incident happened, many people also questioned him. He explained that he didn't know, and some people asked him that Fardis also showed his strong mental power when he tried to usurp the throne. Don't you know? And in the end, do you know how he explained it? How does he explain it? He said that when Fardis tried to usurp the throne, he was still training at the military academy at that time, and he didn't know about it at all. Long Fei said, so most people don't believe his explanation and even think that he might be a spy. Salamanda nodded and said, yes, so I think he will be assassinated at that time. Maybe this is one of the main reasons. A few days later, after Su Jingyun's sister and brother bid farewell to Long Fei's family, Long Fei also left his hometown with his wife and children. Go to other sub-bases in the Earth Circle for inspection, and also take a look at the branches and factories of the group's subsidiaries. Long Fei inspected the Uya Cross Country, the South American allies, and so on, and the last stop was the land that was ceded from the United States and made an indemnity to him. In the 17th branch base, Major General Ma Shirlang had already lined up to welcome Long Fei. Long Fei came here to inspect the branch base and the outside of each branch company. And by the way, take a look at the 2 Rainik Kingdom and Longsog Kingdom that were established on land. The former is a peaceful country, without any extravagant thoughts, and acts according to the rules established by the Tianyi mercenary group. The Longsog Kingdom still remembers eating but not fighting, and continues to do things that violate the rules. These things are still reported by Major General Ma Shirlang. Long Fei decided to go there to have a look. The only city in the Longsog Kingdom, there are countless Tianyi mercenary troops patrolling the sky and the ground at this moment. The people of the Longsog Kingdom didn't dare to have any dissatisfaction when they saw such a battle, because they knew whose land they were standing on now. How can a person not bow his head under the eaves? When Princess Yo-Yo learned of Long Fei's arrival, she immediately dressed up and went to the gate to welcome Long Fei's arrival in person. But Princess Yo-Yo waited at the gate for 2 hours, but she didn't see Long Fei coming. At this time, Mu Liao told Princess Yo-Yo about the matter, and Princess Yo-Yo immediately set off to return to the palace. Back in his palace, there were many MS and special forces of Long Fei's 6 directly subordinate units standing inside and outside the palace. Princess Yu frowned as she watched these troops occupy her palace, but she also knew that she was actually under the roof, and no matter how dissatisfied she had to endure. After getting off the car, Princess Yo-Yo kept a gentle smile and walked into her palace. Long Fei was sitting on Princess Yo-Yo's throne with Erlang's legs crossed, and the commanders of the 6 directly subordinate troops stood on the left and right sides of Long Fei. The guards of the palace watched Long Fei sitting on the throne of their princess like this, but they didn't dare to express their dissatisfaction at all, because there were Tianyi mercenaries in the whole palace. Princess Yu came to the palace with her personal bodyguard, and saw Long Fei sitting on her throne with her eyes closed and her legs crossed. When Princess Yo-Yo walked 20 meters away from Long Fei, she was stopped by Tianyi mercenaries. My concubine is leisurely meeting Chairman Long Fei. Long Fei didn't seem to hear it, and continued to close his eyes, and said to Salamanda, Salamanda, why did I hear a monkey cry? Boss, it's Princess Yo-Yo from the Longsog Kingdom who came to greet you. Oh, so it's the female monkey whose tiger is no longer the king of the monkeys. Princess Yo-Yo had an ugly expression at the moment, It was the first time she had been humiliated in this way for so many years as a princess. Salamanda said bluntly, "Boss, this way of making up that woman is a female monkey is actually insulting the female monkey." Princess Yo-Yo glared at Salamanda angrily and said angrily in her heart, "You licking dog, how dare you insult me?" "Oh, how would you describe it? It's just a flirtatious with the title of princess. Calling her a chicken is really insulting a chicken. If you call her a itch, I think it is nobler than her. At least it will not go what kind of chastity card is set up, but this kind of scum and stands up again and again, and I don't know how to describe her." At this time, Ramir added, "A is a dog for a long time. I think even if you find the cheapest dog, they will despise her." At this time, Long Fei closed his eyes and laughed, and the others also laughed. Princess Yo-Yo was trembling with anger at the moment. Many of the palace guards, palace knights, and Princess Yo-Yo's guards recognized Salamanda, and Salamanda was mercilessly humiliating Princess Yo-Yo at this moment. After Long Fei finished laughing with everyone, Long Fei opened his eyes and said, "A woman who is cheaper than a itch, just call it a scum." Yes, what the boss said is very true. Salamanda, that scumbag, you can deal with it yourself. If you should use a whip, then use a whip to give it a good blow. Yes, boss. Then, Long Fei suddenly waved his hand in disgust, and the Tiani mercenaries immediately pulled Princess Yo-Yo and her guards aside. Except for Salamanda and members of Sword and Shield, everyone left the scene. After Long Fei and others left the scene, Princess Yo-Yo walked directly in front of Salamanda and slapped her across the face. "Salamanda, you pariah!" Salamanda directly reached out to grab Princess Yo-Yo's sweeping palm, and then tripped Princess Yo-Yo to the ground with one kick. When the guards were about to rush over, the members of the Sword and Shield troop directly raised their rifles and aimed at the guards, who did not dare to act rashly. Salamanda stepped on Princess Yo-Yo's face directly and said, "How does it feel to be stepped on by a pariah like me?" "Salamanda, I was right in not choosing you back then. Look at you. You have climbed up to a stronger person, and you treated your former master like this. Back then, my father and king promoted you to take care of you. If the old man is alive, he will definitely regret promoting you, a white-eyed wolf. Don't use the old king to suppress me. I respect the old king from the bottom of my heart. If you want to say that the worst thing he did was that he didn't shoot you on the wall back then and gave birth to you, a useless and unworthy girl, and fell in love with him. A father-killing enemy. What's even more ridiculous is that the father-killing enemy you fell in love with is actually just a useless general who doesn't know anything, not even the strength of his former master, so he gave the wrong answer. Information: how many colleagues in the rebel army were killed, and everyone escaped from the Mars Circle in embarrassment. But in the end, I still thank your useless husband, because his relationship made me know the current boss and let me follow a master who knows how to use my talents." Salamanda no longer has any old feelings for Princess Yo-Yo. Then, Salamanda removed the foot that was stepping on Princess Yo-Yo's face, and then kicked Princess Yo-Yo heavily in the stomach. "Wow!" Princess Yo-Yo screamed, then covered her stomach with her hands and spit out gastric juice. Then, Salamanda sat down on Princess Yo-Yo's back, making her lie on the ground unable to move, and Salamanda gestured to a subordinate. A subordinate handed the tablet to Salamanda. Salamanda spoke to the tablet. "The Kingdom of Longsog has a secret transaction with the United States of America, secretly buying and selling some weapons. The authorities of the Kingdom of Longsog also secretly kidnapped some women from the country and sent them to some important capitalists of the United States of America, etc. Wait, the purpose?" Salamanda said the content of the collusion, and Princess Yo-Yo didn't have a painful expression at the moment, but a frightened expression. "Mr. Salamanda, we were wronged, we..." "Stop, there is no need to say anything. We have investigated all these clearly. Those capitalists have been controlled by us, and they have also revealed everything. We are clear about your secret transactions, it's clear." Princess Yo-Yo was sweating all over at the moment. Her smile was uglier than crying, and she flattered Salamanda. "Someone must have done this without telling me. Wow." Salamanda slapped Yo-Yo with a backhand. Princess face snapped. "You don't need to make excuses. Your people are also controlled by us. They told everything. Isn't your purpose to want to take advantage of the fact that we have lost both sides in the battle with the Dion Imperial Army, and then take advantage of our serious injury? Take away our land. But unfortunately, the wishful thinking will not work. Princess Yo-Yo's face was ashen. Longsog Kingdom. I think it should be abolished directly. No, don't abolish my kingdom, Mr. Salamander. You can do whatever you want me to do. Don't abolish my kingdom. Princess Yo-Yo begged Salamander with snot and tears at the moment. Saramanda looked at the woman in front of him, only getting more and more disgusted, and he became more and more disgusted with this woman. At this moment, not only did he not want to pity her, but he also wanted to trample on her. Salamander stood up and said, "While crawling, I'm barking like a puppy. Wow, woof, woof, woof." Princess Yo-Yo really crawled and barked like a puppy. The guards and knights at the scene wanted to leave the scene. They didn't want to see their princess in a mess and lose face to the country. However, those who know the love and hatred between Salamander and Princess Yo-Yo know that this is Salamander's revenge on Princess Yo-Yo, and they all understand that this is Princess Yo-Yo's retribution. You've learned well. Come on, lick my feet now. Salamander stretched out her right foot. Princess Yo-Yo looked extremely ugly and looked up at Salamander. Salamander said, "Do you think that I, the person who licked your dog back then, can let you be trampled on by me like a itch? Now you lick my feet, and you can still be Longsog Princess of the Kingdom. I am happy. I can say a few words in front of my boss, and I can crown you as queen. If you don't want to, the Kingdom of Longsog will be abolished, and you will become the cheapest woman in the world. You don't just have to lick my feet, you have to lick all the people here." At this moment, Princess Yo-Yo crawled up in front of Salamander like a dog, sticking out her tongue to lick Salamander's right foot. Those who knew the grievances between the two at the scene had one thought in their minds: lick the dog to counterattack. "Okay, I'm satisfied with the licking. You can continue to be your princess, and I will give you one last sentence, so I can do it for myself." Before Saramanda left, he said, "By the way, maybe someone will nickname you Princess Itch in the future, because your actions just now have been filmed by my subordinates and spread all over the internet." "Salamander, you." Princess Yo-Yo stood up, pointed at Salamander, and felt extremely ashamed and angry. Wow. Princess Yo-Yo vomited blood and fell to the ground in anger. "Rescue your princess. But I would like to advise you, such a woman does not need to serve her, nor does she need to work hard for her. I have experienced it, and this is my advice to you." Salamander left the scene with his subordinates, and the palace guards quickly took Princess Yo-Yo to the room and called the imperial doctor to treat the princess. As Salamander said, some people on the internet have begun to call Princess Yo-Yo a princess. Longwa and Longfu were sleeping on her mother's lap. Tao Xiang was holding her phone and looking at the screen. The content was that Princess Yo-Yo was licking other people's shoes like a dog a few hours ago. Just when Long Fei returned to the room, he saw his two daughters sleeping on his wife's lap. Tao Xiang asked Long Fei, "Princess Yo-Yo can bend and stretch. If you humiliate her like this, aren't you afraid that she will take revenge on you one day?" "Don't worry, she is not a woman who can bend and stretch. She just wants to keep her princess status, because she knows that if she loses her status as a princess, she is nothing. Besides, this woman has high eyes but low power. Your own beauty can make others fascinated and work for her." Salamander was not fascinated by her back then, but really loved her. As a result, everyone knew the whole thing later. Salamander's retaliation against her like this can only prove how much she loved her back then and how much she was hurt by her. Over the years, Salamander's resentment towards her can't be put down at all. The more resentment accumulates over time now that she has been humiliated by Salamander. "I thought she was a bit pitiful, but there must be something hateful about a poor person, so I can only say that she deserves it." Some women think that they can conquer the world by conquering men, but they don't think about it. Even if a man can conquer the world, how many women can conquer such a man? Maybe these self-righteous women are just playthings of men who conquer the world. Well, if this Princess Yo-Yo is her princess, I don't care if the Longsog Kingdom will continue to survive in that land. Tao Xiang smiled at Long Fei and asked, "Then I have conquered you? How can you conquer my heart? You have my heart." Tao Xiang squeezed Long Fei's waist and scolded with a smile. "Spoof." Long Fei kissed his wife's mouth. "Hey, the baby is still here. They are asleep. Take them into the room. let's have a second baby. The couple carried their twin daughters into their rooms before returning to their bedroom. Long Fei put his wife on the bed, and the couple embraced and kissed each other. On the other hand, the Wanluo Federation is currently at war. Even netizens in the Wanluo Federation mock themselves as a civil war. Because most of the Dion soldiers who are fighting against the Wanluo Federation at this moment are from the original Wanluo Federation. When many media reporters caught these former Wanluo Federation members who became the Dion army, the reporters questioned why these former Wanluo Federation members betrayed their own country. The answer they got was that their family members were kidnapped. What can they do? They may be the ones who died on the battlefield, and the family members can live. If they don't fight, their family members will die in front of them. Regarding the behavior of the Dion army holding their family members and forcing them to go to the battlefield, although it has aroused verbal criticism from the Wanluo Federation and many international media, Dion Jun didn't care at all. Even if it is more than 10,000, the Federation brought this matter to an international conference and condemned the actions of the Dion Empire. The representative of the Dion Empire didn't care at all. There are only victory and defeat in a war, and there are no means or no means. On the other hand, the deposed former president of the Bando Federation, Pervy, continued to speak out in his online book. In addition to continuing to incite the people and condemning the incompetence of the current president, it is a smear against the Tianyi mercenary group. Rumors spread on the internet that the Tianyi mercenary group and the Dion Empire are a nest of snakes and rats, because the leaders of both sides are new humans. Holy Machine and Gundam are both products of the same demonic technology. He even took out the video footage of the battle between Holy Machine and Gundam to talk about it. These two MS can fight back and forth, which is basically proof of the same technological product. Ordinary people who don't know about MS believe what Pulver said, but not to mention experts. Even ordinary MS amateurs know that Pulver is talking nonsense. Many people even accused him of spreading rumors and nonsense in Pervy's online book. Pervy didn't care at all and continued to smear the Tianyi mercenary group, continued to say that Gundam is a product of evil demon technology, and continued to incite the public's hatred of Gundam on the internet. Continued to smear the Tianyi mercenary group. Why don't you accept the commission from the United Army now? Because the Tianyi mercenary group and the Dion Empire have an ulterior cooperation. The Tianyi mercenary group and the Dion Empire must be secretly cooperating to let other countries in the world continue to fight against the Dion Empire. Then the Tianyi mercenary group came to cooperate with the outside world, and the two sides attacked and wiped out all the international countries. The Tianyi mercenary group and the Dion Empire, the Kingdom of Dion, can carve up the entire world, and then the so-called self-righteous barbaric new humans will enslave us humans and trample on all democracy, freedom, and human rights. And it will be a disaster for all mankind. Pervy's nonsense not only aroused a lot of resonance in his country, but also aroused resonance in many countries internationally, mainly democracies. Pervy called on the world to sanction the Tianyi group, especially the Tianyi mercenary group, which should be the top priority of sanctions, and the Tianyi mercenary group cannot be allowed to continue to grow stronger and bigger. Otherwise, it will be a disaster for all mankind. Pervy's nonsense resonated with many people, but it also aroused ridicule from even more people. The reason for the netizens who laughed at him was very simple. If the Tianyi mercenary group and the Dion Empire really wanted to carve up the entire world, they would have cooperated long ago, so why wait until now? Besides Fardist new humanism, Long Fei strongly disagreed and even opposed it, and because of this relationship, the two sides almost fought endlessly. Long Fei spoke nonsense about Pervy's spout, and Long Fei just laughed at Pulvy. A deposed former president is still so restless and continues to talk nonsense. But his nonsense can cause a bunch of it can only be said that there are still a lot of idiots in this world. As for Tianyi Group's random smearing of Pureway, the official website only responded, "Everyone is shot while lying down." At the mother base, Long Fei is in the workshop manufacturing field, looking at the Sonic Gundam and Phantom Gundam being manufactured. In addition to these two Gundams, the assembly modules of Deep Strike and Silver Thunder are also being manufactured. Long Fei had a premonition that the battle with the Dion Empire was about to come, and this future battle was not entrusted by the United Army, But the Tianyi mercenary group would be involved, so all preparations must be made. Li Jiaming came to Long Fei with a tablet. Boss, look at this maintenance machine designed by a researcher. It's like a small factory. Long Fei took the tablet and looked at the content video on the tablet screen. It was a small automated maintenance workshop. What he watched was a CG video. A jiegong with a broken hand and leg just entered the maintenance workshop, and the automated machines in the workshop began to provide assistance for jiegong. Make repairs. Soon, a new-looking J just flew out of the maintenance workshop. There are two types of small automated maintenance workshops, one for use in a cosmic environment and one for use in a gravity environment. Small maintenance workshops do not need to be transported by warships, as long as they are towed by some transport planes like a tractor. Big Lang also has a maintenance function, and the Minovsky suspension system can also fight and support in a gravity environment. However, Big Lang's maintenance function is to rely on Harrow to control those maintenance machines for maintenance, and those with more serious damage must also be returned to the mothership for maintenance. A small automated maintenance workshop, as long as the parts and materials are sufficient, the automated machines in the maintenance workshop can perform maintenance. In this way, in addition to reducing the burden on the maintenance personnel of the airframe mothership, the damaged airframe can be repaired earlier and put into the battlefield faster. Commander-in-Chief, we can spend as much money as possible on research on this technology. If it succeeds, our damaged airframes can be repaired faster, and then put into the battlefield will be more effective. Yes, boss. Li Jiaming then reported another matter to Long Fei. The plan for the number 7 colonial area has been completed. Long Fei whispered a few words in Li Jiaming's ear, and Li Jiaming nodded. Understood. Not long after Li Jiaming resigned, Sakiki came to Long Fei and reported some company affairs. The current sales of the ordinary-sized jiegong have gradually replaced the Jim 2 and various series of short swords. It can be said that jiegong once after replacing the sales of these two MS, Murasame opened up his own sales, although the sales of the latter are not as high as the former. But anyway, the two will still reduce the sales of the original GM2 and various series of daggers. It is much bigger, and the market share has increased, which indirectly took away a lot of shares from other peers. Oh, I see. Also, many armies of various countries purchase our various weapons in large quantities. What surprised me the most is that democratic countries are the most active in purchasing. This is not surprising. It is estimated that they will gather a large force as soon as next month to expel the Dion's second expeditionary force occupying the territory of the Wanluo Federation. Instead of buying various weapons that are not as good as those sold by our peers, it is better to purchase them in large quantities. Aren't our things better? Besides, these democracies didn't just buy better things on a whim, and it's not that they buy better things when they're in their right minds. In fact, they also want to study our things. Since they can buy ready-made goods, they bought them. Just dismantling and researching, why not do it? What the boss said is very true. Even if we give them dismantling and research, they will not be able to reach our level for a while. According to the information we have, the Garth Empire is currently dismantling the ordinary specifications of Jiegang and Murasame, whether it is the engine skeleton or deformed structure, etc. At present, they have only mastered a little superficial technology. I am afraid that even if they are given 5 years, they will not be able to master all the technologies. Our Jiegang and Cun you don't dare to make big changes, and they will have to ask us for help and rely on us. Humph. Long Fei sneered and said, that's the way it is, but if the United Army defeats the Dion Empire, then the technology of the Dion Empire will be absorbed by them, and our advantage will be greatly reduced at that time. If it shrinks, it will not have the great advantage it has now, and at most it will only be in an advantageous state. Sakiki was silent. She understood what the boss meant. The Dion Empire possesses technological capabilities no less than theirs. If the combined army obtained these technologies, it would not be like buying their products and then dismantling them. Research mainly means that they can get the design drawings of related technologies, etc., as well as the scientists who develop them. Then, the science and technology of these countries will advance by leaps and bounds. And if they are given 5 years, the technological gap with Tianyi Group will be shortened a lot. Originally, they and each other's technology was at least 20 years ahead of the others. Maybe 5 years later, The difference in technology between the two sides might be only about 10 years. So what the boss meant was to tell her not to get too carried away. Understood, boss. I will continue to let our R&D team continue to develop more advanced technologies. Sakiki left the scene, ready to go back to his office to issue new policy instructions. Li Xiuqing also came to the manufacturing workshop at this time, followed by a tall and peerless beauty with elf ears. She is the intelligent person Alice, designed by Long Fei for Li Xiuqing. When there is no battle, Alice will be transferred to the robot and follow Li Xiuqing. When the battle occurs, Alice will transfer to the S Gundam cockpit to fight with Li Xiuqing. Hey Lao Fei, is this the assembly module of the S Gundam Deep Strike? Right. TSK. It looks so big. It feels bigger than a big refrigerator. I don't know what will happen in terms of armament, speed, and defense. It must be stronger. If it's not stronger, why should I develop it? Wouldn't it be better for me to just make a large refrigerator for you? Yes. Why am I so confused? How can I say such nonsense? Alice watched the two conversations. Although she was created by Long Fei, the man in front of her, Alice understood that the master and the creator are good friends. Alice has been created by the creator for a while. He also understands the interaction between human beings and understands that human beings will be sad, cry, and happy, etc. He even sometimes hopes that he can have such emotions like humans. Let him feel as if he has the feeling of a soul. Alice has lived with her master for so many years, and he feels an indescribable feeling. That is, a happy feeling like a human being. Li Xiuqing looked at the assembly modules of Deep Assault and asked Long Fei, Old Fei, not only Deep Assault, but also the Black Rabbit Army has such a huge assembly module. Well, I just want to be ready for everything. Don't you think that another big battle is coming? I have a feeling that it's not the usual battle, but a life-and-death battle of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps. The Dion Emperor will launch a more violent battle and involve us. So, Lao Fei, you have to make all the preparations. Long Fei nodded. Then besides these preparations, do you have any preparation left? The Doom form of the Doom Angel Troop is now being updated to Doom Form 2, and their Gundams are also producing new Soul Dog Gundams and Power Angel Gundams, and 5 Gundams will be developed as the Captain's Machine. Is there any more? If possible, I don't want to involve us. Unfortunately, this is impossible. The only thing we can do is to push back the time we are involved. The longer the time is pushed back, the time we prepare and strengthening our strength will be even more. Hey, how long has this war been going on before it ends? It's been almost 5 years since my daughter was born, and at least 3 years. I don't know how many people died in this war. Alice said at this time. Current data shows that in terms of soldiers and militants, mercenary groups, a total of more than 300 million people died, of which the coalition army accounted for more than 95% and militants accounted for about 1%. Dion's army accounted for less than 3%. The two looked at each other, and Li Xiuqing asked Alice, what if it's an ordinary civilian? Current statistics show that at least 1 billion people died in this war, not counting the missing persons. What if it's a missing person? Currently, the data obtained is at least more than 3 billion people. This has not counted the unidentified and unreported missing persons. Some experts have assessed that the real missing population is at least 6 billion. These missing persons are more likely have died in this war. Long Fei said at this time. Originally, the total population of the Earth's circle and the colonies was at least 30 billion people. In the past few years, the population has probably dropped a lot, probably only about 2/3. Li Xiuqing said at this time. It is estimated that some irresponsible governments and some governments with abnormal brains may open champagne after the war to celebrate the large reduction in population and may reduce the pressure on welfare expenditures. Maybe it's just like what you said. Maybe some countries put a lot of pressure on the welfare of the elderly. In this war, they may hope that the elderly will die, and then they will reduce a lot of welfare expenses. After hearing this, Li Xiuqing shook his head and said, I really don't know what these countries think. If they don't think about it, they will grow old one day. When the young people behind them treat them like this, what will they think? Some countries only want the elderly to eat welfare and cause huge national welfare expenditures, but they also don't want the elderly to serve the country for many years and put in so much effort when they are young. When they are old, they want to throw them away like garbage. I have thought about this kind of country, and it is better to perish as soon as possible. The crows also know that they must deny their parents. These countries are like vampires. The blood of the people, and then discard them. There is no need for this kind of country to exist. In October 124, the first year of the universe, the United Army has gathered 2 troops, large group army, to expel Dion's Second Expeditionary Army, which occupied half of the territory of the Wanluo Federation. Originally, if the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic joined in, they were calling on the armies of some countries to join their forces, which could form a third force. However, the United States of Anglo-Saxon Democratic Republic rejected this rescue, on the grounds that the revolution of the Martian Circle had already corresponded to the 4th colony of the United States of Anglo-Saxon Democratic Republic. If they send troops at this moment, their national military defense capability will be weakened, and the Dion Imperial Army will take advantage of it. Of course, the orbit of Mars next month will correspond to the colony in the 5th area. However, the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic of China did not send troops to support it for such a reason. At least the authorities of many countries expressed their understanding. It will not be reluctant to call on the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic to send troops to help. On the contrary, the former president of the Wanluo Federation, Purvi, is now scolding the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic of the United States for being a selfish coward on the internet. Pulvey boasted even more to himself that if it had happened to him, he would have no fear in coming to the rescue of the Allies. It will never be as cowardly and selfish as the United Nations of Anglo-Saxon democracies. The United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic is really a pathetic country. To think that such a president has no sense of responsibility and courage is just a coward. Is it pitiful for such a country to have such a president? It is not pitiful at all, because this country, the president of the country, was elected by their people. It can only be said that this country has raised a bunch of foolish people who have no courage, created a great country, but in the end these foolish people elected such an incompetent president and government. The people of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic, don't you think you are ashamed of your great sages? Pulway issued such a big talk on the internet. Many people from the Wanluo Federation also scolded the Anglo-Democratic People's Republic of China on the internet for not caring about the life and death of their allies. China, the so-called best ally, is desperate for help. Such an ally is worse than nothing. The authorities of the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic of China don't care what Pulvey, the deposed former president of the Wanluo Federation, says online. However, there was an uproar among the people, and the online names of the 2 countries accused each other of attacking each other, which can be said to have sparked a war of abuse on the internet. The people of the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic request the government authorities not to send troops to help the barbaric country of the Wanluo Federation, even if the orbit of Mars does not correspond to the number 4 colonial area. However, the authorities of the Bando Federation apologized to the United Anglo-Saxon People's Republic. It was a personal statement made by a former president, and it did not represent their authority. The authorities of the United Nations of Anglo-Saxon Democratic People said that they would not care about the crazy words of a former president. On the other hand, Long Fei was also concerned about the actions of the coalition army. The Dion Empire is almost out of soldiers. This is why the family members of the Wanluo Federation soldiers are caught and threatened to go to the battlefield and kill their former compatriots. The trick used by Dion's army is vicious enough to let the former compatriots kill each other. Long Fei thought for a while. It's almost time for a fight. But how should the coalition army fight? Without the interference of men of particles, Dion's army's war cones and scorpion tigers can be put on the battlefield, no matter what. I don't want both sides to win a big victory, and I don't know if it will be like what Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming said, but no matter what, the result will still be life-threatening. Long Fei rubbed his chin to think, thought for a while, and shook his head. Forget it. Continue to study other technologies brought over from my previous life. These technologies should also be equipped with my existing troops. In October of the first year of the universe, 124, 2 large coalition armies entered the Wanluo Federation from different directions. The MS equipped in the Wanluo Federation standard are Pele 2 and the new mobile fortress Salas. Pele 2 is the follow-up machine of the previous generation Pele. It is 20 meters high, with green and black colors, and 6 external parts on the shoulders, waist, and thighs. There are 3 pairs of propellers on the back, under the skirt armor, and behind the thighs. It has good speed and maneuverability, and the armor defense is strong. Pele 2 uses a thermonuclear engine with a power generation of 2020 kW and a propulsion of 62,000 kilograms. This is after the Wanluo Federation recovered and restored many downed Jiegong and Murasame. After studying these 2 MIS engines, it took more than 6 years of research to develop a generator that surpassed Jiegong and Murasame. Only after developing the special generator for Pele 2, the overall performance of Pele 2 surpasses that of Jiegong and Murasame. But that only surpassed Jiegong and Murasame during the war between the 2 allied forces and the enhanced version of Jiegong and Murasame used by the active Tianyi mercenary corps. The overall performance of Pele 2 is not as good. Salas took Mental Gundam Mk3 as the research object. It has a total height of 48 meters. There are a pair of diffused megaparticle cannons on the chest. The 10 fingers are also ring beam cannons. Both hands can also be used as wired guided cannons, and the waist is also mounted. A pair of giant beam sabers. Although the overall performance is stronger than that of the previous generation of Gunhail Mobile Fortress, the overall performance of Salas is not as good as the Mental Gundam 3 Malawian Quatches, even compared to the mass-produced Mental Gundam. In terms of attack in all aspects, it is not even as good as the mass-produced Mental Gundam. The engine power of the mass-produced Spirit is as high as 15280 kW, and the propulsion is 91,100 kilograms. The engine power and propulsion of Salas are not as high as half of the mass-produced Spirit. The power of the generator is only 7580 kW, and the propulsion is only 45,000 kilograms. Although the performance of these 2 is not as good as the MS and mobile fortresses used by the Tianyi mercenary corps. However, the MS and mobile fortress of Dion's 2nd Expeditionary Force can barely handle it. Pele 2 is still more than capable of dealing with scorpions, winged birds, and armored monsters. At the junction of the number 52 Wanluo Federation colonial satellite, now occupied by the Dion Army, a brigade-level fleet of the Wanluo Army is fighting the enemy. A Pele 2 held a 205mm large-caliber beam cannon and pierced a monster with 1 shot. However, this shot also overheated the large-caliber barrel, and it took a while to dissipate heat, with an interval of about 1 minute. A Waylon rushed to Pele 2, who had just shot down the armored monster, pulled out its beam sword, and slashed at Pele 2. Pele 2 used the anti-beam shield to resist the beam saber, and then counterattacked with the beam gun in its right hand. Waylon dodged immediately, and then dodged Pele 2's shots one after another. This way of dodging. The pilot of Pele 2 looked at the blue screen and dodged away, his beam attack. The way of dodging was to dodge to the right. The pilot of Pele 2 immediately pursued Waylon, and then opened the communication line to try to connect with Wayland's communication line. The pilot of Pele 2 shouted while trying to connect, "Xiao, are you Xiao?" After shouting several times, it happened to connect to the blue communication line. "Rue, it's you." Rue, the pilot of Pele 2, did not expect to meet his younger brother here, and he is also the pilot of the blue mass-produced Holy Plane. "Xiao, stop attacking immediately and go back with me. The country already knows that you are out of helplessness. The country and the people forgive you and know that you were all forced." Rue advised his brother to surrender and go back with him. Rue, "No, my wife and children are in their hands, so I can't go with you." Rue heard his younger brother say this, and he also knew that his sister-in-law and nephew were in the hands of the enemy, and his younger brother could only helplessly stand on the opposite side of him. At this time, Zhao's screen split a video, showing his wife and son being held hostage by a Dion soldier with their eyes covered by a black cloth and their hands clasped behind their backs. Dion soldier slapped Zhao's wife on the face. "I advise your husband to fight hard, or I will kill your son right now. Husband, save my son quickly." Xiao looked at his wife and son, and then at Pele 2 in front of the screen. Rue also heard his sister-in-law calling for help, and then another applause, and his nephew calling. I also heard the threat from the Dion soldier. Sergeant Xiao, you are a very good Ms. Driver, but don't be confused, or you will see your wife and children have their heads cut by me right now. Rue cursed. You are too despicable and shameless. You threaten people with women and children. You Dion Empire is too shameless. Hey, there is only victory and defeat on the battlefield. There is no despicability. Sergeant Xiao, kill him. Otherwise, you will watch your wife and children get a hole in my head. Xiao Rui is puzzled at this moment. He is too embarrassed, with his wife and children on the one hand, and his own brother on the other. There was a bang, gunshot, and the bullet pierced Zhao's wife's thigh. Zhao's wife lay on the ground and screamed, and the child was even more frightened and cried for his mother. This is a warning. I'll give you another chance. I'll count to 3. If you don't kill him, you are ready to collect the corpses of your wife and children. 32. Xiao yelled and pressed the shooting button towards his brother with tears in his eyes. Rue could only dodge. He really couldn't fight back, let alone attack his younger brother, so he could only stay away from the scene as much as possible at this moment. He must be killed, otherwise your wife and children will die. Dion soldier threatened. Xiao could only chase his brother with tears and snot in pain. Rue watched his younger brother chasing him. He knew that his younger brother was threatened, so Rue could only dodge desperately. Sergeant Xiao, turn on the booster mode, otherwise. Dion soldier pointed the gun at Zhao's wife's head. Xiao had no choice but to follow suit. Weilon turned on the booster mode and her performance was greatly increased, and she fired at her brother's body one after another. Rue saw that the speed and reaction of the blue body had improved a lot. Feilei 2 basically couldn't keep up at all, and could only barely block the beam with the shield to shoot. Feilei 2's legs were blown off, so Rue could only send out a distress signal, hoping that a colleague would come to rescue him. But other colleagues were intercepted. A war cone penetrated Feilei 2's body without noticing it when Rue was concentrating on dealing with his younger brother's attack. Damn it, Rue couldn't control Feilei 2 at the moment. The attack just now caused Feilei to be damaged, and the electric current emitted by the war cone even overloaded the electronic components of Feilei 2 and paralyzed him, so he could only watch Weilon coming towards him from the screen. Your chance has been given to you. Don't be ignorant of it, and kill him quickly. Brother, please forgive me. Rue watched Weilon stab at him with a beam saber on the screen. Rue closed his eyes. Rue accepted his fate, and he didn't blame his brother, because he would do the same thing if it were him. Brother, if you are alive, the elders in the family will be filial. Elder brother. Weilon pierced the cockpit of Feilei 2 with a sword, and Xiao shed tears of remorse and self-blame. Sergeant Xiao, your wife will receive the best treatment, and you will receive the ID card of the Dion Kingdom, and you will receive the treatment that a soldier of your own country should have. I look forward to your next performance. Hang up communication. You are too shameless. Don't hurt my parents. Many soldiers from the two sides with the two brothers Rue Xiao were threatened, and the communications of many Wanluo soldiers were hacked. Watching the parents on the screen being blindfolded and tied to the ground, a Dion soldier held he pointed the gun at his parents and threatened them in the head. Many Wanluo soldiers did not want to see their relatives killed, but were forced to shoot at their compatriots or comrades in arms. Some Wanluo soldiers didn't know what was going on and were directly killed by their comrades. The war correspondents in charge of filming in the field captured these things in the eye-catching shots. The war correspondents were all astonished, until some war reporters accompanying the army learned that those Wanluo soldiers who shot at their colleagues turned out to be their relatives who were threatened. Moreover, a war reporter was still on the bow of a battleship, watching the communication video hacked by the Dion army on the huge screen. Every video of Brother Feng included old people, children, adults, etc. Each of them was tied up, and some eyes blinded by a black cloth. A Dion soldier would stand next to them threatening with a gun. The wife and children of the captain next to the reporter were among them. The other soldiers at the bow also saw their relatives being held hostage. The war correspondent happened to broadcast live, and immediately shared the matter with other media stations, spreading the matter to the entire world. Captain Xiaolai, surrender to us, and then open fire on your former colleagues. I promise you can reunite with your family. Of course, everyone here can also reunite with their families. Captain Shiolai is looking at the old parents, his wife and children on the screen at this moment. His hands are clenched into fists, his eyes are a little red. He really doesn't know what to do. On one side are his colleagues and the country he swore to be loyal to. On the other side are his parents, wife and children. After learning about this, the fellow warships next to him began to aim their guns at him. Once he really took action, they would immediately launch a preemptive attack. But another battleship that locked on Shuli suddenly turned its muzzle to another place and attacked the battleship that had just locked on Shiolai. Captain Huli, it seems that you have colleagues who have made wise choices. Many soldiers at the bow of the ship begged Captain Shiolai to listen to the words of Dion's soldiers, and they didn't want to watch their relatives die in front of them. Captain Shiolai hesitated and listened to the request of his subordinates. The war reporters at the scene yelled at the Dion soldiers. You threaten others with their relatives. You are too despicable. You are cowards, not the honor a soldier should have. Every Dion soldier in the split video listened to the scolding of the war reporters, not only did not take it seriously, but some even laughed. Is this funny? You reporters say you are stupid. You are really stupid. There is only victory and defeat on the battlefield. There is no such thing as despicable or despicable. Captain Shiolai, how are you thinking? My patience is limited. Captain Huli still hesitated. Deputy Captain, if your captain can't decide, then I will give you a chance to kill him, and then command this warship to fight, otherwise. A Dion soldier threatened the deputy captain and opened the bumper, ready to shoot. The deputy captain drew out the pistol on his waist and pointed it at Captain Huli. The other soldiers did not dare to stop because their relatives were also kidnapped by Dion soldiers. Captain, please forgive me. The deputy captain was just pulling the trigger. Captain Huli said, I understand. Kadi, focus on the battleship on the right to attack. A wise choice. Dion Jun hung up the communication video. Not only Captain Shiolai was forced to obey, but other captains were also forced to obey. Several captains refused to obey and watched their relatives being shot and killed. In the end, these captains ended up being shot and killed by other subordinates, because these subordinates had no way to be like their captains. They would rather watch their relatives be shot and killed, but also serve the country loyally. The crew of many warships did not know that the captain of the battleship where they were was already being threatened by Dion's army to attack their colleagues. The Wanluo army fell into civil strife, and the front and rear were in chaos. Many Wanluo army not only had to deal with the enemy, but also their colleagues who had already shot at them. Originally, the Dion army captured the relatives of the Wanluo people and coerced other Wanluo people to fight on the front line. But no one thought that the Dion army at this moment would directly kidnap the relatives of the Wanluo army and force them to obey. They also did not expect that Dion's army would use such a move. On the battlefield in many different places, the Wanluo army was threatened by the abduction of relatives by the Dion army. The Wanluo army fighting in every location had internal strife at this moment. Faced with the sudden defection of their fellow countrymen, the Wanluo army who was attacked by the defection was either killed by their comrades in arms or forced to kill their comrades in arms. As for the Dion army, except for the battleship commanders in the rear, who were the Dion army, besides the drone-like war cones and unmanned MS like Scorpion Tigers, most of the MS pilots are fighting on the front line. All of them are from Wanluo. Most of the people in Wanluo are driving scorpions, winged birds and armored monsters, and a small number of them are driving blue. The lowest rank of the Dion army is blood red, and the highest rank is blue. And the real Dion army watched Wanluo army fight with their former compatriots. Mom, save me. Don't hurt my husband and my child. I am willing to obey your arrangements and obey your orders. Son, you and your eldest brother should surrender together. Parents don't want to die, and parents don't want you to die at the hands of each other. Why attack me? Sorry, my parents were held hostage by them. Flying Thunder 2 attacks Flying Thunder 2, and Sojas shoots down Sojas. The real Dion's army seemed to be walking on the battlefield, watching the Wanluo army kill each other like a melon-eating crowd. For them, watching Wanluo Jun, who was being coerced, shed tears and expressions of remorse and helplessness, but had to make an expression of being forced to fight with his compatriots. It was a wonderful and pleasing picture. If you eat and drink with popcorn and soda and watch these wonderful scenes, it is simply a treat. There was even a sound of arching fire from Dion's army, which was completely gloating and not too big a deal. The Wanluo army who was not coerced was not as enlightened as the coerced Wanluo army. Many Wanluo army died at the hands of the coerced Wanluo army. The commanders of the Wanluo army in various battlefields could only issue orders to retreat. Those Wanluo soldiers who were forced to defect had no choice but to stay there and disarm all their weapons, waiting for Dion's army to be dispatched. The command post of the Wanluo Federal Military Headquarters looked at the results of the defeat in various places, and now it can only wait for the United Army to take action and investigate whether any members of the army have relatives who have been held hostage, in order to prevent other members from defecting because of their relatives in the next battle. In a secret room in the Mother Base, Long Fei and Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming stood in the compartment, looking into the one-way glass inner secret room. In the secret room, Jorge was handcuffed to the armchair, and Salamanda was sitting in front of him. Salamanda, you have captured so many people. If you want to collect information, you must have obtained a lot of information. You don't need to collect information from me at all, right? Anyway, one more of me is not too many, and one less of me is quite a lot. Salamanda didn't speak, but squinted at Jorge, his old colleague for many years. He still knew Jorge's personality. If it is true that Jorge is not as good as Salamanda in leading troops to command operations and even driving skills, but when it comes to following others, choose a master who has a future with whom. Jorge is much better than Salamanda in this regard. Salamanda had fought against the three princes of the Dion Empire before. The second prince Yelishaod is the most powerful, but also the most shrewd, a person who knows how to judge the timing, surrounded by a lot of talents, and many of them started from the bottom. Why didn't Jorge choose the highest status Christopher or the most favored Alexander at that time? Because if Jorge had joined these two people at the beginning, he would have left his job at most and would not have given him a chance to develop. On the contrary, Yelishaod knows how to use talents, and even knows how to let talents deal with them and give full play to their talents. That's why Jorge followed Elisad. Now, Jorge will work for Christopher. It is absolutely impossible for Christopher to give him some benefits to follow. In addition, even if he is used for benefits, he will be used for a while, and then he will be thrown to the other side directly. Because, when it comes to saying that Jorge is from the kingdom of Lonsorg, Christopher will not believe him, and Jorge also understands, so he will never follow Christopher. Salamanda reasoned that Jorge must have received instructions from his superiors, and it was more likely that he had received instructions from Elisad. Jorge, other people don't know you, don't I know you? You will work with Christopher, and the only possibility is to be instructed by Elisad or his right-hand man. With your ability to judge the situation, you will be able to study what is needed. You will decide who to follow based on what kind of person you are following. Otherwise, you would not jump directly from the rebel army to Yelisad's camp. Jorge shook his head with a wry smile and said, "The one who gave birth to my parents also knows my heart, Salamanda. I don't know you very well. It's just because I've been a colleague with you for so many years. You are much smarter than me in terms of people. You know who to hang out with, and hang out with whoever is more promising. Okay, old colleague, let's get down to business, but..." Jorge looked at a wall and said, "Your boss should be over there." Long Fei raised his hand and gestured, and the one-way glass immediately turned into two-way glass. "Nice to meet you, Chairman Long Fei." Jorge greeted Long Fei. Long Fei nodded his head in response. Salamander reached out and knocked on the table. "Okay, now start answering my questions. What benefits can I get? You are a prisoner now. What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me? What if I could tell you some more important inside stories? That depends on how confidential your inside story is. Well, let me tell you an inside story first. Let's see if it's worth it. Please." Jorge coughed dryly, and then said, "I guess you should know that the most beloved son of the Emperor Phades is the youngest Alexander. But do you know who is the best heir to the throne in his heart?" Salamanda said, "You don't mean to say that his best heir to the throne is your real master Yelisad?" "Yes, Salamanda, you are also a smart person. You should also know his strength to my master. Phades is not a foolish emperor. He knows better than anyone else which of his three sons is the best. If it weren't for the fact that the second prince's mother was born with a lower status, Yelishaod would have been canonized by him as the prince long ago. Salamanda asked. Why is Fadi so often unpopular with this son? Jorge didn't speak, but looked at Long Fei and smiled. Long Fei made a gesture and turned on the broadcaster. What do you want? First of all, I want money and beautiful women, and the last thing is to let me work for you. Salamanda should have told you about my talents. Indeed, in terms of talent, you are also a talent. If you want, I can agree. Long Fei snapped his fingers. After speaking, the door of the secret room opened, and a Tianyi mercenary walked in holding a briefcase, and when he opened it, there was 100 million Earth Circle coins in cash. If the information you said satisfies me, it will be more than 100 million. Jorge whistled and said, Okay, then I will continue to talk about what happened just now. Fadis did not like the second child very much at first, but the second child is better than his two brothers in many things. He is much better and can even complete a lot of work. In terms of the unification war in the Martian Circle, the second brother has contributed the most. The combined credit of the two brothers is not half of his. He doesn't like to see the second child very much, but in fact, he will hand over some work to the second child. Once the family of the mother of the eldest and the third child commits a crime, Fardis will take the opportunity to take away their rights and wipe out some of their people. In addition, let the second child handle it himself to enhance his influence and rights, all of which are for him to remove obstacles for the second child. Long Fei asked. Yelishaud was not liked by his father at the beginning, mainly because his mother's family status is not very high. Is this the reason? There is a reason for this, but the main reason is that the second child awakened the ability of a new human being at the age of 8, not as good as his elder brother and third brother. This made Fardis a little disappointed at first, so he treated the second child like this. Unpopular, but since becoming emperor and unifying the entire Mars Circle, Fardis has undergone some changes in his heart. As long as his successor is a new human being, even if his aptitude is not very high, as long as he has the ability to govern the country and handle affairs, knowing how to employ people, he can accept him as his heir, and the second child meets his requirements. Now that the eldest son of Fadis is dead, what will he do? Jorge said. Naturally, the family of the eldest prince's mother will be wiped out by Fadis at first, but the family of the third mother's mother will definitely take action. Fadis will benefit that family, but he will save the best for the second child. Which son of Fadis is the most emperor? Which one does he love the most? That's right. Let me tell you a secret, by the way. If you are satisfied with this secret, give me another 100 million. Fadis is now over 130 years old. Although his body is still in the middle-aged state, but with the power-seeking and usurpation of the year and the unification war, after some battles, he also suffered some injuries, like the Longsog Kingdom. The king also fought with him in spiritual power. Although the king's spiritual power was not as good as him, it also gave him some serious damage to his mental power and body, which shortened his lifespan. Never dared to release his mental power with all his strength. The recreation given to him by King Longsog then made it so that as long as he fully released his mental power, his lifespan would be shortened. It is estimated that his lifespan can only be 160 to 160 years old. Between 170 years old. Very good. The information you gave me. I am very satisfied with the 100 million Earth Circle coins you asked for. Thank you, Chairman Long Fei, for your generosity. It's not my generosity, but your information is worth the price. Keep talking. Jorge told what he knew. Then, Jorge was notified of the current battle of the Wanluo Federation, and he asked the Supreme Commander of the 2nd Expeditionary Force of Dion. Dare to play this kind of threatening method. Salamanda, do you still remember when we were in the rebel army? There was a man named Shameless General? Yes, but we don't know his real face, nor his name. Only Fadis, Julius, and Elishad know his true face. I don't know if his name is true. His name is Mswati. I can know that she is a woman. Long Fei clapped his hands at this time. The door of the secret room opened, and 4 winged mercenaries walked in. 3 of them were holding briefcases full of cash, and the last one was holding a controller to release the handcuffs. Salamanda, Jorge will work under your hands. Use it as you like. Long Fei left the scene after speaking, followed by Li Jiaming. Commander, what kind of man is Jorge? Loves money, loves sex, and is a speculator, but he is capable, knows how to assess the situation, and will choose capable masters and masters who will reuse him. Then how do you think this person should be used? It can be used a lot, but it can't be reused. Use it when you use it, and put it aside when you can't use it. When necessary. Li Jiaming made a gesture of wiping his neck. The commander-in-chief said exactly what I thought. Salamander came to the scene at this time and followed Long Fei. Li Xiuqing was leaning in the corridor and saw Long Fei Salamander and Li Jiaming coming towards him. Old Fei. Before he finished speaking, he was scolded by Li Jiaming. Colonel, you must call the boss when you are working. Li Xiuqing coughed dryly at this moment and asked, Boss, do you really want to use Jorge? Yes, why not use it? But this person doesn't have any loyalty at all. Now that you are giving him benefits, you can see that he even told about his former master. This person doesn't even have any moral character. Xiuqing, Jorge, do you think I should use his character or his talent? Li Xiuqing replied without hesitation, Of course it's his talent. That's right, I will use him, and he is also the person I want to be useful in this period. If it were in the past, I would certainly not use this kind of person. A battle of life and death may be involved in us. Now we urgently need to use him. Seeing talented people help us do things. Although Jorge has no morals, he has desires and demands. As long as he can satisfy him, he can be used by me, so why not do it? However, for the sake of his life, for his glory and wealth, he can tell you about his master, and then he will also betray you, the old master, to his new master in order to survive in the future. I understand this person. He is useful at the moment, and I will use him, but when he is useless, we must pay attention to him. Once he makes a move that is not good for us, then kill him. Xiuqing, I will say what I think to you. It means that I trust you. If it is an outsider, will I tell them what I think in my heart? That is absolutely impossible. I will tell you. It is because I believe in you. You followed. I have been with each other for so many years. We know each other very well. After speaking, Long Fei patted Li Xiu on the shoulder and left the scene, followed by Li Jiaming. Salamander stood beside Li Xiuqing, put his hand on Li Xiuqing's shoulder, and said, I will watch over that guy, and if he does anything against the boss, I will kill him with my own hands. Well, actually, I'm a bit unfounded. I grew up with Lao Fei. I still know what he is like. Sometimes I still can't see through him. He is still our boss. Sometimes we can't see him clearly. The main reason is that as a boss, he has to make some actions that no one in power can understand. Maybe you may not understand me when I say this, but you first think about it. If you switch places with the boss, you would act like the boss and act like the boss. Li Xiuqing thought about it. As long as he sat in Long Fei's position, maybe he would make the same decision as Long Fei. Salamander patted Li Xiuqing on the shoulder and said, We have to make all the preparations, and you should pick out some excellent S-pilots from other sub-bases or the mother base to join your team. Li Xiuqing nodded. On the other hand, the war in the Wanluo Federation continues. At this moment, the Wanluo military has given full authority to the United Army for the time being and is currently conducting an internal investigation. If there is a family member of a soldier in the occupied colonial satellite, the Wanluo military will temporarily stop the soldier from fighting until the colonial satellite where the soldier's relatives are located will be retaken, and then the soldier will be arranged to return to the team to fight. The 4-star Special General Mswati, the commander of Dion's 2nd Expeditionary Army, didn't care much about the combined army with the size of the 2 large army fleets. Mswati looked at the entire map from the entire 3-dimensional map. The 2 large army fleets each consisted of 7 army-level fleets. Now the 2 large army fleets have been broken into 0. There are a total of 14 army-level fleets, attacking in 14 different directions. The United Army has now also developed a new type of weapon, the Mobile Drifting Ballistic Missile. This is their research reference to the Mobile Drill Missile of the Tianyi Mercenary Group. The maneuvering action of a mobile drifting ballistic missile is similar to that of a mobile drill missile. It even has a drifting action during maneuvering flight, and then when approaching the target, it will separate the warhead from the body and attack the target with super speed and super maneuvering actions. The power and maneuverability of mobile drifting ballistic missiles are far inferior to those of mobile drill missiles, but the advantage is that many countries of the United Army can mass-produce them. Most importantly, the United Army estimates that the price of one mobile drill missile is worth more than 30 mobile floating ballistic missiles. The United Army will have such an estimate, mainly due to the reimbursement of the Tianyi mercenary group at that time, and a direct reimbursement of 10 billion Earth Circle coins for a mobile drill missile. Although the United Army knows that the mobile drill missile is a high-tech product, and the price must be high, but it is not so high as to ask for 10 billion Earth Circle coins. But one of the contracts at that time was that the Tianyi mercenary group should pay as much as the bill, and even the coalition army would accept all the bills. Experts from the United Army estimated that a mobile drill missile is only 1 billion Earth coins at most, and a mobile drifting ballistic missile is only 30 million Earth coins. The countries of the Allied forces have jointly developed mobile drifting ballistic missiles, the purpose of which is to restrain the sky rocket battleships of the Royal Dian Army. The mobile drifting ballistic missile has an effective range of 1,500 kilometers. There are also many frigates, destroyers, etc. surrounding the Sci-Fi battleship. Once the mobile drifting ballistic missile launches an attack, in addition to being attacked by the point defense system of these warships, sometimes it will be intercepted by the war cone or the point defense interception of the Japanese. If you encounter a brigade-sized Dian fleet, at least 50,000 mobile drifting ballistic missiles will be launched in a wave before it is possible to cause a little damage to the target fleet. However, the Joint Army's previous restraint tactical electromagnetic wave interference missiles or electromagnetic wave overload missiles are now ineffective. Because Dian's army installed anti-electromagnetic waves on the war cones and scorpions, the effect of the previous restraint tactics was greatly reduced. Therefore, the United Army will develop new missiles and new tactics. One of them was the Diplomatic Warfare Office of Colonial Satellite No. 53 of the Wanluo Federation. The Corps-level fleet of the Third Army of the First Large Group Army of the United Army launched several waves of mobile, drifting ballistic missile groups continuously at a distance from the target Dian Army fleet, brigade level. Battle cones, scorpions, and other warships began to intercept mobile drifting ballistic missiles. The moment the war cone penetrates the target maneuvering and drifting ballistic missile, the missile explodes and the war cone dies together. And the point defense system of the battleship shot down mobile drifting ballistic missiles one after another. Without min of particle interference, Zancone and Scorpion can be controlled by no one, and countless arrays can be dispatched to intercept them at the forefront. In the first wave, more than 50,000 mobile drifting ballistic missiles were all intercepted. The second wave also surpassed 50,000 mobile drifting ballistic missiles. Only a small part of them broke through, about 300. The main reason was that the number of war cones on the battlefield was greatly reduced, and the first wave of mobile drifting ballistic missiles was shot down. Some Scorpios and other Scorpions, and the second wave of missiles also partially shot down these Scorpions. Only then did 300 mobile drifting ballistic missiles break through the line of defense. But these 300 were still shot down by the battleship. In the third wave, more than 50,000 mobile drifting ballistic missile groups still attacked. In the third wave of mobile drifting ballistic missiles, nearly 1,000 of them broke through the line of defense, but were still all shot down by the mass-produced sacred aircraft, troops of the battleship. However, the third wave of missiles was not in vain. There were no more cones on the battlefield, and more than 300 Scorpion Tigers, wingbirds, and armored monsters were shot down. In the fourth wave, more than 50,000 mobile drifting ballistic missile groups attacked. Why can the warships of the United Army launch so many missiles? Because the countries of the United Army have jointly developed a missile warship called Hedgehog Missile Warship, which is 700 meters long, 500 meters wide, and 400 meters high. Without lasers, the gun has no anti-aircraft guns, only 1,000 missile gates. In order to be able to load more missiles, the Hedgehog Missile Warship does not have an hangar. It is purely a warship designed for launching missiles. Once the battleship is launched, it will smoke like a hedgehog, so it will be named Hedgehog. A Hedgehog missile warship can carry more than 20,000 missiles. In addition to the protection of the frigates and destroyers of the coalition army, the Hedgehog guided missile warship is the most important object that needs to be protected. There are a total of 10 Hedgehog missile warships in the Third Army Fleet of the First Large Group Army of the United Army. In addition to the Hedgehog missile warships launching missiles, other warships also launched missiles. The fourth wave of mobile drifting ballistic missile group, without the war cone, shot down more than 600 Scorpions and other unmanned Scorpions, and more than 3,000 mobile drifting ballistic missiles broke through the defense line. More than 100 bombs broke through the defense line of the battleship S troops and bombarded different types of Dion battleships from different directions. However, a few mobile drifting ballistic missiles could not cause any damage to the energy shield of the Dion warship at all. To break the energy shield of Dion's frigate, at least 30 mobile floating ballistic missiles must bomb the energy shield within 1 minute, so that the threshold of the energy shield can be exceeded before it can collapse. Just a few pieces can't cause any effect at all. Many spaceships flew out from the port of the colonial satellite number 53 of the Wanluo Federation, and a few warships of the Dion army were in charge of escorting it. Then, countless war cones and unmanned Scorpion Tigers rushed out of the colonial satellite, and their destination was the front line of defense. The commander of the 3rd Army Fleet of the 1st Large Group Army of the United Army watched from the screen, captured by the remote camera, that there were Zenkones and Scorpios rushing to the enemy's front line for defense. The commander felt a little annoyed. The original 4 consecutive waves of mobile drifting ballistic missiles finally had an effect. As long as there is a 5th wave, at least some enemy warships can be shot down, even one. As a result, Dion's army released the war cones and Scorpion Tigers again, but it finally had some effect and was overthrown by Wang's army. Although it made the commander a little frustrated and helpless, in order to severely damage Dion's army and take down the target colony, the commander could only order the launch of the 5th wave of mobile drifting ballistic missiles and ordered the preparation of the 6th and 7th waves of missiles. The Dion fleet of the Frontline Defense Missile Group saw all kinds of missiles such as war cones and Scorpions flying out from the colonial satellites, passing over the fleet. The commander issued an order to move back, and the battleships began to retreat. The Scorpions and other types of Scorpios in the Frontline Defense Missile Group quickly retreated and flew towards the Dion warship. These Scorpions, winged birds, etc. are manned, and the drivers are all former Wanluo soldiers. These former Wanluo soldiers did not really want to surrender to the Dion Empire, but their family members were kidnapped and had no choice but to surrender. The spaceships that flew out from the colonial satellite port were all the families of the former Wanluo soldiers. These former Wanluo soldiers were anxious to return to the S mothership, and they just wanted to go back alive and communicate with their families to report their safety. The 5th wave of mobile drifting ballistic missiles hit, and the number still exceeded 50,000. The result of the 5th wave was the same as that of the 1st wave, and all mobile drifting ballistic missiles were stopped. The effect of the 6th and 7th waves is almost the same as that of the 2nd and 3rd waves. The commander here saw that the Dion army had withdrawn from the former colonial satellite number 53 of the Wanluo Federation one after another. The commander knew that this was not considered a victory for them. It was estimated that the opponent withdrew voluntarily. Instead of continuing to fight with them, the opponent withdrew voluntarily. The commander estimated that the Dion army did not think the colonial satellite had any value, and it was worth sacrificing losses for the colonial satellite. Looking at the remote camera shooting, the unmanned S in charge of defense at the front of the enemy also began to retreat, heading towards their mothership. Those missile fragments and these war cones and other wreckage remained from the front lines of previous engagements. The commander's side, the mobile drifting ballistic missile did not achieve any good results on the battlefield he commanded. According to the report written by myself, mobile drifting ballistic missiles have little effect, but at least the Sky Rocket battleship of the Dion Imperial Army cannot launch sky rockets. Even if the Sky Rocket is launched, the position of the maneuvering ballistic missile flight is calculated and the bombing raid is carried out, and the maneuvering drifting ballistic missile can also dodge the bombing while maneuvering. Moreover, the Sky Rocket must hit one of the objects before it turns into rain and sprays downward. I don't know how effective mobile drifting ballistic missiles are on other battlefields. On other battlefields, mobile drifting ballistic missiles have the same effect as the battlefield in front of the colonial satellite number 53 of the original Wanluo Federation. The best effect was only in the 5th wave of mobile drifting ballistic missiles, which also exceeded 50,000, which damaged several Dion warships, but did not cause much damage. In the end, he also watched the Dion army withdraw from the territory of the local colonial satellite. The commander began to arrange for some troops to enter the colonial satellite, began to carry out some orderly peacekeeping, and notified the Wanluo federal authorities to dispatch troops to prepare to take over the colonial satellite. The commander did not carry out any pursuit, except that it is not clear whether the enemy will carry out an ambush after releasing the colonial satellites. The second most important point is to repair and wait for logistical support, because the mobile drifting ballistic missile consumes a lot, so it needs to be replenished. It may take 5 to 10 days to replenish the consumed mobile drifting ballistic missiles. After the commander watched some airships and some warships enter the colonial satellite, the maintenance of order has begun. Then, the commander ordered the entire army to be on first-level alert, in case Dion's army suddenly turned around and attacked. However, the commanders, including other military-level fleet commanders, did not expect that when they helped the Wanluo Federation take back the colonial satellite and appease the local people, something unexpected happened to them. The original colonial satellite number 53 of the Wanluo Federation has been taken back by the United Army at this moment, and the Wanluo Federation authorities have been notified to arrange relevant personnel to receive it. The United Army began to investigate and maintain order at this moment. The United Army found that inside the colonial satellite, many locations were transformed into arsenals, and some were responsible for growing food. In urban areas, there are many places that are messy, with streets littered with rubbish. Moreover, many places in the urban areas are now dead, and it is not an exaggeration to call them dead cities, because those cities are silent, except for street lights and some necessary lights. There are not many people walking around in urban areas. Even if the MS of the United Army used a radio in the sky, announcing that the Dion army had been beaten away and reassured the local people that there was no need to worry about it. No common people ran out to cheer, and some just hid at home and looked at the MS and ground troops above from the windows. Look at the expressions of these people standing on the balcony or looking at the windows. There is no trace of joy or happiness. I guess they are worried. They may think that even if we get back this colonial satellite, maybe the Dion army will take it back soon. Hey, if it was the Tianyi mercenary group, these ordinary people would have rushed out to cheer and set off firecrackers to celebrate. Several coalition troops were talking on the chariot. On-site war reporters live broadcast and report. In this colonial satellite, we can find that the Dion Empire is not well governed, the streets are dirty, and the local people have no motivation. It can be seen that the Dion Empire is only developing their military weapons and has no impact on the people's economy and livelihood. Don't care. Reporters in the field reported as they walked, reporting that no one on the street is willing to come out, not even enthusiastic about welcoming the arrival of the Allied Army. After some ground troops of the United Army arrived at certain locations, they got off the vehicle for investigation. Beware of Dion's army planting some dangerous devices such as bombs and so on when they leave. In an urban area, somewhere on a street, several military vehicles are driving ahead. At this time, an elderly man with a cane was walking on the zebra crossing, just on the route these military vehicles were going to drive. Several military vehicles stopped, waiting for the elderly men to cross the zebra crossing. Suddenly, the old man seemed to be walking unsteadily and fell directly to the ground. The front door of the military vehicle opened, and several joint soldiers came down and ran to help the elderly man over. "Thank you, young man, but please forgive me for hurting you." "What?" A young joint soldier couldn't understand what the old man said. Suddenly, a violent explosion occurred in the body of the old man, blowing up several young United soldiers in front of him in an instant. This startled the coalition soldiers and several military vehicles behind, and immediately contacted the headquarters about what happened just now. Suddenly, at the sight of the explosion, the surrounding shops opened their doors, and some local residents rushed out one after another. These local residents actually armed with rifles, pistols, and even grenades, and attacked the military vehicles. We're under attack, please help." The Union soldier who called for help was pierced by bullets. Even military vehicles were blown up by several grenades. All the joint soldiers on the military vehicles were not spared. The headquarters not only heard the screams of the coalition soldiers asking for rescue, but also the successive gunshots and explosions. Then, Other operators in the command center also sent distress calls and emergency reports from Allied soldiers in the colonial satellite. In addition to being suddenly attacked by local residents, the coalition soldiers were even attacked by some explosions. The commander watched as some MS who were filming from above transmitted the shooting scene back to the command post, and the commander issued an order. What's going on? I don't know. Wow. Damn it. These residents are attacking us from the balcony of their house. Several coalition soldiers hid behind the bunker, and countless bullets hit their vicinity. Several coalition soldiers also saw the bodies of some colleagues who were shot to death before they could hide behind the bunker. At this time, all the joint soldiers in the colonial satellite received instructions from their superiors, and those who attacked the joint soldiers were no longer ordinary people and could be regarded as militants and killed. However, the superiors still have two instructions. One is that if the people holding guns put down their guns, they cannot attack, and the prisoners must be treated well in accordance with international conventions. The second instruction, the local residents who did not attack the coalition soldiers could not attack. Successively, more troops entered the colonial satellites to carry out suppression. Immediately afterwards, explosions occurred in many places. At various locations, many Union Army squads were ambushed by local residents. However, the coalition soldiers have always received professional training. Even if they are ambushed and attacked, they should immediately find cover and then regroup to fight back. The coalition soldiers found that these local residents who attacked them had basically no other training except knowing how to use some bombs and firearms. The joint military squad used the squad's mobility and began to cover each other and shoot forward. Many local civilians who attacked them were killed by them. A 24-man ground team united with soldiers had just been attacked in a residential area, and 6 people died in the surprise attack in an instant. The remaining 18 people took cover, found the position of the attack towards them, and began to cover fire and advance. Several of the coalition soldiers entered a house and shot dead the local residents who had previously attacked them in the house. Why do these local people attack us? Could it be that they have been brainwashed by the Dion Empire? Several coalition soldiers were talking while inspecting the house. I really don't understand why the local residents want to attack them. The coalition soldiers turned over the bodies of all the residents who were killed. When the coalition soldiers looked at these corpses, they always felt a tightness in their chests, which was very uncomfortable but indescribable. A total of 6 people were killed by them, and there were even elderly people and women among the 6 people, and it can be seen from the bodies of these 6 people that none of them were soldiers. What happened? Several joint soldiers felt bad, and one of them found that the body of an old man next to him made a beeping sound. The joint soldiers next to the old man's body immediately pushed their companions out of the room and closed the door. The moment the door was closed, there was a violent explosion in the room, and the door was blown open, hitting another soldier directly. Cough, 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 cough. The violent explosion caused smoke and dust in the house to sprint across the house, and the ceiling and some walls were lit with fireworks. A coalition soldier with minor injuries quickly climbed up, opened the door that was blown open, and dragged his colleague who was spitting blood out of the house. The sound of the explosion also caused the joint soldiers outside to rush to the scene, and only 2 of the 3 who went in came out. What's going on here? The squad leader asked. The lesser injured joint soldier told the captain what had happened. The captain ordered one of the team members to report the matter to the headquarters immediately, so that the headquarters could inform other colleagues to pay attention, so as not to have a bomb in the body of the person killed. A coalition soldier on the outermost side screamed. Ambushed. The coalition soldiers immediately counterattacked in the direction of the surprise attack, and one of them pulled away the colleague who had just been attacked and fell to the ground. Captain, the residents of the local residential area started attacking us. The team leader saw that the door of a house was closed. Enter the house that seems uninhabited, conduct all defensive actions, and request rescue from the headquarters. The squad began to cover and shoot at each other, helping each other to retreat to the house designated by the captain and killing many local residents who attacked them. One of them kicked open the door of the house, then entered the house one after another, and then used the door and windows as a defense to shoot. One of them treated the injured colleagues who were injured by the sneak attack, and the other immediately sought rescue from the headquarters. The team leader saw many local residents attacking them from the front and rear windows on the second floor. What made him even more unexpected was that there were teenagers or children among the local residents who attacked them. What is going on? There are even children and teenagers attacking us. Many coalition soldiers in the house are hesitant and confused at the moment. If the local residents who attack them are adults, the coalition soldiers can regard them as militants, and even if they kill them, they will not have any psychological burden or self-condemnation. But there were children and teenagers among them. Even if these children and teenagers shot at them, the United soldiers still couldn't fight back. Even if they told them in their hearts that the children who attacked them were no longer ordinary people, they could be regarded as the militants were killed. If you really do this, even if you are so comforted in your heart, the United soldiers will be condemned by their conscience for the rest of their lives. The coalition soldiers defending at the window were shot through by a teenager and fell to the ground. With one less person to defend, the defense around the house has weakened a bit. Seeing this situation, the team leader knew in his heart that if it was him, he would not be able to shoot like children and teenagers, and could only order all the team members who could still fight to attack adults. Request UAV fire support from the headquarters, and also request targeted strikes. The sound of gunfire continued, and the bullets crisscrossed. Suddenly, a local resident who rushed to the gate of the house was shot dead by a coalition soldier and fell in front of the gate of the house. The bomb in the body detonated directly after the person lost his heartbeat. The violent bomb not only affected the local residents outside, but also collapsed the walls on both sides of the gate, and also affected the coalition soldiers behind the wall. There are less than 5 coalition soldiers who can fight in the house. The rest were either seriously injured or killed in battle. A big hole had been blown out in front of the gate of the house, and many local residents rushed into the house and shot at the remaining coalition soldiers. The remaining coalition forces fought tenaciously, but they were no match for the constant influx of local residents. Along with the bodies of many local residents in the houses, there were also the bodies of all remaining Union soldiers. At this moment, the mobile suits of some residents in the house rang, and the residents who rang took out their mobile suits to take a look, showing a happy and bright smile that survived the catastrophe. Great, I don't have to kill anymore. My wife and children are safe. The bomb inside me won't go off again. These residents threw away their weapons happily, and then ran back home excitedly, waiting for the days to come when they could meet their families. It turned out that in the early days, Dion's army took away many relatives of local residents, and even placed bombs in the bodies of the remaining residents, threatening these remaining residents to do things for them. 40% can guarantee that the bombs in their bodies will not detonate again, and their families and relatives will be safe. They could even be reunited as relatives in the future. Many residents at the scene looked disappointed and envious at the compatriots who ran home cheering. Look, there are drones. Quick, hit it down. Residents at the scene attacked the drones in the sky. The United soldiers who controlled the drone's console watched their drone being attacked and originally wanted to counterattack immediately, but when they saw a child captured by the camera, they hesitated for a while. What are you doing? Why don't you fight back? The commander asked his subordinates. Sir, there are children at the scene. I can't do anything. The commander looked at the screen with a look of embarrassment on his face. He didn't know what to do for a while, and gave the order to fire. Although his subordinates fired and killed, but he gave the order, and he felt that his conscience could not forgive him. Notify the headquarters. What should I do? The fleet commander of the 3rd Army of the 1st Large Group Army of the United Army watched countless videos and photos from the headquarters, and he couldn't make up his mind what to do for a while. And at this moment, many international war reporters are also filming locally. The people watching the live broadcast from various countries saw this scene, and they did not understand why the local former Wanluo Federation attacked the coalition soldiers who came to rescue them. General, a war reporter who was filming on the spot, interviewed the local residents and found out the reason why they attacked our joint soldiers. The commander, including the viewers who just watched the live broadcast, learned the reason. The commander is angry? On the table in front of him, he yelled, FCK, you Dion army. Are you so shameless and bottomless? Shameless. At this time, another Mu Liao walked into the commander's office and reported the next thing to the commander. General, some of the troops have taken targeted strikes, specifically attacking the adults who shot at them. I have already issued an order for this matter, so there is no need to report to me. General, there is actually another thing. Some other troops also shot some teenagers and children who attacked them. What? They shot the child. The commander jumped up from the seat with a shocked expression and asked. No, they just attacked the children's hands and feet, made them incapacitated, and then handcuffed the children for treatment. It turns out that's the case. That's good. The commander sat down with a sigh of relief at this moment, and suddenly seemed to think of something, stood up, and asked in surprise. Wait a minute. These residents seem to have bombs in their bodies. Did that child or teenager also put a bomb in there? This. Mu Liao couldn't answer for a while. Just at this moment a message report came from Mu Liao's earphone. Mu Liao reported to the general with a very ugly face. General, those children and teenagers also have bombs in their bodies. The bombs in the children who were controlled and taken for treatment were directly detonated. Not only did they blow up the medical equipment, even the medical soldiers in charge of treatment were also killed. It blew up. The commander directly sat on the table and chair powerlessly, covering his forehead with his hands. He really didn't know how to deal with it. The former Mu Liao said, General, let all the troops withdraw. If this continues, the Alliance soldiers will really be unable to harm the persecuted civilians, and it will even cause the Alliance soldiers to continue to increase their casualties. Okay, give the order to retreat. In the colonial satellite, the joint soldiers were completely and fought back against the local residents who attacked them. Once they found children and teenagers, they really couldn't do it. They even found that some women and old people were facing the attack, completely beaten by the local residents, and retreated steadily for a while. When the local war reporters were in charge of the live broadcast, once the United soldiers saw children and elderly people, they couldn't do it at all. Even because of this relationship, some United soldiers died at the hands of children or old people. After the retreat order was sent by the headquarters, the beaten and bound United soldiers immediately fled back to the port or fled the scene by airship without stopping. War reporters also fled the scene. During the shooting, they found that the fleeing soldiers were still attacked by local residents. As long as a soldier was killed, some local residents immediately discarded their weapons and fled back to their residences when they received the news. The war reporters could not accuse the local residents of being ruthless, because their children and family members were held hostage and threatened, and many viewers did not criticize the inaction of the joint soldiers in the barrage during the live broadcast. More viewers left messages saying that the local residents were it is justifiable to do it. If it were them, they would have no choice but to choose to do so. Reporters in the field filmed the forced retreat of the joint soldiers. Swati was in his office, watching the live news broadcast by the media, and sneered. The method of using the family members of the Wanluo soldiers to instigate rebellion against the Wanluo soldiers was useless against the coalition army. Swati thought of a way to let the people of the local colonial satellites keep some of the people and take their relatives away and threaten them to handle affairs, and even catch some of the people who stayed in one place and perform some operations. Bombs are put inside these people. Then, order and threaten these people to do things. Swati is very satisfied with the effect of his strategy. Except for the first large group army and the third army fleet of the United Army who were forced to retreat, the other United Army suffered the same experience and had to abandon the recovered colonial satellites. All troops can only guard the periphery of the respective recovered colonial satellites. The Wanluo federal authorities are also very embarrassed at this moment. Other countries have come to help, but they have encountered such a thing. In addition to apologizing to the United Army, they have also shifted these responsibilities to the Dian Army, accusing the Dian Army of threatening the relatives of the people, forcing people to do such dangerous things. The Wanluo Federation apologized and pushed the matter to the Dian Empire. No one thought that the Wanluo Federation was at fault. On the other side, the Mother Base is starting a high-level meeting. Long Fei and his wife and the heads of the 6 directly subordinate troops had a meeting with all the top generals of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps. Tao Xiang had a meeting with her husband in the conference room for the first time since she got married. The content of the meeting was to discuss the fact that the United Army took back the occupied colonial satellite of the Wanluo Federation earlier and was attacked by local residents. Many videos have scenes of fighting and knowing the ins and outs of the whole thing. Long Fei, Li Jiaming and many generals had a premonition that the United Army would almost come to their door and asked them to entrust the Tianyi mercenary group to help them handle these matters. This matter gave them a headache. If the same thing happened to them, they could estimate that it would be difficult for most Tianyi mercenaries to kill children and teenagers. Even if it is to issue Operation Alpha, it is estimated that most of the Tianyi mercenaries will not be able to do so. Li Jiaming then stood up and said, "Boss, colleagues, if this matter really needs us to deal with, I think we should give all the Tianyi mercenaries a round of speeches, guidance, and let them see these pictures, so that they must be conscious, and they must kill those children and teenagers who attack them at any time. But I am worried that even if they can really kill them, they will still worry about whether they will be affected by their inner conscience. Condemnation, causing a lifetime of indelible heart disease." Everyone at the scene looked at the colleagues beside them, and everyone was lost in thought. Just like the commander-in-chief said, if this kind of thing happened to them, they would hesitate. If it was an adult, even an old man, as long as he dared to attack them, I believe the Tianyi mercenaries would fight back without hesitation. But what if it was a child? Tao Xiang glanced at her husband and lowered her head in thought. At this time, Long Fei took out a design drawing, which was a reclining chair with many instruments and a VR head cover on it. Long Fei explained, "This is a kind of hypnosis that directly enters some battle scenes in the human brain, which can test the mental endurance of the parties involved. The same thing happens to them. Can they immediately attack those children and teenagers? If they really attacking and killing those children or teenagers, the instrument will also show their mental stress and whether they will be condemned by their own conscience. If not, then they can be allowed to carry out the Alpha operation, or I think it is directly established Alpha troops." Li Jiaming asked, "Boss, are you going to let the Tianyi mercenary group carry out such an operation? Are you ready to accept the entrustment that the United Army may come to you? So you decided to form the Alpha Force?" "That's not it. It's just that after reading these things, I thought of something. If something like this really happens again, and if it happens to us, at least there are solutions." "Boss, will the established Alpha Force be one of your direct troops?" asked one of the generals. "No. All the home bases and sub-bases of the Alpha Force must have this force, and if necessary, this force can be sent for operations." After Long Fei finished speaking, many generals discussed with their colleagues. Li Xiuqing, Salamanda, Pan Jinhua, and Marissa did not object to the Alpha Force that Long Fei wanted to set up, and they were very much in favor of it. Although Tao Xiang, Ramir, and Thors did not object, they still had some doubts, because is it really good to set up such an army? Most of the generals have the same views as Li Xiuqing and others. A few are in doubt like Tao Xiang, and there are very few generals who oppose the establishment of the Alpha Force. At this time, Li Jiaming gave instructions to manufacture those instruments according to the blueprint given by the boss, and test all Tianyi mercenaries. Pick out those Tianyi mercenaries who will not be condemned by conscience and have a very cold heart, and let them join the established Alpha Force. After the meeting, Long Fei turned his head to look at Tao Xiang and said, "I thought you would object when I decided to form the Alpha Force." Tao Xiang rolled her eyes at her husband and said, "Do you think I'm still the ignorant girl I used to be? Although I feel sorry for those people who are being threatened, we also have to think about the safety of our mercenaries. If these things lead to their deaths, how will we explain to their families? Many of our mercenaries have family members and children, and if they hesitate to make a decision, they will be shot and killed, and then their families will cry their faces." Thors and Ramir felt that what the proprietress said was reasonable, and they should think more about the safety and lives of their own mercenaries than the people who were being threatened. Long Fei thought about it, and indeed his wife has changed a lot in the past few years. Although she is still very holy at times, when it is time to make a decisive decision, she will immediately make a decision without any hesitation. Then Long Fei looked at Salamanda and said, "Sure enough, as you said, this woman Mswati really used such a method." Salamanda shrugged and said, "This woman has already used this method during the war in the Mars country. It's really the most poisonous woman's heart. The ancients never deceived me. Women, cough." Tao Xiang squinted and looked at Long Fei. "If some women are really hard-hearted, they will use vicious means to compare us men are even more terrifying." Salamanda shrugged and said, "I don't understand what happened to that woman that made him so ruthless. In short, If you catch that woman, you must kill her directly. Then, everyone left. I'll go to see those two little ones. Aunt Lee is already old, so I can't make her work so hard. Aunt Lee proposed to take care of the young master's two daughters by herself a few years ago. Originally, Long Fei and his elder sister were against it. Besides, Aunt Lee was almost 150 years old, so she didn't want to make her work so hard. But Aunt Lee insisted on taking care of Long Fei's two daughters, so everyone could only agree if they couldn't throw it away. However, Tao Xiang has time to take care of herself and won't let Aunt Lee worry about it. Steward Wu also followed, and some matters in Long Fei's family were handed over to Steward Wu. After all, Butler Wu and Aunt Lee brought up their young master and young lady single-handedly. Long Fei and his wife were relieved to be the housekeeper and take care of the two little ones. On October 28, 124, the first year of the universe, all the bases of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps are arranging for each member of the troop to undergo a mental test. The main force is the members of the ground force, and each member will sit on the test instrument chair during the test, and then the staff will inject drugs into the carotid artery of the tester. Then put the VR headgear on the tester's head, and finally perform deep hypnosis. Testers entered what they thought was a real world, but it was actually a virtual world. The scene is the scene where the former colonial satellite of the United Army in the Wanluo Federation was attacked by local residents earlier. The testers initially did not hesitate to fight back against the local residents who attacked them. But when the children or teenagers in the picture were attacking the testers, many testers were unable to shoot the children or teenagers. Only a small number of testers fought back without hesitation, and even fewer of these few took the initiative to shoot directly, shooting children and teenagers without mercy. After the test, most of the mental and psychological reports, answers obtained by the instrument and computer, of the testers who did not hesitate to fight back were just to fight back for their lives. A small number of people directly counterattack after seeing their companions being shot. But no matter whether it is for survival or revenge for their companions, the instrument computer gave the answer, which caused some psychological burden, conscience uneasiness, and spiritual self-condemnation in the hearts of these testers. However, these tested personnel only understood after the staff explained that this was just a test for them, and the scene just now was just to hypnotize them, allowing them to go deep into the virtual world. Before the test, all test members saw the video of the coalition's encounter at that time, and their commander also gave them a series of explanations and enlightenment, asking them to be conscious and psychologically prepared. Although all the members were already mentally prepared, and the commander told them to remember to act in alpha, but during the test, all the members went deep into the scene at that time. Because it was too real, many members hesitated for a while and couldn't go to those directions. The children and teenagers they attacked opened fire and were shot. The number of testers who took the initiative to shoot children and teenagers mercilessly was very rare, and there might be only one tester out of 1,000 testers. Moreover, without any psychological burden or spiritual self-blame, the answer given by the instrument and computer is that these people have completely carried out the alpha operation, and their hearts are like machines, completely performing tasks and sweeping away all obstacles in front of them. Many of the Tianyi mercenaries with such mentality were bought from the human traffickers back then, and a few soldiers who retired from other countries joined the Tianyi mercenary group. Of course, no matter where they came from or where they were born, these people will be selected from the original army to join the Alpha Army. A series of test training and physical strengthening and transformation operations are being carried out. The establishment of the Alpha Force was not hidden. All the Tianyi mercenaries knew the purpose of the establishment of the Alpha Force. Once the Alpha troops move, there will be no grass and dead bodies strewn everywhere they pass. Moreover, when Long Fei formed the Alpha Force, he even gave the Alpha Force's signature shout, Ula. The meaning of Long Fei's shouting to Ula is very simple: to fight and kill the enemy, to eliminate everything in front of him. So once the Alpha troops act, they will definitely shout Ula, which is to send out the aura of the Alpha troops, and to make everyone tremble when they hear Ola. In our third branch base, 3,000 people were transferred from different units to join the Alpha Army. I heard that these 3,000 people will have to undergo intensive surgery. More than that, It is said that some of the equipment and weapons they got may be higher than the specifications of the special forces. Although this unit has been established, I don't know how long it will take for the Alpha unit to enter the battlefield. I heard that there are some members of the Alpha Force who do not need to undergo any enhanced transformation surgery, because they have long been members of the Special Forces and have already undergone relevant enhanced transformation operations. As long as these members get to know each other well with their new colleagues, it only needs about a month of testing before it can be put into the relevant battlefield. I heard that the United Army is now in a dilemma. If the recovered colonial satellites are abandoned and left, the Dion Army may take the opportunity to recover them. If you don't give up the army and you have to stay here, the only possible way is to allocate a small part of the troops to stay outside the local colonial satellite, and the large force to go to the next colonial satellite. But if we really do this, it is possible that Dion's army will start playing guerrilla warfare and destroy those small troops that were separated. And to be honest, only our anti-stealth devices can see Dion Army's stealth technology, and we must be within the specified range to find them. It's hard to find them with the anti-stealth devices of the United Army. That's why they're in a dilemma. Maybe soon, they will come to our door and beg our Tiani mercenary group to accept their commission. It seems that they are giving us the hardest bone to gnaw. Several Tiani mercenaries gathered together to chat. In fact, if the Alpha Force only has a combat team of no more than 20 people, each sub-base has at least several such teams, which can be put on the battlefield now to carry out the so-called Alpha operation. However, there are still many Tiani mercenaries who have been transferred to the Alpha Force, and they still need a period of adaptation and getting to know each other's new comrades in arms. Moreover, the Alpha Force does not use a squad of 20 as a combat unit, but at least 300 people, ground company, as a combat unit. It will take a while. The two sisters, Long Gua and Long Fu, were chopping each other with toy swords. Aunt Li was watching from the side, while Tao Xiang sat on the other side with her hands on the table and scratched her face, watching the two daughters having fun. Tao Xiang looked at it with a wry smile and said, "Am I giving birth to a son or a daughter? His daughter plays with dolls and puppets, and my two daughters fight each other with toy swords." Aunt Li smiled and said, "Young madam, don't say that. Children are more active, which makes them more lively and cute. Besides, Missy and the others also liked to play with toy swords back then." Then fly. The young master was not interested in many toys when he was a child. If he was interested in anything, he was interested in military model toys, like robots, and figures from sci-fi movies. The young master likes these things. Tao Xiang thought about it. When she returned to her husband's house, she did see some furnishings in the closet, many of which were indeed robots and military toys. By the way, Aunt Li, I heard from Xiuqing that Fei often drew military things when he was young. Yes, young lady, the young master often drew these things when he was a child, and sometimes he would not go to sleep to continue drawing until midnight, and even wrote some information about those things. The young master carried them into their room and forced the young master to sleep with them. Fei, those things in the painting were designed. Didn't my father-in-law notice that the things he designed are very high-tech things? I'm not very clear about this. I remember that the master has indeed seen the things that the young master drew. The master probably thinks that it is just a child's imaginative drawing. The young master did not give any explanation. Tao Xiang thought about it for a reason. Who would have thought that a child could draw a lot of things, and it was a high-tech compiling material? Tao Xiang had indeed seen some of the materials in some of Long Fei's design drawings. If she was not a professional expert, basically can't see the use of those things. Moreover, the parents-in-law and the three sisters, they are learning business-related knowledge, and the things drawn and designed by their husbands are probably only seen by scientists and relevant experts. On November 5th, 124, the first year of the universe, the mother base and all sub-bases are in full swing for the relevant arrangements and training of the Alpha Force. On exactly the same day, the Supreme Commander of the United Army, the 5-star Special General Duras Vegas from the Gas Empire, led his subordinates and some important generals representing various countries to visit the mother base of the Tiani Mercenary Corps. The 5-star Special General of Duras Vegas, accompanied by Earl Crash III. Count Crash, I remember that you once visited the home base of the Tiani Mercenary Corps. Has it changed a lot? Earl Krahu was ordered by the emperor to win over Long Fei when Long Fei's identity was revealed to the world. The appearance of the mother base back then has changed a lot from now. The interior design, including the equipment, is more advanced than that of the past, and it seems that I have come to the future world. Your Excellency General Duras Vegas, you have changed a lot, even more advanced than before. I thought that the country has invested so much money in scientists and research and development teams, and the technology has improved a lot. I thought it would bring me closer to Tianyi mercenaries. In the end, I saw everything in front of me, but we were actually farther away from each other. Although Duras Vegas did not speak, his heart was also hit. Although he obtained a lot of advanced military technology from the Dian army and studied many of their advanced equipment, but to fully grasp their technologies, there is no a 5-year, 10-year period is impossible. The important generals and their staff from other countries looked at the internal equipment of the mother base with shock and envy and hatred in their hearts. Li Jiaming took several generals and some school officials to welcome the visiting team of the United Army. Li Jiaming also had 2 colonels Li Xiuqing and Pan Jinhua on his side. Li Jiaming and Du Las Vegas shook hands and greeted each other, and introduced the people accompanying each other. Generals of the same status as him in Duras Vegas and other big countries looked at Li Xiuqing and Pan Jinhua. These 2 were the commanders of Long Fei's troops directly under him, and they must have the most advanced weapons and equipment of the Tianyi mercenary group. And these 2 definitely represent Long Fei. Li Jiaming's team personally entertained the guests. There are several generals from other countries on the side of Duras Vegas, looking at the various MS in the mother base, as well as the mobile fortress. The latter can still be seen in other sub-bases. The former, especially the mass-produced Gundam, may only be seen in the parent base. After the proper etiquette reception was over, everyone came to the negotiating room to discuss. Commander Li Jiaming, I don't need to say it. You all know the purpose of our visit. I know that the occupied colonial satellites that you helped the Wanluo Federation take back earlier were attacked by a series of attacks, leaving your joint army helpless. The United Army is a coalition of many countries. Originally, we were only helping the Allies, but we didn't expect such a thing to happen. Although the International Convention has established relevant rules, once the civilians who pick up guns and bombs can be regarded as militants and killed. But no matter what, those are the people of the Allied countries, and they attacked us out of helplessness. Although the country concerned did not make any accusations against us, we still cannot kill the people of the Allied countries. Li Jiaming sneered and said, Then you come to the door now and entrust us to deal with the persecuted people of the Wanluo Federation, because we have Operation Alpha, and the international agreement does not restrict the mercenary group, so we are not bound. So you want us to let's do this. What you most hope is that we use Operation Alpha to deal with those persecuted people, and then we will only condemn our Tianyi mercenary group. We will help you solve the problem, but we are the ones who will be beaten and scolded. You can carry out a series of protests to our side. You have a very good plan. Many people in Duras Vegas had very embarrassed expressions, especially the generals, and Mu Liao from the Wanluo Federation had the most embarrassed expressions. The family members of almost 30% of the troops that the Wanluo Federation can mobilize at this moment are held hostage by the Dian army. In fact, we don't want your mercenary group to use the Alpha operation. In fact, the information we got is that the mercenary group has some advanced technology and may even have equipment that can see through the target to see if there is a bomb in the body. The seat should also see, according to the live broadcast of that battle, the internal bombs of the local residents were directly detonated, killing many coalition soldiers. I heard that your mercenary group can even block the signal connection of the bomb in the target body, preventing the bomb from being detonated. The general of the Wanluo Federation explained. Li Jiaming nodded and said, It is true that we have technology similar to what you said, but it is only in the experimental stage at the moment, and it will take some time before it can be put into the battlefield. Everyone in Duras Vegas suspected that Li Jiaming was fooling them. Duras Vegas asked, I wonder if your mercenary group is willing to accept our commission. At present, if our mercenary group accepts some commissions, that's no problem. But if you want to entrust us to deal with Dion's second expeditionary force, please forgive us for not being able to accept your commissions. Why? After accepting the entrustment of your joint army to deal with Dion's Third Expeditionary Army, our Tiani mercenary corps suffered a lot of damage, and it is really impossible to accept another entrustment to fight with the same intensity. Everyone in Duras Vegas had a thought in their hearts. Fudge, you are fooling us and destroying Dion's Third Expeditionary Army. Although your Tiani mercenary group also suffered a lot of damage, overall there is no harm. Let your Tiani mercenary group lose more than 10%. I think you want to get more benefits from our joint army. At this time, a general asked, your mercenary regiment said it suffered a great loss, but as far as we know, the overall damage of your mercenary regiment did not exceed 10%, and your mercenary regiment should still be able to take over the damage. A commission with the same combat intensity. Lieutenant General AICC explained, Your Excellencies, please forgive me for correcting you. We are a mercenary group, and we are also a private armed organization. Your country's army is different. No matter how you say, there is a country to support your operations. We don't have any. No matter what we say, we have to do it ourselves. We have to recruit troops and support our own employees. We don't have the support of the country behind us. As you said, the damage did not exceed 10%, but we also lost a lot of elite troops in that battle. The pensions of these elite troops, and the excellent mercenaries we spent how many years and funds to cultivate. We don't know how long it will take. It takes more time to make up for these lost things, so I hope you can understand our difficulties. If other mercenary groups said so, others would still believe it. Listening to Lieutenant General AICC's explanation, the group in Duras Vegas cursed in their hearts. Damn it. It's still possible for other mercenary groups to say that. What your Tiani mercenary group said. When are we 3-year-olds easy to fool? Don't we know how much money and resources the Third Expeditionary Force to destroy Dion took from us? Besides, although you have lost elite troops, in the final analysis, your enhanced body modification operations are better than ours. You are more advanced and stable, and many subjugated soldiers have come to join you. These soldiers who joined you are more than your dead mercenaries. In addition, you are recruiting again. I think it will take a while for you to expand your scale. You still have the face to tell us that you are seriously injured. Who will believe it? The Duras Vegas group really wanted to overturn the table in front of them, and then pointed at Li Jiaming and his group and cursed. But thinking about it, if you really want to do this, the Duras Vegas group will not dare, because if you really want to do this, maybe the Tiani mercenaries will directly lock you into the small black room and give you a beating after that. They were directly driven out of the mother base. Maybe the official website of their mother base posted their mugshots, and then wrote that this group of people is not welcome. Then, the leaders of their respective countries will definitely point at them and yell at them, and then maybe their leaders will punish them severely so that they can give an account to the Tiani mercenary group. Duras Vegas could only suppress the anger in his heart and asked patiently, Then what are the conditions for your mercenary group to accept our commission? Li Jiaming smiled wryly and said, Your Excellencies, it seems that you didn't understand what my subordinates said. It's not that we don't want to accept your entrustment, but that we have really suffered a lot of damage and need a period of time to recuperate. In fact, to be honest, there are business visits. Who wouldn't want to do it? The problem is that we really can't take your business right now, not because of insufficient money and conditions, but because we can't do it right now. The group of Duras Vegas knew that the Tiani mercenary group would not accept their business even if they died. They also guessed that the Tiani mercenary group would not accept their business. After the army fought down and caused more damage, they were worried that they would be stabbed in the back by the coalition army. In fact, if Duras Vegas and his party say that all countries do not covet the advanced technology mastered by the Tiani mercenary group, a 3-year-old child will not believe it either. Indeed, if the Tiani mercenary group suffers a lot of damage, if the damage causes their strength to plummet and they cannot compete with the United Army, the United Army will immediately seize the opportunity to destroy the Tiani mercenary group and capture the Tiani mercenary group advanced technology. But no matter what, Duras Vegas and his party hoped that the Tiani mercenary group would accept their commission. But no matter how much money and conditions were offered to the Tiani mercenary group, the Tiani mercenary group was like hob meat. They refused to accept these commissions. They refused because they were damaged in the previous battle and couldn't do it. In the end, Duras Vegas and his party were finally invited out. Duras Vegas and his party returned to the battleship in their airship. Earl Krahu asked. General Duras Vegas, they completely reject our commission like this. I guess they are also wary of us. We are indeed on guard against us. To be honest, when we wiped out Dion's 3rd Expeditionary Army in that battle, we thought that even if the Tianyi mercenary group could win, they would at least lose more than 30% of their damage. The foundation, in fact, the existence of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps is in the throats of all countries, especially the Wanluo Federation and the Anglusa Democratic People's Republic. The colonial areas next to the two countries have subbases of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps. Isn't there a saying, lying how can we allow others to snore and sleep on the other side, which is like a thorn in the back of these two countries. If the general said so, if the Tianyi Mercenary Group had suffered more damage in that battle, these two countries might have taken the opportunity to attack. The Wanluo Federation is still unlikely. Don't forget that half of its territory is still occupied by the Dian Empire. The Anglo-Saman People's Republic will definitely take action. Even if it can't defeat the Tianyi Mercenary Group, at least let them. The subbases of the Tianyi Mercenary Group in the colonial areas on both sides can't make a difference, or drive them out. Earl Krahu said, I really don't understand. Many experts have said that the military capabilities of the Tianyi Mercenary Group and the Dian Empire are comparable, but why can the Tianyi Mercenary Group gain such a large advantage in many battles? Apart from the fact that the main Tianyi Mercenary Group is fighting on their own home court, don't forget that they have a mode called the Red and Blue Army Simulation Battle. Earlier, when our United Army fought against the Dian Empire, the Tianyi Mercenary Group observing the combat and marching methods of the Dian Empire secretly from a distance, imitating and studying the combat methods of the Dian Empire, and then creating a combat method against the Dian army. So it can be said that every battle of the Tianyi Mercenary Group is fully prepared. This will allow them to gain an advantage when fighting Dian's army. At this time, Mu Liao from Duras Vegas notified that many high-level leaders of the United Army would hold an online meeting with him to discuss how to make the Tianyi Mercenary Group accept their commission. On November 9, 124, the first year of the universe, the same report came from the Tianyi Mercenary Regiment's mother base and all sub-bases. The content of the report is that all the fleets of the Tianyi Mercenary Group, whether they are escorting merchants or going to rob the pirate group, have found that the fleet of the United Army is following them in the distance. Even all the subbases have discovered that there is a coalition fleet not far from the colonial satellite where they are located, as long as their fleet leaves the subbase to carry out their entrusted missions. The coalition fleet will send out several warships to follow the fleet of the Tianyi Mercenary Group, keeping a distance to follow. Even if the Tianyi Mercenary team sent an inquiry to the warship of the coalition army, the warship of the coalition army responded with just a patrol. Although the Tianyi Mercenary Fleet knew that the warships of the United Army were following them, but the opponent kept a long distance from them, and the Tianyi Mercenary Fleet could not issue a warning or drive them away. Because according to international treaties, warships of various countries, including legal mercenary regiments, as long as the distance between the warships of the two sides is more than 200 kilometers away, and the naval guns and missiles do not lock onto each other, it is normal navigation. The Tianyi Mercenary Fleet was unable to protest to the opponent. There is no reason to beat the other party directly. Besides, the United Army and the Tianyi Mercenary Group are currently in a relatively friendly state from the perspective of outsiders. Therefore, apart from performing missions, the tracked Tianyi Mercenary Fleet also paid attention to the tracked coalition warships. Some Tianyi Mercenary fleets activated the Mirage system and left the branch base in front of the United Army fleet without anyone noticing. Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming and many generals understood that this was the joint army's deliberate play with them. This kind of rogue way is a bit like a brat who is rolling around, like playing tricks if he can't get something. Even if Li Jiaming protested to the Lianhe army, the Lianhe army only replied, it was just a simple patrol. Encountered such a rogue way, Li Jiaming could only smile wryly. He really didn't know how to deal with this kind of rogue way. What gave Li Jiaming a headache was that the boss Long Fei took his wife and children to the Earth Circle to attend 2 important banquets, and the United Army fleet also followed the boss's fleet. To put it bluntly, this is just a patrol. Long Fei and his wife took their children to attend 2 banquets before heading to Earth, both of which were wedding banquets. The wedding of Su Jingyun and Saint Ana. In addition to Long Fei and his wife bringing their children to attend their wedding, Long Fei's old classmate Shi Tingfen also attended Su Jingyun's wedding, because Su Jingyun invited all the old classmates from college. Among Long Fei's direct troops, only the Angel of Doom troops, led by Colonel Pan Jinhua, followed. On November 15, 124, the first year of the universe, today's Hanxia Empire was extremely lively, because today was the wedding of their third princess, Su Jingyun. In the hearts of the people of the Hanxiao Empire, Su Jingyun is a heroine who never gives up. She is married to Situ Jun, the young head of the Situ family. The younger brother of the current head of the Situ family is the Minister of Finance of the Hanxia Empire. Su Jingyun will marry Situ Jun. It was Su Weiran who arranged the marriage for his daughter. At first, Su Weiran thought that his daughter would object, but he didn't expect his daughter to readily accept her father's arrangement. Su Weiran actually understood why his daughter accepted the arrangement, because she wanted to let Long Fei go completely. Su Weiran picked out many outstanding noble children or children from famous families for his daughter and asked her to choose. Su Jingyun chose Situ Jun. Su Weiran arranged for his daughter to meet with Situ Jun first, so that they could have a relationship first. After Su Jingyun and Situ Jun met several times and dated for a period of time, Su Jingyun asked his father to arrange the marriage. Situ Jun is also handsome and elegant. The media of the Hanxiao Empire reported that the two had a good husband and wife. The capital was even more lively. The roads and ground were covered with flowers. Long Fei and his wife entered the palace early in the morning with their children. Long Fei introduced his college classmates to his wife. Then, the court steward introduced her husband, Situ Jun, to the third princess's college classmate. Situ Jun greeted everyone politely and shook hands with the third princess's college classmates. When Long Fei shook hands with Situ Jun, he felt that Situ Jun's hand was a bit strong, as if he deliberately increased his strength when shaking hands with him. Moreover, Long Fei found out from Situ Jun's eyes that he was very hostile and unhappy towards him. When Situ Jun was greeting the others, a female classmate who had a good relationship with Su Jingyun in college came to Long Fei and said, "Long Fei, this Situ Jun has a lot of hostility towards you, and he feels like he is a substitute for the third princess." Taste. Thank you for your notice. In fact, I have already guessed it from his eyes. The female classmate took a look at Long Fei, shook her head, and left. At that time in college, many people could see that the third princess was interested in Long Fei, but at that time the third princess didn't understand her feelings for Long Fei, and Long Fei was also a research freak at that time. After graduating from university, the third princess realized that she really liked Long Fei. Unfortunately, when the third princess wanted to confess her love, Long Fei had already left the school. Many old classmates at the scene felt that if the third princess had mainly confessed to Long Fei earlier, the third princess would not have chosen a random man as her husband now. Although there are many people who know Situ Jun, and also know that Situ Jun has been pursuing the third princess for a long time. It's just that the third princess has always been unimpressed with Situ Jun. Although Situ Jun pursued the goddess in his heart in his dreams, he knew in his heart that his goddess had a heart to belong to, and the person who got her could not get her heart. Situ Jun understood that he was just a substitute. If it was someone else, Situ Jun would definitely kill that person, but that person was Long Fei, not someone he could provoke. Then, the wedding began, and Her Royal Highness's wedding music was already playing in the palace. Many celebrities also came to the palace, including representatives of leaders from various countries. Su Jingyun was wearing a bright red wedding dress. Long Fei looked at Su Jingyun's wedding dress, which was almost the same as the Han dress in his previous life. After the highest-ranking steward of the palace began to read, the last thing was to worship the heaven and the earth, the high hall twice, and the husband and wife worship each other. Situ Jun uncovered the red embroidered cover for Su Jingyun, revealing Su Jingyun's delicate and beautiful face, and Su Jingyun showed a gentle smile. Then the couple walked up the steps, knelt down in front of Su Weiran, and received Su Weiran's blessing. Su Weiran announced the start of the wedding banquet. Su Jingyun went to chat with her old classmates from college. Long Gua and Long Fu held Su Jingyun's thigh to bless the godmother. "Thank you, Guogua and Fufu, for your blessings." Among Su Jingyun's wedding guests, What surprised Long Fei was that both Saint Aina and her fiancé John came to Su Jingyun's wedding banquet. Tao Xiang watched Su Jingyun talking and laughing with everyone, and she was very intimate with her husband. But Tao Xiang could also tell that Su Jingyun's intimacy and happy expression were all fake. Tao Xiang and Su Jingyun can become good friends, sisters and girlfriends, who can share everything, but their husbands cannot. However, Tao Xiang wished Su Jingyun happiness from the bottom of her heart. Su Chaoga looked at her sister not far away, feeling a little distressed for her sister. In fact, her sister married a man she didn't love. In fact, her sister did all these things to let Long Fei go in her heart. Su Chaoga can only bless her sister when she marries Sidu Jun. On November 20th, 124, the first year of the universe, it was the turn of the Uya cross-country to be very lively. The Saint Aina married her childhood sweetheart John. Su Jingyun and her husband also came to attend the wedding of Saint Aina. Apart from their honeymoon in Uya cross-country, they also attended the wedding of comrades in arms. Yuffie drives Torges, and Torges stands on a platform, dragged by a truck designed by floats, and Torges lifts his right hand. John and Aina were wearing white wedding dresses, standing on the right hand of Torges. Both of them showed happy smiles, and waved to the people below to thank them. Drones in the sky sprinkled flower petals. The Pope personally presided over the wedding of Saint Aina, as if his own daughter was married. Pope David was like some fathers, who was reluctant to marry his daughter, but had to let go of his daughter and let her pursue him. Happiness, with tears in his eyes. Some bishops beside him patted Pope David on the shoulder to comfort him. Your Majesty the Pope, don't be sad. Saint Aina is not marrying far away. She will still live with you, and her daughter and son-in-law will be by your side. Thank you for your comfort. Aina was adopted back then when she was still a child, but now she has grown up and married. Time flies so fast, I feel a little bit reluctant. Your Majesty the Pope, maybe you will be a grandfather next year. Why feel sad? Yeah, I'm looking forward to being a grandfather. Targus knelt on one knee and put his right hand in front of the red carpet. John and Aina walked to the red carpet hand in hand and entered the church. The Pope presided over the ceremony himself. John and Aina exchanged wedding rings, a symbol of fidelity, before the two embraced and kissed. Then Aina looked at the Pope with tears in his eyes. The Pope wiped the tears from Aina's face with his hand. My daughter, today is your big wedding. How can you cry? You have to laugh. You have to smile happily. This is the greatest comfort to Dad. Dad. The Saint Aina threw herself into the Pope's arms. John reached out and patted his wife's back, and the Pope patted the saint's shoulder. The photographers at the scene took pictures of this scene, and the host said that Pope David and Saint Aina have a deep love for father and daughter. During the wedding banquet, Long Fei looked at the smile of the Saint Aina, which was completely different from Su Jingyun's smile at the wedding 5 days ago. The latter is pretending, while the former is happy because she married the one she loves. On November 26, 124, the first year of the universe, Long Fei's family had already returned to the mother base. Then, Long Fei held a meeting with the commander-in-chief and many high-level officials. The content of the meeting was to discuss the actions of the rogues of the coalition army recently. Long Fei was a little annoyed and said, "These coalition forces really can't do anything. They are top-notch. Won't they go to rescue the relatives of the coerced people?" Fix replied, "Boss, they did try to rescue the people who were held hostage, but they failed, and then the people who were taken away were moved again. The United Army sent another force to the Wanluo Federation corresponds to the outside world, not to the junction of the Earth sphere and other colonies, and beware of those relatives being sent to the Martian sphere." Li Jiaming added, "However, in this regard, we accepted their commission and sent troops to monitor them. We also used anti-stealth devices to prevent them from escaping from the territory of the Wanluo Federation and heading for the Martian Circle." AICC said, "Boss, this subordinate thinks that even if the Alpha Force is formed, the Alpha Force will only be dispatched when it is absolutely necessary. This subordinate believes that if we accept the entrustment of the United Army, we will first rescue those captured the people who left and figured out how to deactivate the internal bombs of the residents who stayed in the colony." Long Fei asked, "So far, have you found those people who were taken away? Some special forces we sent found the places where some people were being held." AICC replied, "Currently, Those coalition troops are still outside the local colonial satellite. What is the current situation? Is there any action by the Wanluo Federation? Brigadier General Shan Wenwu replied, Boss, they are still staying where they are. The Wanluo Federation once sent some special forces into some colonial satellites to interfere with network communications. The purpose is to disconnect the network and all communications in the local colonial satellites. Tried to make the remote control bombs of the people with the bombs inoperable, but they failed because the people with the bombs in the body, as soon as the communication network and everything in their location were disconnected, the bombs would immediately activate it. The special forces of the Wanluo Federation can only withdraw from the colonial satellite immediately. What about the people who don't have bombs in their bodies? People who don't have bombs in their bodies, they still attack the special forces of the Wanluo Federation because their relatives are still in the hands of the Dian army. We have overheard the order of the Dian army to those people. Even if they disconnect the network, they also have to carry out their tasks. As long as they kill those soldiers of the United Army or the Wanluo Federation, they just need to take a photo and find a way to upload it, and then they can complete the mission. Shan Wenwu replied, I don't think it's that simple. According to our analysis, it is indeed as the boss said. I am afraid that the Dian army will deliberately say that they did not receive these photo messages and force those people who stayed to continue to perform the tasks assigned to them. Are many of the special forces of the Wanluo Federation also killed by local residents? Yes, boss. Long Fei turned his head and asked Li Jiaming, what's the current situation of the Alpha Force? Boss, at present, the Alpha Force has 100 ground troops to fight, so there is no problem at present. As for the configuration of MS, it mainly consists of Cannon Gesta, Ritual C, Full Armor MK3, MK4, and Full Armor 100 types. Because the Alpha troops mainly focus on extermination and suppression, most of the MS mainly focus on heavy firepower. Ritual C mainly uses high-altitude support or reconnaissance, and the battle uniform he wears is Spartan Battle Uniform Type 2, equipped with the most advanced individual weapons as well as the most advanced drones, combat vehicles, etc. Well, this configuration is fine. AICC suggested, Boss, I think we should try our best to delay with the coalition army for a period of time. Try to find as many people who have been captured and placed under house arrest. And we must also arrange a simulated test rescue operation. Try to make our troops really once the shot is made. Those people can be rescued in the shortest possible time. Commander, what do you think? General AICC's suggestion is very good. We have to make all the preparations first, so that we can be sure to win. Long Fei looked at everyone at the scene and said, although I decided to set up the Alpha troop, this troop was only dispatched when there was no other way to rescue them. It was mainly to deal with that. What kind of general? What title? Long Fei turned his head to look at Salamanda. Shameless General Mswati. Ah, yes, shameless General Mswati. Her way of fighting by threatening and persecuting the people is indeed shameless and rascal. Although we often say that there is no despicableness on the battlefield, only victory and defeat, but at least we have without such a bottomless threat to the common people. A rogue fighting style like her can only use alpha operations, an almost rogue style of play, to deal with the rogue's shameless means. AICC went on to say, currently, there are several special forces under the command of the subordinates, and they have already grasped the location of some captured people under house arrest. The only thing they can't grasp is the internal structure of the modified meteorite where they are. Design. If we accept the commission of the United Army, we must get in touch with the Wanluo Federation and request a complete picture of the internal design of the meteorite, so that we can do all the simulation tests before the action, make all the preparations. Li Jiaming said, but before that, we have to delay with them for a period of time anyway, and the Alpha Force must always be fully prepared. At this time, Fix said, everyone, I just received the news that the United States of the Anglo-Samoan Democratic People's Republic was attacked by the Kingdom of Dian. Li Jiaming asked, what is the action of the United Army at this moment? The two large armies did not take any action, and they stayed where they were. In fact, some coalition armies have already entered the territory of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic. It is estimated that they also expected that the Dian army would adopt the tactics of besieging Wei and saving Zhao. However, Most of the coalition forces in the United States of Anglo-Safari are reserves and reserves. Lieutenant General Shrek said, "The active and regular armies of the Joint Army are almost out of soldiers. The reserve and reserve forces are probably summoned from some retired soldiers from various countries. If there is anything good to say, it can only be said the veterans who have been recalled are still largely capable of combat." Fix said, "However, the gang in Duras Vegas should be impatient now. It is estimated that they will contact us again now and visit us again. It seems that we have to set up a bunch of conditions for them to see if we want to accept it." Long Fei said at this time, "Even if they are willing to accept all of our conditions, it is estimated that the Wanluo Federation will try their best to stop it. The last thing they want is for us to launch Operation Alpha. Boss, it doesn't matter if they don't agree to us. We will try to delay as much as possible, and in the end they have to agree to all our requests." On December 1st, 124, the first year of the universe, a group of Duras Vegas visited the parent base of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps for the second time. In order not to lose the team, the Duras Vegas gang still had to put on a tough look. However, at the negotiating table, Li Jiaming and his group directly threw out a bunch of conditions, and even stated that they would only start to act next month. "We try our best to meet the conditions you want, but why are you not willing to sell until next month?" a representative asked. "Well, we have to make all the preparations. The Tianji mercenary group won't fight uncertain battles." At this time, the representative of the Wanluo Federation raised objections to two of the conditions proposed by the Tianyi mercenary group. "You have two conditions for this. Our Wanluo Federation must raise objections. The first is that you will send Alpha troops when necessary. Is the operation of the Alpha troops dedicated to carrying out Alpha operations?" "Yes. The Alpha force we established is a special force that specializes in Alpha operations." The image of blood flowing into a river and corpses strewn across the field flashed through the minds of the Duras Vegas group. The representative of the Wanluo Federation protested, "We really cannot accept your condition, and neither can the people of our country. We cannot watch those kidnapped people die in your Alpha troops. They were forced, and you must find a way to rescue them instead of killing them directly." AICC smiled and said, "On behalf of Your Excellency, please read the conditions we set out first, and we will only send the Alpha troops after we have no means of rescue. Then you will send the Alpha troop only after something cannot be rescued or there is no possibility of rescue. If the abducted people appear on the screen, those coerced people threatened by the Dion army, we will immediately execute Operation Alpha to kill those coerced people." "That won't work. The coerced people are being forced. You have to think about this. No matter how you say it, they are forced to do these things because they have children and family members who are held hostage." AICC stood up and patted the table and said with serious eyes, "What you think of is that they have families and children. The mercenaries of our Tianyi mercenary group also have families, children. What you think of is them. We think of it's our mercenaries. Why are they forced to kill after being coerced? Our Tianyi mercenaries have to pay for their behavior, and paying the bill means making them pay with their lives. Is there any reason for that?" The representative of the Wanluo Federation was speechless for a while. Originally, he wanted to use money to entrust the Tianyi mercenary group to solve the problem with money. They wanted to find a way to save their people, but they didn't expect that the Tianyi mercenary group would also think of this and directly set this condition to fight against them. In fact, the representatives of other countries didn't care about the life and death of the people of the Wanluo Federation at all. In fact, if they could, they also wanted to carry out the Alpha operation like the Tianyi mercenary group and directly kill those people. But if they really do this, they will not only be accused of being cold-blooded by some human rights organizations and even the people in their own country. At present, many people in the world express sympathy for the people of Wanluo Federation who are now forced to obey and coerce. In fact, they felt that if the Tianyi Mercenary Corps launched Operation Alpha, even if they were criticized by the media, human rights organizations, and even the people of the country, why would they entrust the Tianyi Mercenary Corps? Do it. You can push all the responsibility to the Tianyi Mercenary Group. I didn't expect the conditions that the Tianyi Mercenary Group offered directly. There was even a condition that they should do any actions for the Tianyi Mercenary Group, and they would be responsible for all actions of the Tianyi Mercenary Group. Therefore, if the Tianyi Mercenary Group really wants to send the Alpha Special Forces, The United Army will really have to pay for their actions, and they will still be responsible at that time. Li Anhejan's expression was very ugly at the moment. Then, the representative of the Wanluo Federation went on to say, then another condition is that you ask our Wanluo Federation to give you some modified meteorites or colonial satellites in some occupied areas, and the internal design and structure drawings. We cannot agree to this. On behalf of Your Excellency, do you know why we want this condition? I don't know. I would like to hear more about it. Well, the main reason is that some of our troops have sneaked into the investigation and found that some captured people were imprisoned in some modified meteorites. We don't know the internal structure. If we know, we will do it immediately. Come up with a rescue plan. The representative of the Wanluo Federation bowed his head at this time, frowned in thought, then looked at the conditions, and then asked, let me ask a little more clearly. You said that you want to modify the internal structure of the meteorite colony satellite, etc. You have already mastered it. Have you reached the location of the captured people? Yes, just because we have mastered it, we need the internal structural design drawing. The representative of the Wanluo Federation bowed his head in thought at this moment. If this is the case, such conditions can be reluctantly accepted. If those people who were taken away were rescued by you, then you wouldn't send the Alpha troops to take action against those people who were coerced by the colonial satellites? Yes, if possible, we don't want to send the Alpha troop either. It's because there is no way to rescue them, so we have no choice but to send the Alpha troop. The representative of the Wanluo Federation asked at this time, you want the condition of the internal design structure diagram. We have a premise that you must share the information with us, so that we can know that there are really people under house arrest. Only then can I hand over the internal structure diagram to you with confidence. We can accept this condition, but we also have a request. Once the news is leaked, if it is yours, you must take full responsibility. Then, when the two parties continued to discuss, the Tianyi mercenary group offered a condition that they were unwilling to lower or change, and directly put on an attitude that they had to accept all the orders or find another job. Duras Vegas said at this time, we still have to go back and discuss these, because it is too important, especially there are several conditions. We must also discuss with the Wanluo federal authorities, and after we discuss the results, the mercenary group will definitely notify you. Okay, if you have accepted all our conditions, then let's sign the contract. Good. This time, Li Jiaming and the generals personally saw off the guests and sent Duras Vegas and his party to their airship. Everyone shook hands and bid farewell. It was different from last time. It can be said that Li Jiaming and his party gave each other a lot of face. On December 8th, 124, the first year of the universe, the conditions set out by the Tianyi Mercenary Corps were officially approved after a meeting of the Wanluo Federation and an emergency order from the president. After announcing most of the conditions, it caused an uproar among the people of the Wanluo Federation. Because there is a condition that if necessary, Alpha Special Forces will be sent to carry out Alpha operations. Purvi took the opportunity to incite many people to come out to demonstrate in his online book, and even fan the flames, accusing the current president of being very weak and incompetent, and agreeing to these conditions of the Tianyi mercenary group is like humiliating the country. Purvi wants to use the experience of the year on the incumbent president, inciting the people to come out to demonstrate and demand a referendum to hold a referendum to remove the president. However, at this moment, the Wanluo Federation is in a state of war and some areas in the territory are occupied. The president has been authorized by the Congress and the country's constitution, allowing him to have temporary absolute representative rights, and it is temporarily impossible to hold a referendum. The Wanluo Federation is at the negotiating table. Moreover, the current president has also used the country's resources and machinery to report those media that are close to his political party, saying that it is an extraordinary time and extraordinary means. At least the Tianyi mercenary group has no interest in the Wanluo Federation's territory at all, and they are just taking money. Work. Operation Alpha will only dispatch Alpha troops to carry out operations if there is no way to rescue them. Moreover, only the Tianyi mercenary group can deal with Dion's army. Moreover, these media also deliberately misrepresented Purvi as a former president who was deposed by the people. These media also described the current president as not like Pulvi, who is an outsider commanding experts and does not listen to the suggestions of those soldiers. Back then, Purvi commanded the army indiscriminately, which led to being rubbed on the ground by the Tianyi mercenary group, and countless Wanluo soldiers died in that battle. Pulvi, who had been overturned, became furious and shirked his responsibility in the online book, saying that those generals lied to him and told him that he would win the battle, so he issued such an order. Many generals who experienced that incident in the past turned over the old accounts of the year, saying that he himself deliberately gave orders and did not follow the advice of the generals, which caused many soldiers to die because of him. But no matter what, it can be said that the society within the Romanian Federation is tearing apart again. The pro-government or pro-opposition media are accusing each other, which also caused disputes between their respective supporters. In fact, the Wanluo Federation authorities didn't want to accept the conditions offered by the Tianyi mercenary group. However, the Tianyi mercenary group had the confidence to say that, and they had to either accept all the orders or find another job. Because the Tianyi mercenary group knew very well that now they would invite them to fight no matter what, so the Tianyi mercenary group dared to open their mouths and ask for the conditions they wanted. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.